Chapter 1 The mission begins. With great difficulty suppressing the discomfort in my body, I looked at the distant woods, my heart beating faster and faster. This woman is very obedient and understands men very well. She was squatting on the ground in a beautiful position, her face was very red, and as for the man, he had his hands on his waist, a look of enjoyment on his face. After a few minutes, the man smiled and embraced the woman's head. It really is true that money can do whatever you want. Watching Fong Tingting stand up and put her arm around the man's arm, I withdrew my gaze. My name is Yu Nan, I'm 23 years old and I'm a driver. Back to the office. Mr. Wang walked over to the car. Mr. Wang is my boss and currently runs a construction company. A good boss. I promised and started the car. If my memory doesn't fail me, this is already the 8th time Mr. Wang has cheated on me. No, to be precise, this little scene today can be ignored. I originally thought that a 40-year-old man would lose his strength in that area, but I didn't expect Mr. Wang's body to be in such good shape. The whole way back to the office, through the rearview mirror, I saw Fong Tingting leaning against Wang with a smile on her face, and the Louis Vuitton bag next to her was her trophy for the day. Fong Tingting was only a junior assistant when she came in for the interview, but in less than 3 months she became Wang's secretary, so you can imagine how capable she is. I was the only witness in the office, and I witnessed Fong Tingting becoming Wang's mistress as she sat in his secretary's chair. It started with a meal and a bottle of perfume, and it didn't stop there until she was sitting on Wang's lap, swaying back and forth. The car arrived at its destination, and Fong Tingting was the first to enter the company. Fong Tingting had a voluptuous figure, and she twisted her hips in her high heels, as if she were the real boss lady in this company. What do you think of Secretary Fong? Wang Zong said. Very good, I said. I'm just a driver, so should I say to my boss that you're not doing the right thing, that you're married, and what if the boss lady finds out? President Wang has been very kind to me. I was originally a small worker in the company's construction team, doing manual labor and not well paid. It was President Wang who asked me to be his driver, saying that I would be paid 6,000 yuan a month, with a bonus at the end of the year. Do you want to be my wife? President Wang laughed. I'm from a rural area, how could I be worthy of being President Wang's secretary? I looked embarrassed. Fong Tingting is Mr. Wang's woman. If I say yes, will he really give it to me? A gentleman does not take advantage of others, not to mention the fact that I am just a wage earner. I don't have that kind of status. What's wrong with being a country bumpkin? I'm also a country bumpkin. Look at me now, I have a luxury car and a mansion, and I married a beautiful woman. Mr. Wang said. I looked at the BMW logo on the steering wheel and smiled stiffly, thinking to myself, you know you married a beautiful woman, but why are you still cheating on her? I have been Mr. Wang's driver for 2 years, and during these 2 years, I inevitably came into contact with the boss's wife. When I first met her, I didn't know how to describe her, except to say that I was captivated at first sight. I was very nervous. The boss's wife was very polite to me, and she called me Xiaoyu all the time, so that at one point I was willing to lay down my life for her. It's just that Mr. Wang and the boss's wife have been married for so long and still haven't had a child, so perhaps this is the only fly in the ointment for Mr. Wang. Secretary Fong is pregnant. Wang continued. What should we do? I turned around quickly. Wang rolled down the window, handed me a cigarette, and lit one for himself. Fong Tingting is very calculating. She has tampered with the condom. Can a condom that has been pierced with a pin still prevent pregnancy? Wang said in a low voice. I looked at Wang in shock. I didn't expect things to have developed to this point, and I didn't think a big boss like Wang could be cheated by a woman. If I had a child, I would definitely fire her. Mr. Wang flicked the ashes off his cigarette and continued, unfortunately, I don't have any children, and we've been married for 10 years without having any. I looked at Mr. Wang and fell silent. I want this child. You said that a boss my age doesn't have any children, so who will inherit my wealth in the future? Mr. Wang's expression was full of meaning. Does the boss's wife know about this? I asked anxiously. You don't think I'd tell my wife, do you? Wang laughed. What? I froze. I've cheated on my wife, and if she finds out, at least half of our assets will go to her. Wang continued. What should I do? I asked. Do you remember 2 years ago when you fell and broke your head on the construction site? Who took you to the hospital? Wang asked. It was you, boss. You've been very good to me, and I'm grateful for the opportunity you've given me," I said hurriedly. "Gratitude," Mr. Wang repeated my words. He said, "Now is your chance to repay my kindness. I want you to seduce my wife." What? I was shocked, and my mind went blank. No boss would ever ask his subordinate to seduce his wife. I had never thought of this before. "You don't want to," Mr. Wang's expression turned cold. "Boss, I don't have that kind of ability," I said hesitantly. "I really cherish this job. Where can I find a salary of 6,000 yuan a month? Every day I drive a BMW, and people give me cigarettes wherever I go. I can't lose this job, especially when I go back to my hometown for the new year. This car gives me enough face, and my parents' faces no longer struggle. Everyone in the village knows that I am doing well in the city. If you can make my wife cheat, I can divorce her in an honorable way. Just think, by that time, you will still have a chance to marry my wife. Don't you want to work less for a few decades? Your life is just beginning, don't you want it to be more brilliant? Are you going to be a chauffeur for the rest of your life? Think about it carefully. If you don't want to, just get out." As I watched Mr. Wang get out of the car and leave, I felt a mixture of emotions. On the one hand was work, on the other was humanity. I looked out the window and saw that the gray sky had started to drizzle, and gradually, the rain got heavier. Seduce the boss's wife, sleep with the boss's wife? A beautiful face came to mind. She was gentle and virtuous, dignified and mature, with a plump figure and a smile that was etched in my heart. I picked up my phone and called Mr. Wang. "How are things going?" Mr. Wang asked nonchalantly. "I'm willing," I said firmly. "Pack your bags, you'll be staying at my place tonight." Mr. Wang's words were playful, as if the plot had already succeeded. Chapter 2 Taking the Initiative. "Okay," I said. I felt a great sense of relief as soon as the phone hung up. My job was safe, but I had to be 100% committed to satisfy Mr. Wang. I went back to the rental apartment to pack my things and then returned to the company. I watched Mr. Wang walk out of the office with a smile on his face, so I hurriedly pulled up in front of him. I opened the back door and put a hand on top of his head. Over the years, I've gotten used to being Mr. Wang's chauffeur. He's my breadwinner, and no matter what, I never dare to neglect him. I told my wife that you're going to be living at my place starting today. As I pulled out of the driveway, Mr. Wang said slowly. "What did the boss lady say?" I asked hurriedly. What could she say? Of course she said yes. Mr. Wang smiled. The boss's wife agreed? She agreed to let me stay at her house? The boss's wife is called Ye Shufen, and her name is particularly gentle and virtuous, and that is indeed the case. Every time the boss gets drunk and I have to take him home, the boss's wife is always busy looking after him. Even when I carried the boss upstairs to rest, she handed me a towel to wipe the sweat off, saying that she was troubling me again. We didn't say a word the whole way, and I didn't know how I was going to face the boss's wife when I got to the boss's house. Mr. Wang's villa has 2 floors and more than 500 square meters. When I drove into the villa, I saw the boss's wife greeting me at the front door of the living room. "You're home, dear," the boss's wife said with a smile. "It's going to be traffic jam if you're late," Mr. Wang said. I was a little overwhelmed as I watched the boss and his wife walk into the hall. The boss's wife didn't even greet me. Did my presence make her change her mood? I took the luggage from the trunk and followed them. This wasn't the first time I came to Mr. Wang's house. I remember the first time I went to Mr. Wang's house, I was stunned by the villa's magnificent decoration. At that time, I was thinking about when I could also live in such a big house and be able to marry such a beautiful wife as the boss's wife. Now I have my wish. I have moved into this house and may even get the boss's wife. God seems to be playing a joke on me. I actually moved in this way. Xiao Yu, I've cleaned the room for you, you come with me. The boss's wife laughed. She was wearing a bright red cheongsam, and because of the split in the cheongsam, you could see her plump and sexy white legs from the split. You finished packing? Which room have you packed? Mr. Wang frowned. There is a guest room in the lobby, which has just been vacated for you to live in, the proprietress said. Hearing that it was the guest room in the lobby, I was a little disappointed. I had thought that I could live on the same floor as the proprietress, so that we would have more opportunities to meet, but now it seems that I am just a caretaker. It's the maid's room. Is Xiao Yu the maid? He'll be staying on the same floor as us, Wang immediately said. Wang's words made the proprietress a little stiff, but then she smiled. "I'll go clean up now." As I watched the proprietress go upstairs, I couldn't decide whether to stand or sit. I felt that Wang had put the proprietress in a difficult situation. "Sit down, what are you doing?" Wang crossed his legs in front of the sofa and peeled open an orange. "Is this not going to be a problem?" I said nervously. The boss's wife's expression just now was obviously not right, I could tell. "What's so bad about it? I'm the one calling the shots in this household," Wang Zong said nonchalantly. I nodded. "Doesn't my wife look good? She's wearing something conservative today. Usually I let her wear whatever I tell her to wear, even if it means she has to throw away a maid outfit." Wang Zong laughed. I couldn't imagine what the boss's wife, who was dignified and beautiful on the outside, would look like in a maid outfit, and my heart raced as I filled in the blanks in my mind. "Why are you so quiet? You need to spend more time with my wife. Let me tell you, women who stay at home are the loneliest. Talk to her more, and slowly she'll warm up to you," continued Mr. Wang. My face went from red to white. When I saw the boss's wife coming down the stairs, I straightened up. "Is dinner ready?" asked Mr. Wang. "There's also some soup." The boss's wife walked into the kitchen. Looking at the boss's wife's perky buttocks outlined by her cheongsam, I got a little dry-mouthed, thinking about what it would feel like to embrace her from behind. "What are you doing?" The boss gave me a wink. Gathering my courage, I nervously walked over to the boss's wife. The closer I got, the faster my heart beat, and I felt the air freeze. "Boss's wife, let me help you serve the food." I walked up to the boss's wife and said nervously. Up close, I noticed that the boss's breasts were huge. She was the most voluptuous woman I had ever seen. She looked like a ripe peach, waiting to be picked. "These dishes are ready to be taken out." The boss's mouth smelled delicious. Her lips were red and her teeth white. When she smiled, there were dimples. If a man could be with a woman like this, his family's ancestral grave would surely smoke with joy. I tried to calm my breathing as I carried the dishes. At the same time, I could smell the perfume on the boss. "Is this the boss's wife's scent? Why does it smell so good?" My hands are shaking as I carry the dishes. "Why am I sweating so much?" The boss's wife frowned, and she raised her hand to touch my forehead. "I'm fine." I hurriedly carried the dishes to the dining table in the living room. My palms were sweating as I set the dishes down. The boss's wife had just touched me, she cares about me. President Wang looked at my awkward appearance and smiled, as if to say that I'm such a klutz. Pretending to be calm, I looked at the boss's wife again. She was tall, about 1.68 meters, and she had a gentle way of ladling the soup. I looked at her magnificent breasts, which seemed to be pushing open her clothes. I couldn't describe the boss's wife's beauty, but she had a thin waist and full hips. I couldn't believe that the boss would divorce her for a vixen like Fang Tingting. "This soup is a bit hot, so be careful." The boss's wife handed me a pair of gloves. I nodded in agreement and carefully put on the gloves. When I served the soup, Mr. Wang and the boss lady sat down opposite me. This was the first time the boss lady and I had eaten together. She ladled a small bowl of soup for me and told me to eat more vegetables. Her attentiveness and gentleness made my heart flutter with anxiety. For the sake of my job and survival, I had no choice but to obey Mr. Wang's arrangements. "Boss lady, I really had no choice." The food was delicious, but I felt like chewing wax. I didn't know how to describe my feelings. After dinner, while the boss's wife was clearing the table, Mr. Wang took me upstairs. "My wife and I live next door. Are you happy with this room?" Mr. Wang said to me as he walked into the room. "I'll sleep with the boss's wife tonight?" I said nervously. Hearing this, Mr. Wang almost laughed out loud. Do you really think my wife is that easy?" "What should I do?" I asked. Relationships need to be nurtured. This is just the first step of the plan. From today onwards, we will be living under the same roof, so you must behave yourself," Mr. Wang said. Behave myself? I didn't quite understand what Mr. Wang meant by behave myself. Does he really want me to seduce the boss's wife? How am I supposed to seduce her? "You won't forget tonight." Mr. Wang grinned. I looked at Mr. Wang in disbelief, wondering what I should do if the boss's wife appeared in front of me wearing a sexy nightie. Chapter 3 An accident happens. Shaking my head, I put these impractical thoughts behind me. How is this possible? How could the boss's wife appear in front of me in a sexy nightgown? I put the clothes I brought in order and put them in the closet. I don't know what to do next. I don't know whether to stand or sit. I always feel strange, but thinking about the boss's wife, I have more expectations in my heart. Walking out onto the balcony, I looked at this villa community and had an indescribable feeling in my heart. This is a wealthy area, where the poor don't have the qualifications to live in. Each villa here is worth tens of millions. President Wang said that the room next door was his and the proprietress's room. I looked over and found that the balconies on both sides were separate. However, the distance between the balconies was not far, about 2 meters by eye. A sudden thought popped into my head: if I jumped from here to the opposite balcony, could I witness everything that happened between President Wang and the proprietress? The thought made my heart race. No, it's too dangerous to jump over, and it would be terrible if someone saw me. Gradually, I noticed that there were quite a lot of clothes hanging out to dry on the balcony next door. One set of red underwear stood out, a lace bra with delicate gold embroidery and not small cups. It was really big and sexy. My heart was pounding. If I could have that, I would be so happy. If I could have a woman like the boss, I would sell my blood to support her. She is my white moonlight. Just as I was daydreaming, the boss entered my line of sight. She was collecting the clothes on the hanger and didn't notice me. Looking at the boss's magnificent breasts, I took 2 cautious steps back, not wanting to be noticed. My heart was beating fast. I didn't know why I was so nervous, but the boss's appearance just wouldn't go away. Back in my room, I took a sip from the glass of water, hoping it would ease the tension. "You, remember to take a shower at 8:30. Mr. Wang said as he entered. "Okay." I nodded busily. "Go wash in the bathroom outside." Wang Zong continued. "Okay." I nodded. Seeing that I had agreed, Wang Zong left my room. I took out the clothes I wanted to change into from the closet and became a little confused. Why did Wang Zong want me to take a bath at 8:30 p.m., and why did it have to be at this time? Did they have to queue up to take a bath at their house? No, Wang Zong's villa was so big, there should be plenty of bathrooms. With this question in mind, I snuck back to the balcony, but by this time, there was no longer a figure of the proprietress. I felt inexplicably lost, and I thought of the red lingerie. If the boss's wife wore that lingerie, she would be a sexy goddess. If she appeared in front of me in high heels, would I impulsively go up and kiss her, to experience that enchanting paradise? I felt like time was passing very slowly. It was as if I had been banished by the boss. It wasn't until 8:30 p.m. that I picked up my clothes, opened the door, and walked out. As I was walking towards the bathroom, I glanced at the room next door. The door was closed, but it seemed like the TV was on inside. I could faintly hear the voices of Mr. Wang and the boss's wife. Although I couldn't hear clearly, the boss's wife's voice was very soft. Quietly walking to the door, I listened with my ear almost touching the door. "How inconvenient it is for you to live at home. What are you thinking? What's inconvenient about it? I have to entertain clients every day and go on business trips early in the morning. Do you think I want to? But he lives next door, what are we going to do at night? Just be quiet." Rolling my throat, I suddenly understood what President Wang meant. Did he want me to eavesdrop on the bedroom? Taking a few steps back, I slipped into the bathroom. The moment the door closed, I felt a great weight lift from my shoulders. I was certain that President Wang and the boss lady would be doing it tonight, and since I was living next door, if it really happened, then I would be able to hear it. The thought of being able to hear the boss lady's gasps of pleasure made my body hot, and I could hardly stand upright. Looking at myself in the mirror over the sink, I forced a smile. I knew tonight would be unforgettable. Never mind, I'll take a shower first. Taking off my clothes, I tiptoed into the shower. The shower was stocked with various shampoos and body washes, and on the shelves outside, different towels and bathrobes hung neatly. Did the proprietress use all this? I looked around and saw several laundry baskets next to the washing machine. I am a cautious person and I don't like to cause trouble for others, so I think I must put my clothes in the corresponding place after I change. After taking a shower, I washed the dirty clothes and hang them on the balcony. After putting the clothes in the laundry basket, I start to take a shower. When I lived in a rented room, my bathing conditions were relatively limited, but here, I realized that taking a shower is a happy thing. The water temperature is just right, and the shower head produces a lot of water. Bathing in the warm water, I feel especially warm. I picked up the shampoo and sniffed it, and I realized that the smell was familiar. It was the unique smell of the proprietress. After applying it to my hair, I felt like I was already part of the family. Especially when I applied the shower gel to my body, I wondered if the proprietress would also apply it to her body when she took a shower, and even to those little-known places. My mind was filled with the image of the proprietress, and this was the most nervous shower I've ever had. After washing, I put on a pair of shorts and was just about to blow dry my hair when the bathroom door opened. A figure appeared in front of me in an instant, exuding a unique and faint fragrance. She looked at me in surprise, holding a large red nightdress in her hand. The material of the nightdress was a mesh cutout, and pressed against it was a pair of black lace panties with a chic bow on top. Xiao Yu, the boss's wife looked at me in surprise, and my face immediately turned red. Chapter 4 First Intimate Encounter. This was the hardest time for me. I didn't dare to look directly at the boss's wife, and my eyes fell on her sexy thighs. She was wearing pink flip-flops, and her pale feet made my heart flutter. The little toes were covered in bright red nail polish. I'm done washing. I was nervous and wanted to leave. Perhaps I was over-nervous, and when I passed by the boss's wife, my elbow accidentally touched a soft mass. The touch for a tenth of a second made my blood pressure soar, and it was as if I had climbed over a hill. Panicked, I ran into the room and locked myself in. Breathing heavily, I blushed, and my arms trembled slightly. The hallway outside was quiet, so quiet that I could hear a pin drop. I calmed my breathing and wondered why the boss lady was taking a bath there. My thoughts were in a mess. I didn't think I would bump into the boss lady in the bathroom. Seeing myself hanging there naked in just a pair of shorts, my heart was beating fast. The boss lady had just seen me. She had seen me completely. What would she think of me looking like this? I think I have a good figure. I'm 1.83 meters tall, with well-proportioned muscles. Since I used to work as a handyman and part-time fitness instructor, I'm quite confident about my figure. These days, I don't have much time for exercise as I follow President Wang around as his driver, but I'm not yet showing signs of a beer belly. Compared to the pot-bellied President Wang, my figure is already very good. My pectoral muscles and abs are quite visible, and my legs are thick enough to give people a sense of security. Exhaling heavily, I was just about to sit down on the bed when there was a light knock on the door. It's you. It's the boss's wife. I suddenly became alert, and while taking a deep breath, I hurriedly opened the door. You forgot your clothes. The boss lady handed me my clothes. Thank you, I said gratefully. Remember to wash the clothes you took off and hang them on the balcony, the boss lady continued. Okay, I nodded in agreement. I cursed myself for being so careless, and when I came back, I forgot to get my clothes. I watched the boss lady leave, and I was a little dazed by her sexy figure. With a small waist and a big butt, tall and plump, such a perfect woman, Mr. Wang, are you really willing to let her go? Just because that fox Fong Ting Ting can give you children? Is it really worth it? What are you looking at? Mr. Wang suddenly appeared in front of me, and the boss lady in my line of sight had long since walked into the bathroom and closed the door. Nothing. I smiled stiffly and hurriedly tried to get dressed. Don't hurry to get dressed, let me take a look. Mr. Wang closed the door and looked me up and down. I took a few awkward steps back, feeling that Wang's gaze was a bit perverted. You're something, with these muscles and this body, wow. Wang crossed his arms, as if I were a work of art. I just ran into the boss lady in the bathroom. I said hastily. How was it? Was it exciting? Wang grinned. Why was the boss lady taking a shower outside? I asked. The room next door is the master bedroom, with its own bathroom. The shower in our place is broken, so we've been taking showers in the bathroom outside for the past 2 days, said Mr. Wang. Hearing this, I understood. I could already guess what had happened from the way he was smiling like a thief. Mr. Wang told me to take a shower at 8:30, and he must have calculated that the boss lady would also be showering at that time, which is why the scene just happened. Did my wife just see you naked? Mr. Wang laughed. I just got out of the shower, and I was wearing shorts, I said. Ah. Mr. Wang looked at me in surprise, then scolded. I said, how come you finished so quickly, just 10 minutes? I usually take a quick shower. I said awkwardly. But it's fine, it's good to leave her in suspense. The fact that she can bring you clothes shows that she's not angry. You're tall and strong, much better built than me, and she hasn't seen a young body for a long time, let alone touched one. Mr. Wang laughed. It's just a bit awkward. I asked, will the boss lady be angry? What's there to be angry about? She wasn't the one looking at you, you were the one looking at her. You're the one who should be angry, Wang Zong said immediately. I felt a little embarrassed when I heard Wang Zong say that. Wang Zong was right, the boss lady should be the one feeling awkward after catching me taking a shower. If I had known the boss lady was going to come in, I would have stripped down to nothing. I was really curious to see her reaction when she saw me. I think I have a good figure, and my crotch is quite well endowed, at least quite a bit more so than Mr. Wang's. Once, Mr. Wang was out socializing and got drunk and had to pee urgently. I helped him, and since it was during the day in the woods by the road, I also witnessed everything when Fong Tingting helped Mr. Wang out. Good boy, being big is really different. Mr. Wang glanced at the root of my thighs, and I was so scared that I quickly covered it with my palm. Don't be shy, you're not a virgin, are you? Mr. Wang laughed. My face turned red and white, and I didn't know how to answer. When I was in school, I had a girlfriend, and I planned to get married after graduation. I didn't expect it to end up breaking up. As for the reason, it was because I couldn't find a good job and couldn't afford a house. When I saw her get into a Mercedes-Benz C-Class, I finally understood the cruelty of reality. Are you really a virgin? Mr. Wang asked. I've been in a relationship, but it ended. I said. Dumped? Wang asked. I nodded. It was a painful past, and I didn't want to reminisce. You were dumped because you had no money, right? Wang said. Wang's gaze was sharp, and he could see right through me from my expression. He continued, the world is very realistic. If you have money, you can call the shots, but if you have no money, you won't even have the minimum dignity, let alone ridiculous love. Is money really that important? I felt like an idiot when I asked this question. Although it is said that money isn't everything, you can't do anything without money. You have to pay for everything in this world, and buying a house or a car doesn't come for free. Do you know how much it costs to get married? How many men have watched their beloved women leave because they have no money? President Wang continued. I was silent when I heard this. President Wang was right. Without money, you don't even have dignity, let alone talk about love. Don't go to bed so early tonight, you'll thank me tomorrow. Wang Zong patted me on the shoulder. I watched Wang Zong leave, thinking about what he had said. He told me not to go to bed so early, could it be that tonight he would? I walked carefully to the door and looked through the crack to the bathroom. The bathroom door was closed, and I knew that the boss's wife was in there taking a shower. Suddenly, the bathroom door opened. Chapter 5 I've been discovered. The image freezes, and a sexy figure wearing a red nightdress walks out. Her hair is damp, her profile is beautiful, her skin is rosy white, she is wiping her hair with a towel, her breasts are proudly full and round, and her slender legs are hanging with water droplets. Boss's wife. I shrugged my Adam's apple and tried to open my eyes wide. The red nightie was a bit see-through, and I could vaguely make out the underwear underneath. I had never seen such a beautiful sight in my dreams, and I wanted to rush up to the boss's wife and embrace her, to experience the true meaning of life. The boss's wife didn't notice me, her gait was very gentle, and with each step, the proud breast swayed slightly. I let out a sigh of relief when I saw the boss's wife enter the room. The few seconds it took for the boss's wife to get out of the shower felt like an eternity to me. I sincerely envy Mr. Wang, who can marry a goddess like the boss. He is a winner in life for me. But when I think that the boss will be abandoned by Mr. Wang, I feel sorry for her again. The boss just reminded me to wash the dirty clothes I took off. Walking into the bathroom, I put the dirty clothes in the sink and started washing them. Summer clothes just need a little detergent and a few scrubs, then rinsed, and don't need to be washed too carefully. When I finished washing the clothes and was about to leave the bathroom, I saw the boss's wife's laundry in the laundry basket. The cheongsam and underwear were in separate baskets, and I ignored the cheongsam and looked at the underwear. This was worn by the boss's wife, and the boss's wife's scent was still on it. Quietly closing the door, I, for some reason, picked up the blue bra. The bra was very big, and I turned it over in my hand and found that it was about the same size as my hand. When I was at school, I loved playing basketball, and I could pick up a basketball with one hand. My palms are big, but now I understand the true quality of the proprietress. People have desires, and even if they get what they want more. For example, my gaze has already fallen on those black underpants. I picked up the pants, my hands shaking terribly. I looked at them carefully, and the image of the proprietress putting them on appeared in my head. Holding them carefully in the palm of my hand, my heart rose to my throat, and my palms began to sweat. The fabric was very smooth, and the pattern on it was very beautiful. Just as I was about to inhale the fragrance, the boss suddenly walked in. The air froze, and I looked at the boss in shock. Her pants were right in front of my nose. Shit! I reacted immediately and hurriedly threw the pants into the laundry basket. The boss was originally wearing a smile, but then her smile quickly faded. She wished she could find a hole to crawl into. I looked at the boss helplessly, my face burning. You! The boss was shaking with anger. I was anxious to defend myself, but I couldn't get the words out. How could I be so stupid? This is the boss's home, and I was smelling the boss's underwear. I'm really fucking sick. No, the bosses can't think of me as a pervert. That's not true, it's a misunderstanding. How could you do that? The boss's face turned red. I want to help you wash the clothes too. I improvised. No, it wasn't improvisation, I was just panicking. How could the boss believe me? The boss didn't say anything, she just kept looking at me, making me feel really uncomfortable. I didn't know how to explain it to her so that she would believe me. I'll go hang the laundry. I was looking for a way out. The boss didn't respond, she just stood there, just looking at me. I picked up the washed clothes, but I didn't dare to even look at the boss lady. I saw her thighs in the corner of my eye, and I noticed a bruise there. Could it be that the boss lady got strangled during sex with Manager Wang? Manager Wang is the pervert. I don't know how he ravished the boss lady. Wantingting was trained by Manager Wang, otherwise she wouldn't have done that in the woods. I ran out of the bathroom, but I slipped and fell to the ground. The pain in my knee made me almost cry. I didn't think I would look so miserable. Xiaoyu, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? Wang Zong heard a noise and came to me. I'm fine. I endured the pain and stood up. You're still saying you're fine? Look at you, your knee is all skinned up. Wang Zong continued. I forced a smile and saw the boss lady standing behind Wang Zong at the bathroom door. The expression on the boss's wife's face was a little complicated. I didn't know what she was thinking, but I knew that at least she wasn't laughing at me. If I had fallen like that outside, I would have probably attracted a lot of ridicule, right? Wife, go get a first aid kit and help you treat the wound, said Wang. The boss's words made the boss's wife look a little unnatural. It seemed like she wanted to say something, but she didn't. Hurry up. The boss took hold of me and helped me into the room. I felt bad. How could I trouble the boss's wife? Will the boss's words just now make the boss's wife unhappy? What's wrong with you? What's going on? The boss asked as he helped me onto the bed. I met the boss's wife when I was doing the laundry in the bathroom just now, and I got a little nervous, so when I came out, I tripped and fell. I said awkwardly. Why are you so nervous? She's not a tigress. The boss said impatiently. I don't know what's going on, I'm fine now. I said. What do you mean? Now you've stumbled onto the perfect opportunity to get closer to my wife. I'm telling you, you must seize the moment. Mr. Wang patted me on the shoulder. Stumbled onto the perfect opportunity? To get closer to the boss's wife? I was thinking about what Mr. Wang had said when I saw the boss's wife appear in front of me with a first aid kit. Yu's knee is cut, so disinfect it for him and hang his clothes up to dry. Mr. Wang said. Okay, the boss's wife agreed, and she placed the first aid kit on the bedside table before picking up my clothes. As I watched the boss's wife walk to the balcony to hang up the laundry, I glanced at the boss. Don't look so distracted. You'll be seeing her every day from now on, the boss said, before leaving the room shortly after. As I watched the door close behind the boss, I looked out onto the balcony again. This was the boss's wife, my goddess, and she was actually hanging up my laundry, especially my underwear, which she had also hung out on the balcony. I never imagined that the boss lady would hang my laundry out to dry for me. What kind of person am I, a migrant worker from the countryside, to deserve such treatment? Does it hurt when you fall? The boss lady came up to me and asked, in a matter-of-fact tone. It's okay. I sat up on the bed and forced a smile. Why did you touch my underwear? The boss lady asked, in a matter-of-fact tone, and took out a bottle of red ointment from her medicine cabinet. I looked at the boss lady in shame. I didn't know how to respond. I just knew that I had to face the music. Chapter 6 Crazy for Love. If my husband knew, he would definitely fire you. The boss continued. I didn't mean to. I said anxiously. No subordinate would dare touch the boss's underwear. Once it happened, they would definitely pack up and leave. But what did the boss mean by saying that? I know it wasn't easy for you, and it won't happen again. The boss said. I won't dare to do it again. I'm sorry. I stuttered. Hearing my words, the boss nodded and took an alcohol swab, dipping it in some red ointment. Eek. I gnashed my teeth. Bear with it. The boss said gently. Seeing the boss treating my wound, I felt very warm, and I found the boss especially gentle. She just said it wasn't easy for me. Does that mean she's forgiven me? Gradually, I began to size up the boss. Her hands were very white and tender, and she was very careful when disinfecting me, afraid of hurting me. Slowly, my gaze began to wander, and my heartbeat quickened. The boss lady had to bend over to disinfect me, and she happened to be wearing a nightie with a heart-shaped neckline. Through the neckline, I saw a deep cleavage, and deeper still, a pair of large, full breasts wrapped in lingerie. So big and so perky. I couldn't help swallowing, and I realized that the boss lady was a sexy woman. A woman like this, if I could be under her, it would be a blessing from many lifetimes. Unconsciously, I felt my lower abdomen burning hot, and I realized that my body had a reaction. This is an indescribable feeling, and I'm just wearing a pair of shorts. What if the boss lady sees it? Okay. The boss lady helped me put on a band-aid and smiled. Thank you. I instinctively responded, unable to take my eyes off her. Just then, the boss's face changed, and she noticed my abnormality. I hurriedly straightened my shorts, anxious. You. The boss covered her chest with both hands and looked pale. Yes, I'm sorry, boss. I said anxiously. Yu Nan, are you sick? How could you be so vulgar? The boss said angrily. I didn't mean it, I'm sorry. I wanted to hold the boss back, but I didn't dare. I was afraid that the boss would get even angrier. You're crazy. The boss left my room very angrily. Standing there in a daze, I wanted to punch this worthless thing out. How could I be so vulgar? How could I have a reaction when the boss was treating my wound? My heart could not calm down for a long time. I wanted to find the boss to explain, but now she had gone back to her room, and I would not have the chance. What should I do? I have given the boss a bad impression. What should I do? Will the boss tell Mr. Wang that I just stole her underwear in the bathroom, and will she tell Mr. Wang that I just had a reaction? Will she tell Mr. Wang to fire me? My heart was filled with mixed emotions. I thought if I told Mr. Wang, he would definitely come looking for me. An hour, 2 hours. Until 11 p.m., I didn't hear anything. Perhaps the boss lady had hidden what had just happened, so Mr. Wang didn't come looking for me. Lying in bed, I couldn't sleep, and my mind was in a mess. Gradually, I remembered Mr. Wang and Fong Tingting during the day, and the scene that happened between Mr. Wang and Fong Tingting in the afternoon in the small forest. Gradually, I seemed to have a reaction. Fong Tingting is about the same age as me, with delicate features, a tall figure, and 2 small fangs when she smiles. When I first met Fong Tingting, I thought she was a pretty and cute girl. Perhaps it was because we were the only 2 people in the company close to the same age. She always liked to talk to me. It wasn't until she became Wang's 3rd wife after taking the position of secretary that I became estranged from her. No, to be precise, it was after Fong Tingting became the mistress that I increasingly disliked her. But the thought of a young and beautiful woman like Fong Tingting being pinned beneath Wang Zong made me inexplicably feel aroused. I couldn't sleep at night, and my hormones filled my brain's nerves. Gradually, I seemed to hear some movement. Just now, Wang Zong told me that tonight would be unforgettable for me. What exactly is it that makes it unforgettable? Just as I was thinking about these things, the movement appeared again. It was the next room. I jumped and sat up straight in bed. I have good hearing, I won't be mistaken, there is movement in the next room. It's Boss Wang and the boss's wife, they haven't gone to bed yet. I got up alertly, and in order to prevent any unusual noises, I deliberately went barefoot and moved closer to the corner by the TV cabinet. My heart was beating faster and faster. I put my ear to the wall and listened, hoping to hear something. Honey, I miss you. Xiaoyu lives next door, it's not good if he hears. It's late, Xiaoyu is already asleep. What if he hears me? I'm getting dry and thirsty from all this continuous dialogue. I notice that President Wang is doing it with the boss lady, and it's just started. Don't scream. Don't do that. Shit. I hear President Wang's voice, and the boss lady is acting very shy. No wonder President Wang said tonight would be unforgettable. It turns out he planned to make some noise for me to hear. He wants me to listen to the room. A rustling sound could be heard, and I could tell they were taking off their clothes. My body was burning with passion, and I gritted my teeth. The boss's wife, such a goddess, was now being. The thought of it made me feel bad, but I was also incredibly excited. I really couldn't help but want to go next door and take a look. The balcony, yes. I thought to myself, and I felt my way over to the balcony. I prayed that the curtains in the next room were not drawn, and I prayed that time would pass slowly. When I arrived on the balcony, a cool breeze sobered me up a little, but at this point, I had to go for broke. This was the only chance I would ever get to see the boss's wife and the boss making out, and I knew I couldn't let this opportunity pass me by. If I gave up now, it would be a regret for the rest of my life. Standing carefully on the railing, I looked across. When I was at school, I was the first in my class at standing long jump with a distance of 2.7 meters. With my skills, it is not difficult to jump to the balcony on the other side. As long as I jump carefully, I will be fine. Facing a cool breeze, I silently recited 3 numbers and took a leap. Chapter 7 The water heater is broken. Pan Yang, I'm coming. Facing the night wind, I jumped to the balcony on the other side with lightning speed, and fell to the ground in a donkey roll. What was that noise? A voice came from the room. It was the boss's voice, and I turned pale when I heard it. If I got caught, I was finished. Huh? The boss's voice was more puzzled. I'll go and have a look, said the boss. Damn, I didn't realize the boss had such good hearing. Nervous, apprehensive, and at a loss, I was like an ant on a hot pan, turning around in a panic. I didn't know how to hide, and there was only a sofa on the balcony. Yes, the sofa. I hurriedly hid behind the sofa, and at that moment, a small wild cat scampered out, startling me. The moment the wild cat appeared, the balcony door opened. I nervously hid in the shadows and looked through the gap between the wall and the sofa. I saw the proprietress come onto the balcony. My heart was pounding, and I was transfixed. Could this be what I could look at? She was practically my white moonlight. So beautiful. So breathtakingly beautiful. The moonlight shone on the boss lady, making her look so sexy and alluring. She was wearing a set of black lace lingerie, with her towering breasts and smooth belly. Her plump, long legs were breathtaking, and her figure and looks would put her in the top 3 at the Victoria's Secret fashion show. What's going on? Mr. Wang walked out. Just as Mr. Wang appeared, the little wildcat meowed and walked out, looking pitifully at the boss lady and Mr. Wang. I was so scared, it turned out to be a cat. The boss lady patted her chest, sending out a ripple. I was so thirsty, I really wished time could stop, so I could rush over, put my arms around her and throw her down on the sofa. Where did this cat come from? It must be in heat. Mr. Wang laughed. What are you talking about? The boss lady gave Mr. Wang a dirty look. Mr. Wang and the boss lady walked into the room the next second, and the balcony door shut again. I let out a careful sigh of relief. Luckily, I didn't get caught. If I did, I'd never be able to explain myself. We're on the balcony, it's not cold outside. It's embarrassing if someone sees us. It's late, there's no one around. No, that's not possible, you was next door, absolutely not. The continuous conversations in the room made me feel uncomfortable. Wang is really bad, he still wants to get the boss lady on the balcony. Cautiously peeking around the sofa, I reached towards the windowsill of the room. Don't be in such a hurry. The sound of the boss's wife's ecstatic voice made me incredibly excited. I leaned against the windowsill and nervously looked in. As I looked, I saw that the boss's wife was lying on top of the boss. The visibility in the room was relatively low, and I could only vaguely see that the boss's wife seemed to have sat up, with a pair of jade hands pressing on the boss's chest. I hate the dark. The dark prevents me from seeing clearly, and the dark shatters my dreams. I tried my best to see clearly, but I just couldn't. Instead, I could hear all kinds of unbearable sounds. I could only vaguely see the outline of the boss's figure. If only I had night vision. After a few minutes, the boss let out a whoops and tightly embraced the boss's figure. Stunned, I watched this scene unfold. Only then did I realize that the boss lacked the vitality of a young person. What a waste of talent. The boss and the boss's wife will never be happy together. I suddenly felt sorry for the boss's wife. The reason for my sympathy had nothing to do with Fongtingting, but was due to the boss's personal physical condition. The two of them soon lay down and there was no more movement. I didn't hurry to leave, as I felt that I had to wait until they were asleep. After about half an hour, I retraced my steps and returned to my balcony. Back in my room, I felt relieved. Tonight was unforgettable for me. I had witnessed what happened between Boss Wang and the boss's wife. Unfortunately, I couldn't see much, which was my biggest regret. Thinking back to the boss's wife, I realized that she was a very liberated woman, especially in the dark of night. I tossed and turned, unable to sleep, until 10 o'clock in the morning, when I finally felt sleepy. In a daze, I had a dream. I dreamed of the boss's wife, of our lovemaking, of how gentle she was. Damn it! I sat bolt upright in bed and realized it was already dawn. Embarrassed, I ran to the bathroom to change my shorts, and I hung the dirty ones on the balcony to wash. I never thought I would dream about the boss's wife. The morning sun shone on my body, as if to tell me that it was all fantasy, and reality was still so cruel. It's almost time for breakfast, let's go to the office early. Wang's voice sounded outside the door. Okay, Mr. Wang. I promised and got dressed. After washing up and going downstairs, I saw some breakfast on the dining table in the lobby. The boss lady was wearing pajamas, her hair a little messy. This was the first time I saw the boss lady without makeup. Even without makeup, her skin was still very good, and when I passed her, I smelled a faint fragrance, a unique smell of her. If you don't have enough poached eggs, just let me know, and have more bacon. The boss lady laughed. Okay. I nodded busily and sat down at the table. The proprietress is so gentle and virtuous. What more could a man want in a wife? Eat more eggs, man. What you eat is what you need. Mr. Wang laughed and sat down opposite me. What are you talking about? The proprietress said. Nothing. Mr. Wang laughed, picked up his chopsticks and started eating. I forced a smile and picked up a poached egg. When I bit into it, the yolk oozed out. It can be said that this is the best poached egg I have ever eaten in my life. Not only was the poached egg delicious, the millet porridge was also well made, and it went down a treat with some pickles. Is your knee okay? The proprietress sat down opposite me and said with a smile. It's fine, I said. The proprietress nodded and joined us in eating. Watching the proprietress chew slowly, I was reminded of the scene I saw on the balcony last night. My heart beat faster again, thinking that it would be nice if it were me. Before I knew it, my lower abdomen was burning with passion. I finished eating. I put down my chopsticks and wiped my mouth. Are you full? The proprietress asked. I nodded bashfully, and happened to see that my shoelace was untied. Subconsciously bending down, I saw the proprietress's long legs under the table. These legs were slightly open, and a glimpse of spring light could be seen from the hem of the skirt, but the proprietress suddenly closed her legs together, and her knees were slightly bruised. Looking up, I noticed that the boss's face was a little red. Did she discover my motives? Husband, have someone fix the shower in the room. It's not convenient for us to shower in the bathroom outside, the boss suddenly said. I'll leave this to you, Wang said lightly. Oh. Although I was a little confused, Wang's words were like imperial edicts. My salary for this month was about to be paid, and I had to listen to Wang. Chapter 8 She was doing yoga. Xiaoyu can repair the water heater? The boss's wife said in surprise. His previous job was to install water heaters at home, said Mr. Wang. You used to do this? The boss's wife asked me. Seeing that the boss's wife was asking, I hurriedly said, yes, I did it for a while. I've never done this before, but since Mr. Wang said so, I have to cooperate, even though I don't know how to fix a broken water heater. You see, I told you Xiaoyu would be able to do it, Mr. Wang laughed. When will it be fixed? The boss's wife asked. I could tell that the boss's wife was very concerned about fixing the water heater. I could tell that she didn't want to take a shower in the bathroom outside. After all, I would also use that bathroom, and it would be embarrassing if I ran into her. In the afternoon, Xiaoyu will take me to the office in the morning, and he will be free in the afternoon, Wang Zeng said. Okay. The boss's wife nodded. This matter was settled, and after eating, I took Wang Zeng to the company and rushed over. Later, you will take me to the company and go straight back, Mr. Wang said. I thought we agreed to go in the afternoon. Why are we going back so soon? I asked, puzzled. My wife does yoga every morning, basically from 9 to 10 o'clock. You'll see her in her yoga pants. Mr. Wang grinned. I was speechless. I didn't realize Mr. Wang had planned this. Yoga pants? I've never seen my wife in yoga pants before. I guess I'll probably get a nosebleed. I really didn't dare imagine my wife doing yoga. Are you looking forward to it? Let me tell you, my wife has very flexible ligaments, so if you can manage it, you can unlock a lot of tricks for her. Mr. Wang continued. But Mr. Wang, I don't know how to fix a water heater. What if I can't fix it later? I asked. I don't know how to fix a water heater. Mr. Wang is making things difficult for me by asking me to do it. If I can't fix it later, I'll make a fool of myself in front of the boss's wife. The shower head of the water heater is blocked by me. As long as I change the shower head and hose, it will be fine. Don't tell me you don't even know how to do that? Wang always laughed. Oh. I nodded subconsciously. The stuff is in the trunk. If my wife asks, just tell her I told you to go back. Wang always continued. But that's not right, Mr. Wang. I don't even know where the water heater is broken. If I suddenly change the hose, the boss will definitely find it suspicious. I said. I believe that the boss is a careful woman. If I do this, she will definitely find out. If she asks, what am I going to say? You figure it out yourself. I don't have the heart to think about it. Mr. Wang closed his eyes and stopped talking. I looked at Mr. Wang in the rearview mirror and my heart was pounding. The car arrived at the company half an hour later. Mr. Wang got out of the car and walked towards the front door. Seeing Mr. Wang walk into the company, I opened the trunk. It turned out that there was a brand new shower head and stainless steel hose in the trunk, and there were even all the necessary tools. It seemed that Mr. Wang had been well prepared. I had promised Mr. Wang before work yesterday, but these things had been prepared in advance. Mr. Wang was really extraordinary. It seemed that he had known I would agree. I closed the trunk, got into the car, and just as I was about to drive out of the company, I saw a white Mercedes-Benz C drive into the company. Fan Tingting actually drove a Mercedes-Benz. This car looks brand new. With Fan Tingting's salary, how can she afford a Mercedes-Benz? I vaguely remember Fan Tingting mentioning to Wang that she liked Mercedes-Benz cars, and Wang just laughed at the time. I didn't expect him to buy her a car so soon. Fan Tingting was dressed to kill. She got out of the car and walked into the office carrying her new bag from yesterday. She looked like a proud princess. This money is too easy to make, isn't it? Can you become a winner in life just by being pretty? Watching Fan Tingting's smug look, I opened the door and drove off with the accelerator. A Mercedes-Benz C costs at least 300,000 yuan, which is unthinkable with my current income. I earn 6,000 yuan a month, which is just over 70,000 yuan a year. Earning 70,000 yuan is not the same as saving 70,000 yuan. If I save frugally and save 40,000 yuan a year, it will take 7 years to afford this car. There are only a few 7-year periods in life, and this car alone is the ceiling for ordinary people. No wonder Fan Tingting is so attached to President Wang. As long as she stays with him, she can save decades of hard work. Now it's a car, and she'll probably get a house too. She'll be a rich woman for sure. No wonder Fan Tingting is so arrogant at work. She does have something to brag about. The car drove all the way to President Wang's house. I started feeling sorry for the boss's wife. This money should have been hers, but now it's been split up. When we returned to Mr. Wang's house, I saw the boss's wife as soon as I got out of the car. Xiaoyu, why are you back so soon? The boss's wife was standing on the balcony. She had obviously heard a noise. Sure enough, the boss's wife was practicing yoga at home. In pink sports bra and white yoga pants, the boss's wife's outfit almost made me stare in awe. If it weren't for the distance, I would have really wanted to take a closer look. Mr. Wang said he didn't have anything to do in the morning, so he told me to go home and fix the water heater first. I said, "You can come up." The boss nodded. I walked into the hall and soon after, I was in the boss's room. The last time I was in the boss's room was when the boss was drunk and I carried him back. I remember that day the boss wiped the sweat off my face and said she was bothering me. I noticed a yoga mat on the floor, and the boss's face was flushed, with sweat beads at the temples. The tight yoga pants showed off the boss's beauty, and her plump but made me look twice. The pink sports bra was a little sweaty, so I could tell that she had sweated a lot. As for the fullness of her breasts, it was almost palpable. "You, come take a look." When the boss saw me, she hurriedly led me into the bathroom. Following behind her, I looked at her willowy waist and thought how nice it would be to embrace her from behind. As I walked into the bathroom, I immediately saw the shower. "The shower just won't work, you have to help me." The boss stood with her arms folded. "Okay." I agreed and walked into the shower. Is this where the boss usually takes her showers? My breathing became heavy. This is not the place for me. If it weren't for Mr. Wang giving me this opportunity, I wouldn't even be able to set foot in this door. This is the shower's on-off switch, it's no use no matter what I do. The boss continued. I came back and turned the faucet, then picked up the shower head and looked at it. "What do you think?" the boss lady asked. It felt like the air had frozen. I was very close to the boss lady, I could smell the sweat on her body, and this smell filled my brain's nerves. I subconsciously glanced at the boss lady's crotch, and my heart jerked. Chapter 9 I'm sorry. Vori, why is the boss's wife so sexy? This glance can be recorded in history, and the boss's wife's sexiness has already branded my heart. I opened it and took a look. I said. The boss's wife nodded, she wasn't in a hurry to leave, but watched by my side. I removed the shower head and then the water pipe. "Is it broken?" the boss's wife asked. I turned on the tap and water came out. I was sure that Mr. Wang had done it on purpose. Mr. Wang had planned everything down to the last detail, and he had started planning several days ago. I had the right hoses and shower head in the car, so I took them and replaced them. I said. "Then you do it, I still have a few more things to do," the boss's wife said, and she left the bathroom. When I walked out of the bathroom, I saw the boss's wife continuing her yoga practice. Her graceful figure was a beautiful sight. I took the tools and accessories from the car and returned to the boss's wife's room. I froze as soon as I entered the room. I saw the boss kneeling on the floor, maintaining a kneeling position with her hands stretched out flat on the yoga mat, her breasts almost deformed, and her sexy buttocks facing me. I shrugged my Adam's apple and tried to remain as calm as possible. The view was beautiful, but I needed to restrain myself. Entering the bathroom, I soon connected the water hose to the shower head. "Is it ready?" the boss walked into the shower. She was very concerned about the shower, and she obviously didn't want to shower in the bathroom outside. I was a little disappointed, because if the boss took a shower in the room, I wouldn't be able to see her in the bathroom outside. "It's ready," I said. "I'll try it," the boss said as she turned on the water. Too late, the shower head sprayed water all over the boss and me. "Ah," the boss let out a scream, she was soaked to the bone, and her breasts swayed continuously. I quickly turned it off, but by then the boss lady was already soaked to the skin, her sports bra and yoga pants already damp. Because of the tight clothes, I could see the boss lady's inner contours more clearly. "Are you okay?" I asked anxiously. "It's nothing." The boss lady's cheeks were flushed, and she avoided my gaze as she tried to walk out, but just then, she slipped on the floor. This fall must be landing on the back of her head, so I quickly reached out to catch her. The air froze, and I held my boss like this, my hands clasped around her chest. So big, so soft. My heart was pounding, I never thought I would have this moment with my boss. "Oops, you." My boss stood up, she broke free in an instant, blushing all the way up to her neck. I looked at my boss awkwardly. It seemed like a dream just now, I never thought my boss would have such assets. "You." The boss's wife's gaze fixed on the bulge in my trousers. My trousers had already put up a tent, and I wished I could find a hole to crawl through. "Yu Nan." "You." The boss's wife was shaking with anger. "Yes, I'm sorry." I was so embarrassed, I didn't know what to do. Facing the boss's wife, I couldn't stay calm. Just now, through no fault of my own, I had an intimate encounter with the boss's wife, and my instinctive reaction was out of control. How can you be so vulgar? The boss's wife was infuriated, stamping her feet in place. I don't know how to explain it. I never thought fixing a shower would be so embarrassing. Get out of here. The boss continued. Oh. I grabbed my tools and left this place of trouble in a flustered state. As I walked out of the boss's room, I hated myself and wanted to slap myself, calling myself a wimp. I'm a man who stands up for himself. I'm not a wimp or a sissy. Why did I feel so guilty when facing the boss? What was I actually feeling guilty about? Just as I was thinking about whether I should go back to the company right away, I heard some footsteps, and then the footsteps entered the bathroom. Within a few minutes, the sound of water dripping could be heard from the bathroom. The boss was taking a shower. The image of the boss taking a shower suddenly appeared in my mind. If I rushed into the bathroom now, the boss would definitely be seen by me. There was no way she could resist when facing me. I just had to think that she was mine, and there was no dispute about that. Yu Nan, what are you thinking? This is a crime, it is not allowed, there are laws in this world. There were two voices in my head, and I ultimately chose the side of reason. Just as I was thinking about these things, President Wang's phone rang. Hello, President Wang. I picked up the phone. Is it convenient to talk? President Wang continued. I nodded. What's the situation now? How's the progress? President Wang asked. I told Mr. Wang everything that had happened, except for the incident with the boss's wife falling. You said she's in the shower now? It's been a few minutes, Mr. Wang asked. Yes, she just went in the shower, I said. When she comes out of the shower, talk to her more, Mr. Wang said. Huh? Is that a good idea? I hesitated. You just fixed the shower, she must have a good impression of you. I'll tell you, relationships need to be nurtured. It's summer, wear less and go approach her. Wang continued. I'll try, I said. That's all for now, Wang concluded. As soon as I hung up the phone, I went back to my room and opened the closet. I'll wear a shirt and trousers when I go to the office in the morning. Boss Wang told me to wear less, so I'll wear a tight-fitting vest and some casual shorts. I thought, and hurried to the bathroom to change. Looking at my reflection in the mirror, I let out a small breath. When I heard the sound of a hairdryer in the boss's room, I knew she had finished showering. Timing it just right, I walked into the boss's room. The boss lady was wearing a black nightdress, and because the fabric of the dress was a bit see-through, I could faintly see the red underwear underneath. Why haven't you left yet? The boss lady frowned when she saw me. I came to apologize. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I stammered. The boss lady's legs were so white, and this kind of nightdress with a hemline that didn't reach the knees was so seductive. If only I could lift it up and go lightly sniff that hint of fragrance. I just tripped and fell, but fortunately you helped me up. I don't blame you, and I'm sure you didn't do it on purpose, said the boss's wife. Oh. I nodded. Don't you need to go to the office? The boss's wife continued. I'll go to the office now. I forced a smile. The boss's wife had given me the order to leave, and if I didn't go, I would be acting unbecoming. I sighed helplessly as I walked downstairs and got into the car. It seemed that the boss's wife had no feelings for me, and she hadn't even looked at me. I'm quite confident in my figure and looks, but the boss's disregard just now made me feel defeated. As soon as I started the car, I heard a shout. Xiao Yu, wait. I turned off the car and got out. Come up here for a second. The boss waved at me from the balcony. From this angle, I happened to be able to see a glimpse of her skirt. Okay. My eyes lit up. Chapter 10 Why are you so timid? Does the boss lady need my help with something? She's wearing a sexy nightie, and we're alone together, so can't we spark some romance? When I arrived at the boss lady's room, I saw her come up to me, holding a pill bottle in her hand. What is this? I asked, surprised. My husband said he had a dinner engagement tonight, and this is an anti-hangover pill. When you let him take one after work, leave the bottle in the car. Okay. I nodded in agreement. The boss's wife was thinking about Mr. Wang, I was just being paranoid. After all, they had just made love last night, and it was only natural that the boss's wife would be concerned about Mr. Wang. Come back early tonight, the boss's wife continued. I glanced at the boss's wife and nodded before leaving. Tonight, Mr. Wang didn't have any social engagements, he was going to show Fong Tingting some properties. Upon arriving at the company, I went to the driver's office. Before I could even take a sip of water, I saw Fong Tingting strutting in. Fong Tingting was dressed casually, in a bohemian-style long skirt, with a pair of sunglasses and a pair of high heels, looking like a goddess. She was in a very good mood, holding a cup of bawang cha in her hand, slowly sucking on it with her small mouth. This small mouth really knows how to suck, no wonder Mr. Wang is enchanted. I thought to myself, not wanting to pay any attention to Fong Tingting. It's rare to see you wearing a vest, you have a good figure. Fong Tingting laughed. Is there something the matter? I said indifferently. Since Fong Tingting became Mr. Wang's mistress, I have kept my distance from her. I know the saying never bully the boss's mistress. Did you see everything yesterday? Fong Tingting asked. I don't know what you're talking about. I said. Were you peeping in the woods yesterday afternoon? Fong Tingting put her milk tea aside, rested her hand on the table, and looked at me. What a flirt! I accidentally noticed the cleavage in Fong Tingting's neckline, and said, I'm not interested in seeing this. You must really want me to serve you like I served Mr. Wang. Fong Tingting walked around in front of me and suddenly squatted down with her legs together. This angle allows a clearer view of her neckline, and that flash of spring light really has the capital to be proud of. Fong Tingting, please be careful what you say. I said unhappily. What's wrong with the way I speak? Why are you so timid? Fong Tingting sneered, and her delicate hands suddenly rested on my thighs. Looking at Fong Tingting's sexy lips, I remembered the scene I saw in the grove yesterday afternoon. Do you like me? Fong Tingting bit her lip. I don't like it. I rolled my eyes. Seeing my reaction, Fong Tingting laughed, giggled, and pointed at me and laughed. Yu Nan, don't pretend, look at what you've become. I looked down and my face flushed, swish, and I couldn't believe that I had an uncontrollable reaction. How can this woman be so shameless, teasing even me, the driver? Isn't she afraid of being found out by President Wang? I know you're single, you must be dying for a girlfriend, right? Fong Tingting laughed. Fong Tingting, watch your tongue. I warned her. You're right, with your 5,000 yuan a month salary, you don't have any money for a girlfriend, you have to rent a place and send money home. Fong Tingting continued. That's enough. I snapped. Aren't you envious of me? Fong Tingting took a sip of her milk tea and continued, the Mercedes in the parking lot outside is mine, and President Wang has even bought me a house. Do you know about the Nanjiao Yi Pin? The 150 square meter house is in my name. You're amazing, okay? I said. You can do it too, you're so handsome, just find a rich woman. Fong Tingting smiled, looked at me for a while, and then said, why don't I support you? I'll pay you 5,000 yuan a month. That way, you'll make 10,000 yuan a month, including your driver's salary. You'll support me? I frowned. Are you tempted? Fong Tingting laughed. Go back to what you were doing. I pouted. Ha 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 ha. Fong Tingting laughed, walked the catwalk, and soon left my office. Fong Tingting, you can brag all you want. I gritted my teeth, but after a few minutes, I frowned. Did Fong Tingting just joke? Or was she telling the truth? What made my heart beat was not the 5,000 yuan she was going to pay me every month, but the fact that she said she would support me. It was immoral to go behind Mr. Wang's back and be with Fong Tingting, but it was very exciting to think about it. Especially after what I saw in the woods yesterday, if Fong Tingting also helped me out, just thinking about it. I really couldn't hold back anymore. I took 2 paper towels from the desk and locked the office door. I've seen too much in the past 2 days. First, it was President Wang and the boss's wife last night, and then today, Fong Tingting seduced me. I turned on my phone and clicked on a little movie. Just as I reached the climax, my phone suddenly rang. I was so startled that I hurriedly pulled up my pants. Hello, boss. I answered the phone. Are you at the office? President Wang asked. Yes, I said. Have you made any progress with my wife? President Wang asked. It's not that fast, I said awkwardly. I can't wait, and neither can Fong Tingting's stomach. Wang reminded me. I'll do my best, I said. If you can't do it, I'll find someone else. Wang said hurriedly. As soon as I heard that I would be replaced, I said hurriedly, Boss, don't worry, I will definitely try my best. Pick me up at the front of the company at 1 p.m., Wang continued. Promising Wang, I hung up the phone and clicked on the little movie again. Just when I was halfway through and the moment was getting exciting, suddenly there was a sound of someone twisting the doorknob. Who is it? I opened the door angrily. Why did you lock the door? Fong Tingting walked into the office. Why is it you again? I blinked my eyes a little, and was glad that I had locked the door, or else it would be over. What are you doing with the tissue? Fong Tingting frowned, and gradually a smile crept onto the corner of her mouth. I have a cold, so it's okay, isn't it? I argued. Why is it so high? Fong Tingting's smile grew wider, and her gaze fixed on my private area. Chapter 11 A woman's heart is hot and passionate. I can't? I argued. You're watching a little movie, aren't you? Fong Tingting laughed. No, don't say that. I denied. Hearing my words, Fong Tingting sat down on the sofa in front of me. She crossed one leg, and the spring light under her skirt was faintly revealed. You're not going to take a beautiful woman like me, just watch a little movie? Fong Tingting sucked her fingernails. Fong Tingting's fingernails are very beautiful, with pink petals stuck on them, as if to tell me that she is pink. Don't talk nonsense, I have to go to the door to pick up Mr. Wang later, I don't have time to chat with you. I said. Really? Fong Tingting smiled and then said, I'll say you're really stupid or pretending to be stupid. Mr. Wang has to go back to his wife in the evening, how can he have time to come to my place at night? If you want, you can come to my house. What? My face changed and my heartbeat accelerated. Is Fong Tingting crazy? She actually really wants to cheat on Mr. Wang with me. If he finds out, won't her plan be in vain? This woman deliberately manipulated the condom in order to get Mr. Wang to divorce and marry her. Her purpose is very obvious. Now that Mr. Wang has bought her a house and a car, what else does she want? Are you worried that I'm pregnant and it's inconvenient to be with you? Fong Tingting continued. I told you I'm not interested in you, so don't talk nonsense. I said hurriedly. I do have concerns about Fong Tingting getting pregnant, but even if she's not pregnant, it's unlikely. I'm just a worker, and the most important thing for me is to work and earn money. How could I have the heart to play with women like Mr. Wang? I can't afford to, and I dare not. Look at you, so nervous. You're so boring. Fong Tingting stood up from the sofa. As she walked out of the office, it seemed as if she had thought of something. By the way, don't tell anyone what I just told you, or you'll lose your job. I didn't respond to Fong Tingting. She thought I was stupid, how could I possibly tell? If I did, I'd be walking into the lion's den. Even if Wang always believed her, she would never believe me. At 3 p.m., I picked up Wang at the company entrance on time. As soon as Wang got in the car, he told me to go to Yipin in the southern suburbs. This is a high-end residential area, with an average price of 21,000 yuan per square meter. A 150 square meter house would cost 3 million yuan. Boss, the boss's wife just gave me a pack of hangover medicine. She told you to take one when you entertain tonight. I said. Today we're going to look at a house, and then go out to dinner afterwards. We'll be home by 9 o'clock. Wang said. I nodded. Does my wife look good in yoga pants? Wang continued. She looks good. I said. Hurry up, Fong Tingting's stomach can't wait. Wang said. I know. I nodded in agreement. 20 minutes later, the car arrived at the building entrance of the new house. I watched Wang get out of the car and then parked the car in the parking space. 5 minutes later, I met Fong Tingting. Fong Tingting got out of the Mercedes-Benz as soon as it stopped. She was in a very good mood. She walked briskly, glanced at me as she passed by, and then walked into the building. I don't know what Mr. Wang and Fong Tingting were doing in the house, but when they appeared in my line of sight again, I saw that Fong Tingting's knees were red. Go to Wanda Plaza. Mr. Wang and Fong Tingting got into the car and said to me. Okay. I started the car and drove past the nearby shopping mall. In the rearview mirror, Fong Tingting was holding onto Mr. Wang. At this point, she seemed to have succeeded in climbing the social ladder. In her early 20s, with a car and an apartment, she is indeed a winner in life, but this woman's happiness is based on breaking up other people's families. Arriving at the mall, Fong Tingting took Wang Zong into a jewelry store. Wang Zong had just bought Fong Tingting a bag yesterday, and now he was buying jewelry again. Gold necklaces, gold bracelets, gold rings and gold earrings, these things cost 50 or 60,000 yuan. Wang Zong also took Fong Tingting to buy clothes before finally entering a restaurant. I had a light meal at a snack bar and waited outside the restaurant. Just then, the boss's wife called. Hello? I picked up the phone. Is your boss drunk? Why didn't he answer my call? The boss's wife asked. The boss is talking business with a client, so he can't answer the phone, I said. Remind him to drink less, the boss's wife continued. Okay, boss's wife. I promised and hung up the phone. Looking at the restaurant, where Mr. Wang was laughing and chatting with Fong Tingting, I stood up. I walked into the restaurant with mixed feelings. Mr. Wang has a virtuous wife waiting for him at home, but he is having an affair with a younger woman, and he even bought her a car, a house, and all kinds of luxury goods. I felt sorry for the boss's wife from the bottom of my heart, but there was nothing I could do. I didn't realize until now that the boss's wife had to divorce Mr. Wang. Such a man is not worth her trust. You believe me now, don't you? Fong Tingting said, pointing to the test report on the table. One pregnancy is two, you are really my lucky star. Wang always had a look of excitement on his face. I haven't checked if they are twins yet, I will tomorrow, Fong Tingting said halfway through, and she put away the test report. What's wrong? Wang always looked at me. The boss lady just called, asking why you weren't answering the phone, and she told you to drink less. I leaned closer to Wang always. Why is this woman so troublesome? I already said that I was out talking business with a client, don't disturb me. President Wang picked up his wine glass and gulped it down. I looked at President Wang and Fong Tingting awkwardly. You go wait in the underground garage, we'll be down in a bit, President Wang continued. Promising President Wang, I left the restaurant. In the underground garage, I took out a cigarette and lit it, thinking that President Wang and the boss's wife were definitely getting a divorce, and Fong Tingting was pregnant with twins, so President Wang would never let her have an abortion. Can you stop bothering me? How many times do I have to tell you, we're breaking up? Lily, we agreed, right? The house and the wedding are not an issue. Are you sick? Buying a house on credit is an issue? The new house is only 80 square meters. Are you kidding me? And my mother said the bride price is 580,000 yuan. You told me your family has no money and the bride price can only be 200,000 yuan. Why didn't you say so earlier? Why did you delay me? My parents are both ordinary employees, where would they get that kind of money from? I'll work hard in the future, can't I just work hard and earn money? Look at you, driving a broken Volkswagen worth 100,000, I'm ashamed of you. My best friend's boyfriend drives an Audi A6, do you know what an Audi A6 is? There was a sound of arguing, I turned around and saw a familiar face. Suly, my university classmate in the former class flower. Suly, who was still arguing with a man, looked at me and her face showed surprise. I threw away a cigarette and hurriedly got into the car. Yu Nan? Why are you here? Suly walked up to the car window and looked at me with a puzzled expression. Chapter 12 Don't mess it up. When I was at school, it was an indisputable fact that my family was poor, but today I'm sitting in a BMW, which any old classmate would find incredible. This is no ordinary BMW, it's a BMW 7 Series, worth over $1 million, and even more luxurious than an Audi A6. I'm out for a stroll. I try to calm down and start the car. This BMW isn't mine, I don't want to cause an embarrassing scene. I just heard Suly's words of contempt for her boyfriend, and he's looking at me. See, my classmate is driving a big BMW, now you know how incompetent you are, right? Suly turned around and said to the man. The man's face turned red. He wanted to say something, but in the end he drove off in his Volkswagen and left the underground garage. Thank you, Yu Nan. Suly said hurriedly as she saw her boyfriend leave. It was only then that I started to take a look at Suly. Today, Suly was wearing a beige wrap skirt, and since the hem of the skirt didn't reach her knees, you could see a pair of plump, long legs. Her long hair was still flowing around her, and she was carrying a designer bag over her arm. Her curvy figure and wavy curls made my heart beat a little faster. Why are you here? I asked. I live nearby. I work in sales for a company. What about you? Suly smiled. Me? I frowned. Yes, what have you been doing lately? Suly asked curiously. I'm just a wage earner. What can I do? I said. Upon hearing my words, Suly frowned. She said, You're being too humble. How can someone who drives a BMW say they're a wage earner? You're really something, graduating 2 years ago and already driving a BMW. I really am a wage earner. I said awkwardly. Can you take me home? I live alone, Suly said. Ha? My brain suddenly shut down. Suly always gave me the impression of being aloof. When she was in college, she was chased by many people. A poor loser like me, she simply didn't bother to pay any attention to. I never thought she would let me take her home. You're not getting married, are you? Suly continued. No, I'm single. I said hurriedly. Then you can walk me home. Suly said, and suddenly opened the passenger door and got in. My heart was beating fast. I didn't expect Suly to be so proactive. Was she still the same arrogant goddess she used to be? Sure enough, money can do whatever you want. A woman like Suly is a goddess in the eyes of ordinary people, but in the eyes of the rich, she might just be a plaything. I live in Ipin, in the southern suburbs, Suly urged. For some reason, I gunned the engine and drove off. As soon as I left the underground car park, I regretted it. Mr. Wang had asked me to wait for him in the underground car park, but I wanted to impress her, so I offered to walk the former goddess home. As I watched Suly next to me, opening her bag to touch up her makeup, we didn't say a word the whole way. Instead, Suly started chatting about the old days at school. Yu Nan, you really have changed a lot. How come I never noticed before? I remember your hometown was in the countryside, right? Suly said. Well. I nodded, thinking about the car reaching its destination sooner. What kind of business are you in now? You haven't given me any news in the past 2 years. How have you been? Suly continued. In the past 2 years, I've worked as a construction worker, a part-time fitness instructor, and now I'm still a driver. How can I have the face to contact my old classmates? I felt bitter in my heart. How can I compare with you city classmates? Just leave it at that. I said vaguely. Hearing this, Suly looked at me in surprise. She took out her phone and took a few selfies, then said, You're just as introverted as you were in school. Your neighborhood is just up ahead, I'll stop at the entrance, I said. My home is on the 10th floor of the first building at the entrance to the neighborhood. Do you want to come over? Suly said. Is that a good idea? I coughed, and in the corner of my eye I saw Suly's snow-white thighs. I live alone, you can come and see the place. Suly continued. No, I have something else to do tonight. I pulled up to the entrance of the residential compound and pulled over. I couldn't forget the look in Suly's eyes when she got out of the car. She looked surprised, as if I had changed beyond recognition, or perhaps I was very unfamiliar to her. Okay, can I have your WeChat? Suly forced a smile. Okay. I agreed. After exchanging WeChat IDs, I hit the accelerator and disappeared from the entrance to the residential compound. In the rearview mirror, I saw Suly standing in the same spot for 5 or 6 seconds. Soon, I returned to the underground car park of the shopping mall. As soon as the car came to a stop, I saw President Wang and Fongtingting walking over. I opened the car door and watched as President Wang and Fongtingting got in before driving off. What's that wonderful smell? President Wang frowned. Really? Fongtingting frowned, trying to smell. My heart was beating fast. It was the smell of Suly's dying breath in the car. I forgot to ventilate the car. You, take Secretary Fong home first. Wang said. Okay. I nodded. After finally delivering Fongtingting to the corridor of her building, I hurried home with Wang. How did you like the neighborhood? Wang asked. It's pretty good. Secretary Fong can move in tomorrow, so you need to help her move tomorrow. Mr. Wang continued. I understand. I nodded in agreement. Fongtingting is so lucky, she's going to live in a big house soon, a 150 square meter house all by herself. What else did my wife say when she called you? Mr. Wang suddenly changed the subject. The boss lady told you to drink less, and I just told her you were entertaining guests, that's all. I said. Okay, I'll create an opportunity for you tonight, and we'll see what you can do, said Mr. Wang. Create an opportunity for me tonight? What did Mr. Wang mean? Could it be that tonight I could have further contact with the boss's wife? In the middle of the night, while the boss's wife was asleep, Mr. Wang sneaked out and replaced me, and then I cooked with the boss's wife in the dark? No. How could this be possible? If the boss's wife found out it was me, she would definitely call the police. How could such a stupid idea come from a big boss like Mr. Wang? You have to cooperate with me in the acting later, don't mess it up. Wang Zong reminded. Okay, boss. I promised. The car drove into the villa, and I saw the lights in the hall on. The proprietress was sitting on the sofa. She saw our car and hurriedly came out to greet us. Hubby, you're not drunk, are you? The proprietress came to the car. No, the client originally said they wanted to go to a karaoke bar together, but I said I wanted to go home to my wife, so they let me off. Wang Zong laughed. Is this not very good? Did I interrupt you? The boss's wife asked. They are regular customers, and they know I take care of my family. The boss said as he took the boss's wife by the hand and walked into the villa hall. Looking at the boss's wife's curvy figure, I followed silently. Chapter 13, Walking on Thin Ice. When I arrived in the hall, I saw the proprietress preparing a tea to help Mr. Wang sober up. Her thoughtfulness made me want to hit someone. What a good woman, but unfortunately she met the wrong person and married this scum Mr. Wang. Xiao you must be tired today, go to bed early, the proprietress said, looking at me. Okay, I nodded, knowing that this was Mr. Wang in the proprietress's world, and I was not welcome here. I walked up the stairs without forgetting to look back. The boss's wife was giving the boss a shoulder massage. Her gentle tone of voice contrasted sharply with the boss's actions. The boss showed no sign of remorse. What kind of man could be so heartless? The boss and the boss's wife had been married for 10 years. Did they really have no feelings for each other? Because of that vixen Fong Tingting? So the boss just had to play the field? When I arrived at my room, I went out onto the balcony to hang up the laundry. Under the night sky, the light from the balcony next door was on, and the boss's wife's underwear was still hanging there, but not the same set as last night. Just as I was thinking about these things, my phone vibrated. I opened it and saw that Fong Tingting had sent me a WeChat message. Holy shit! My eyes widened. It was a selfie, and in the photo Fong Tingting had just finished taking a shower, her hair was still damp, and she was wearing a lace nightie. The neckline of the nightie is quite low, so you can see her deep cleavage, and it seems like she's wearing nothing underneath. Do you like it? What are you doing alone in your rented room? Do you want to come over to my place? Fong Tingting asked me directly in a voice message. Fong Tingting didn't know that I was living in President Wang's house, and she didn't know that President Wang had asked me to seduce the boss's wife. She was so bold as to seduce me behind President Wang's back. Are you sick? Don't scratch in front of me. I replied. I didn't feel attracted to Fong Tingting. Although this woman was not old, I knew she was a scheming bitch. If I got close to her, I would be played to death without knowing it. Yu Nan, what are you pretending to be high and mighty for? Don't think I don't know. You will definitely save my photo later, Fong Tingting said. Boring. I responded. I know you look down on me, so be it. But let me tell you, my family is hoping that I will make it big. I still have younger siblings to support. If I don't climb up the social ladder, who will pay for their school fees and living expenses? My parents are farmers, and they have already done their best to raise us 3 children. Fong Tingting continued. I don't look down on you. Everyone has their own path. Mind your own business. I said. I really despise Fong Tingting from the bottom of my heart. I think she used her beauty to get ahead. She is a mistress, a third party, and she has broken up a happy family. But on the other hand, as the saying goes, flies don't bite seamless eggs. Even if Fong Tingting doesn't appear, I believe there will be other women. After all, the boss's wife can't have children. The boss's wife can't have children? I suddenly feel a little strange. President Wang said that he has been with the boss's wife for 10 years and they can't have children, but when he is with Fong Tingting gets pregnant. Doesn't this fully show that the boss's wife can't have children? But the boss looks very healthy, so why can't she have children? Mr. Wang said that you will help me move tomorrow, so don't forget to be on call. Fong Tingting said. I know. I promised, and deleted the chat box with Fongtingting. Suddenly, I regretted a little, because I hadn't enlarged and looked closely at the photo Fongtingting had just sent me. What are you thinking about? I scolded myself inwardly for being so unmotivated, and just happened to see Suly's WeChat. Suly's WeChat name is Disney's Runaway Princess. I don't know why she chose that name. Her profile picture is a pink, violent bear, which looks a bit cute. Driven by curiosity, I clicked on Suly's circle of friends. As soon as I did, I saw a lot of life records. Suly's circle of friends either shows selfies, food, or photos from trips. One of the 9 grid photos was taken at the beach, and when I clicked on the photo, I saw Suly wearing a sexy swimsuit. Oh my god! The swimsuit is so revealing on Suly. How can she post a photo of herself in a skimpy swimsuit to her circle of friends? What was she thinking? If I were Suly's boyfriend, I definitely wouldn't be able to stand it if she posted things like this to her circle of friends. Unfortunately, the guy didn't have a say in Suly's life, so it's no wonder she broke up with him. Scrolling down through the circle of friends, I saw another university classmate. Wang, Suly's best friend from university, had a photo with Suly from a meal they had together at a restaurant. Does Wang also work in this city? I put a question mark in my mind, and before I continue to scroll down, the door opens. Why haven't you taken a shower yet? Wang always asks as soon as he enters the room. I'll shower later. I put away my phone. What do you mean later, you'll shower now? Wang always is impatient. Seeing Wang always' anxious expression, I quickly take out my pajamas from the closet. Wang always' words are like imperial edicts, I'll do whatever he tells me to do, tomorrow is payday. I'll come find you after I'm done. Wang Zong patted me on the shoulder. Okay. I quickly left the room and went into the bathroom. With the experience from last night, I took a quick shower tonight, and in about 10 minutes, I was clean and had hung the laundry out on the balcony. Don? Wang Zong walked into the room. I nodded. I was now wearing a tank top and shorts and was wearing a pair of flip-flops. Later, you'll come into the room with me, and you'll hide under the bed, Wang Zong said softly. Huh? I was taken aback. Hide under the bed of the boss and his wife? Did I hear him right? What did the boss want? Why did he want me to do that? Huh? What? Later, I'll let you touch my wife. The boss continued. Touch the boss's wife? Boss, are you kidding? What if the boss's wife finds out? I said nervously. When I was fixing the water heater during the day, I accidentally touched the boss's wife, and the feeling was so good that it made me feel like I was on top of the world. And tonight, the boss's wife definitely won't be wearing underwear to bed. It's dark tonight, you won't be able to tell. Now go over there, my wife just went into the shower. Mr. Wang said. Oh. I was so nervous that my breathing became heavy. Take off your shoes. Mr. Wang continued. I took off my shoes and followed Mr. Wang into the room. I had been in this room during the day. There was a soft big bed, a comfortable big sofa, and a beautiful photo of the boss lady on the bedside table. I was barefoot and very careful with my steps. There was a sound of dripping water in the bathroom, and I knew that the boss lady was taking a bath. Get in there. Mr. Wang pointed to the bottom of the bed. Hearing Mr. Wang's words, I hurriedly knelt on the floor and crawled into the bottom of the bed. The moment I crawled into the bottom of the bed, Mr. Wang turned off the lights in the room, and the entire room was left with the light from the TV screen. My heart was pounding so hard, I lay flat on the floor as if I were walking on thin ice. I didn't know how long I had to wait. Just then, the bathroom door creaked open, and I saw a pair of pale thighs. Chapter 14. My heart was in turmoil. It's the boss's wife. The boss's wife appeared, she walked out of the bathroom. I rolled my throat, my forehead was sweating. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The boss's wife was getting closer and closer to me, and her legs soon appeared in front of my eyes. Her delicate feet were in flip-flops, and a few drops of water hung from the pale soles. The boss stood by the bed and asked, "Honey, why did you turn off the light?" "The TV is still on," Mr. Wang said, and he walked into the bathroom. Just as I thought the boss was going to come to bed, she suddenly squatted down. Oh no! My heart went up to my throat. Why did the boss squat down? I tilted my head to the side, not daring to look at the boss's legs, but I was unwilling to give up the opportunity to see the boss. Through the bottom of the skirt, I saw a glimpse of the boss's scenery. Although the light in the room was very dark, I still vaguely saw some. It's so beautiful, how can it be so beautiful? I praised in my heart, and the boss seemed to be rummaging through the drawer of the bedside table. A few seconds later, the boss sat down on the sofa on one side and placed a bottle on the small table. I looked at the proprietress strangely. I didn't know what she was going to do next, but the next moment I suddenly understood. I saw the proprietress lift up her skirt and pour something from the vial onto her thigh. Was this something I could watch? My mind went blank, and I really couldn't help but take out my phone and turn on the video function. This kind of opportunity is rare, and it is even rarer for me than a total solar eclipse. I always thought I was a decent person, but tonight I realized that I was breaking the bottom line. Yu Nan, actually did such a despicable thing as taking a secret photo. The boss's wife's movements were very light and gentle. She smeared the skin inch by inch. Thighs, calves, arms, including the neck, even inside the skirt, she smeared it all over. My mouth was dry. I finally understood what President Wang intended. He was drugging me, he wanted me to fall, to work for him. Many men would fight to be with a woman like the boss's wife, and I was no exception. If I did a bad job, then the boss would definitely replace me, and once that happened, I would regret it and lose my job. The boss's wife finished applying the cream and then went to bed. She was directly above me, sitting on the bed, while I was lying below. Although we weren't in the same space, at some level, it felt like we overlapped. Shit. I almost forgot the most important thing. I quickly switched my phone to silent mode, wiped the sweat from my forehead, and was lucky that I was quick-witted, otherwise it would have been bad if someone had sent me a message or called. Just as I was thinking about this, Mr. Wang walked out of the bathroom. He strutted over to the bed as if to declare that this was his territory. "It's getting late, turn off the TV," said Mr. Wang. Oh, the boss lady agreed, and the room went dark the next second. In the darkness, I tried to calm my breathing. I could hear a pin drop in the room. I knew that my slightest movement would be noticed by the boss's wife. "Wife, you're so smooth." Boss Wang seemed to have embraced the boss's wife. "Boss, you're tired today, go to bed early." The boss's wife's voice was still so gentle. She seemed to have rolled over. "Tired? I'm never tired when I'm with you." With these words from Boss Wang, I noticed that the bed above me was being subjected to gravity, as if the air had been compressed. Is President Wang pressing on the boss's body? I gritted my teeth, even though I couldn't see the movements above, my eyes were wide open. Nervous, suppressed, excited, impulsive. My emotions were very complex. I never thought I would be hiding under the boss's bed. Tonight, I was doomed to be sleepless. Husband, stop it." The boss let out a squeak, her voice full of shyness. "What do you mean stop it? You're mine." President Wang's shameless words pierced my heart. Just then, I vaguely saw a hand waving at me. With the moonlight streaming in through the window, I noticed that the hand was very rough and the fingers were wearing a square ring. It was Boss Wang, giving me orders. What did he want? I moved closer to Boss Wang at the speed of 1 inch every 5 seconds, slowly crawling out from under the bed. Peeking out half of my head, I saw that Boss's wife was lying on her side, and Boss Wang was embracing her waist in the same way. At such a close distance, I could see clearly. Suddenly, Mr. Wang turned his head and he revealed a smile. The smile was very playful, and he gave me a little wink, as if he was hinting for me to try to hug the boss's wife's waist. I shook my head nervously and didn't make a move. Suddenly, Mr. Wang frowned and his eyes flashed with cold light, as if he was saying that if I didn't want to, then tomorrow I would have to pack my things and leave. How ruthless. Ruthless to himself, and even more ruthless to his wife. How could this brute let a man from the outside hug his wife? Is this man even human? Sigh. I sighed deeply, and even began to blame myself. Who told me to rely on this scum to make a living? If I don't do as I'm told, then I'll lose this job, a job that is extremely respectable for a person like me. Yu Nan, you're really something, you got a big BMW just 2 years after graduation. Can you give me a ride home? Why don't you come over to my place? Gradually, Suly's figure appeared in my mind. Today I made a deep impression on Suly, who had ignored me for 4 years at university. Today, for the first time, became close to me, even asking me to take her home and invite me to her place. This kind of treatment would never have happened before, but it happened today. If I hadn't driven up in my BMW, would Suly have taken the initiative to talk to me? The answer is no. I know full well that I didn't get all this for nothing. Just as I was thinking about all this, Mr. Wang pinched me, and his face looked very bad. Under normal circumstances, Mr. Wang would have yelled at me. Watching Mr. Wang gesture continuously, I made up my mind and slowly got up from the ground. Seeing my movement, Mr. Wang's mouth curled up into a smile, and he looked at the proprietress. After swallowing, I carefully climbed into bed, trying not to make any noise, my outstretched arm trembling a little. As we got closer and closer, I saw that the boss's wife was breathing very steadily. Her profile was very beautiful, and she kept her eyes closed as she maintained her side sleeping position. Just as my hand was a distance away from the boss's wife's waist, suddenly Mr. Wang grabbed my hand and placed it on the boss's wife's waist. Wow! My whole body froze, and I tried to lower my body as much as possible, so nervous that I almost couldn't breathe. The boss's waist was very thin, and her skirt was very slippery. This was the first time I had ever embraced the boss in this way. I didn't know what it felt like, I could only hear my heartbeat, and I was already sweating. Suddenly, the boss's palm rested on the back of my hand. Chapter 15 Poor woman. Are you not going to sleep yet, husband? The boss's wife said. Looking at the boss's wife's profile, I was extremely nervous. Did she just call me husband? Because I was hugging her waist, she thought I was Mr. Wang? I like to hug you to sleep, Mr. Wang said. Hearing this, the boss's wife shifted her body. She suddenly grabbed my hand and placed it on her chest. I was able to remain rational, but I immediately got a reaction. I never imagined that the boss's wife would love Mr. Wang so much that she would let him put his hand on her chest while they slept. I glanced at Mr. Wang, who was still smiling. He looked like a ghost in the night, haunting me. I wanted to take over Mr. Wang's body and take his place. I withdrew my gaze, closed my eyes, and stopped thinking. Keeping this position, I couldn't help but break free of the boss's wife's grip, emboldened. Since the boss's wife didn't notice, my palm just touched the boss's perky buttocks when suddenly she rolled over and lay down flat. Holy shit! I was shocked and wanted to back away, and Mr. Wang's face had also changed. Just as I was thinking about how to escape, I saw the boss's wife with her eyes closed. She hadn't noticed me. Mr. Wang's forehead was also sweating. He gave me a sign to hide. Carefully getting out of bed, Mr. Wang leaned over the boss's wife to give me cover. After almost a minute, I returned to the bottom of the bed. I let out a breath of relief. It was exciting, but also scary. I wouldn't dare do it again. The risk is too high. If the boss's wife finds out, I'll be in trouble. Time passed by slowly. I didn't dare to move until I heard the boss's wife's steady breathing. I concluded that she had fallen asleep. Mr. Wang's hand appeared again at the edge of the bed. He gave me a sign, obviously indicating that I could leave. After all, one joke is enough. If anything goes wrong, it will be exposed for sure. I came out from under the bed and carefully twisted the door handle. A few seconds later, I left. Back in my room, I felt relieved. It felt as if I had just broken free from the shackles of life and entered a brand new world, and all thanks to Mr. Wang. It's not an exaggeration to say that Mr. Wang is a scumbag, but he still has a way with people. I really don't know what kind of evil lurks in Mr. Wang's heart, and he's becoming more and more unpredictable. The sun rises in the east. As a ray of sunlight spills into the room, I open my eyes. I change into some clothes, brush my teeth and gargle, and head to the lobby of the villa. Xiaoyu, why are you up so early today? The proprietress is a little surprised to see me. It's only a little after 6 in the morning, but I've already got up. I couldn't sleep, so I got up. I smile awkwardly. The proprietress is wearing the same nightie she wore last night. It seems that she didn't know I would get up early, and hasn't changed her clothes. Which client did your boss go to dinner with last night? The proprietress suddenly asked. It was just those old clients, didn't the boss tell you? I was startled and hurriedly responded. Mr. Zhang and his people? The proprietress continued. Mr. Zhang? Could it be that Mr. Wang lied and said he was having dinner with Mr. Zhang and his people last night? I muttered to myself, this Mr. Wang really is something, he didn't rehearse with me either, if I say no, it'll be obvious. I'm asking you a question. The proprietress spoke again. My face froze, and I looked at the boss's wife's eyes, trying to avoid making eye contact. Just as I was trying to figure out how to break the ice, I suddenly saw a cockroach running out from between the cracks in the cupboard. Cockroach! I pointed at the ground. The boss's wife instinctively looked down, and then she suddenly let out a cry of awe and hugged me. Cockroach, cockroach, kill it quickly, quickly! The boss's wife was extremely nervous and held me tightly. I subconsciously gave a kick, and just as I was about to speak, I noticed that the boss's wife was already clinging to me. If I were the master of time, I would definitely regard this moment as eternal, but unfortunately, the next second, the boss's wife let go and patted her chest. I was so scared. Why would there be a cockroach in my house? The boss's wife gasped for breath, and when she saw me, her face turned red. I'll go get the broom. I turned around hurriedly. The boss's wife had just hugged me, and it seemed that she wasn't wearing any underwear. Oh my god, I have to get up early every morning from now on. I thought to myself, and I got the dustpan and broom to clean up the roach carcasses. You can go outside and take a walk in the garden to get some fresh air. The boss lady said as she quickly walked up the stairs, giving the impression that she was running away. I glanced at the rice cooker plugged in, and I knew that it was cooking. Rice porridge inside. There were originally 2 maids in this household, but the boss's wife and the boss said that she had nothing to do at home anyway, so she might as well do the housework and cooking. At first, the boss didn't want to, but he couldn't stand the boss's stubbornness, and said that hiring a maid would cost more than 10,000 yuan a month, so he might as well just give the money to her. And what's surprising is that the boss's wife not only has a good cooking skill, but also keeps the house clean and tidy, and she doesn't just talk about it. Unfortunately, the boss's wife was thrifty and kept the house clean, but in the end, the money she saved for the boss went to the mistress. A house costs 3 million, a Mercedes-Benz costs 400,000, and with all the luxury goods bought these days, in just the past 6 months, the boss has spent nearly 4 million. What is the concept of 4 million? If the boss's wife knew about this, wouldn't she be furious? No, what's even more infuriating is that the mistress has risen to power, and the boss's wife will soon be kicked out of the house. By that time, where will the boss's wife go, who hasn't worked in 10 years? Will her future be a complete failure, and will she be too ashamed to return to her parents' home? When I put myself in her shoes and think hypothetically about all this, I realize that the boss's wife is a pitiful person, a pitiful woman. I went to the garden outside the villa and looked at the big BMW in the garage. Apart from this BMW, there was also a Volkswagen Golf, which belonged to the boss's wife. The last time I helped the boss's wife take the car for a checkup, I asked her why she didn't change the car. She said that the car was a gift from her husband after they got married and when the business just started to pick up, so even though it had been driven for 8 or 9 years, the boss's wife still couldn't bear to replace it. How could her husband be so stupid as to let his wife drive a Volkswagen while his mistress drives a Mercedes? There is also an old Audi in the garage. This Audi was driven by Mr. Wang when he was working on construction sites in his early years. I withdrew my gaze. I knew that there was also a Bentley in the company that was used to receive customers. That car was the show car. You don't think anything silly about what just happened. I don't know when, but the boss's wife appeared behind me. No, nothing. I said awkwardly. You are not young anymore, it is time to find a girlfriend. The boss's wife continued. I was a little surprised, wondering why the boss was concerned about my personal affairs. I'm in no hurry, I said. Has anyone arranged a marriage for you back home? The boss asked. No, I shook my head. Hearing me say that, the boss looked at me, then she walked up to me and her gaze fell on my hands. Oh no! I flinched, thinking that maybe the boss had noticed. Last night when I put my arm around the boss, her hand rested on mine. If she is more observant, she will definitely notice something is wrong. The boss's palm is plump and fleshy, mine is more attractive in appearance, with fewer bones and more skin. Did you sleep well last night? The boss said slowly, her gaze suddenly becoming sharp. Chapter 16 Let's look at your hands. I slept pretty well last night, straight through until the next morning. I said quickly. Some people are very particular about their bed, but you don't seem to care. The proprietress continued. I don't care about my bed? What did the proprietress mean by that? I was on my guard, but I pretended to be unconcerned. Well, I can sleep anywhere, as long as I have somewhere to sleep. You young people sleep so well, unlike me, who sometimes can't sleep. The proprietress laughed. Insomnia? No way. I looked at the proprietress in surprise. If she had insomnia last night, she would have definitely noticed me when I left her room. Oh my, if that's the case, then this is going to be a big problem. Just as I was thinking about this, a voice came from somewhere. Oh, you're up too? Mr. Wang walked down the stairs. Honey, why are you up so early? Why don't you sleep a little longer? The proprietress turned around hurriedly to greet him. Why sleep so long? You have plenty of time to sleep when you're dead. Mr. Wang strode into the living room and sat down on the sofa. What are you talking about? What's so unlucky about death? The boss's wife said hurriedly. Did you sleep well last night? Mr. Wang looked at me. Quite well, I fell asleep as soon as I lay down. I said. You young people sleep well, I sometimes can't sleep. Mr. Wang laughed. Boss, you're wrong, you and the boss's wife are still young. I said. Did you have trouble sleeping last night? Is there too much pressure in business? The boss's wife asked with concern. Of course there is pressure. If a man has no pressure, he is no different from a waste of space. Wang spoke indifferently, and when he finished speaking, he glanced at me, as if I were the waste of space he was talking about. Don't be too stressed. Things are fine now. You can't earn money forever. The boss's wife comforted him. That's true, but you can't do without money. Don't you agree? The boss looked at me and said. Of course I agree with you, Mr. Wang. I admire you in business. It wasn't easy for you to get to where you are today. Most people couldn't do what you've done. But as a person, I look down on you. I've long thought you were a scumbag. Yes. I nodded. You see, you knows the truth. Mr. Wang laughed. Honey, I just hope you don't feel too much pressure. We were fine before, weren't we? The proprietress said. Okay, I get it. Wang Zong said, and walked over to the table while the proprietress busied herself preparing breakfast. Seeing how busy the proprietress was, I hurried to help. The proprietress is quite meticulous and knew that Wang Zong would get up to eat, so she took advantage of the situation to go upstairs and change her clothes to avoid suspicion. The nightgown she had worn half an hour ago was nowhere to be seen, replaced by a long skirt, and she was also wrapped up tightly inside. Are you having any business entertainment today, dear? I asked you to take an anti-hangover pill yesterday, so if you drink tonight, remember to take one in advance. The proprietress reminded Mr. Wang as she served him a bowl of rice porridge. I have to go to a drinking party tonight, said Mr. Wang. Okay, the proprietress nodded awkwardly. I sat on one side and ladled myself a bowl of porridge, eating in silence. Shall you drive slowly and be careful, the proprietress told me. Okay, boss's wife. I smiled. After breakfast, with the boss's wife watching me, I left the villa with Mr. Wang. Wasn't last night exciting? Mr. Wang grinned as soon as we left the house. This isn't good, what if the boss's wife finds out? I said awkwardly. You're big and strong, why are you so timid? Mr. Wang said. Last night, the boss's wife suddenly lay down flat, and it really scared me. At that moment, if I had been discovered, I would have died on the spot. Fortunately, the boss's wife had her eyes closed. If you don't say it, I almost forgot, I was also scared. Mr. Wang laughed, but then he said, I must say you have some nerve, daring to touch my wife's butt. Ha! I shuddered, I never imagined that Mr. Wang had noticed such a subtle action. You were so close to succeeding, Mr. Wang continued. I wish I could find a crack in the ground and disappear into it. This old pervert, if it weren't for the fact that I rely on him for a living, I would never dare to do such an absurd thing. Today, when you arrive at the office, you will follow Secretary Fong to move house, and come back only after the move is complete. Mr. Wang changed the subject abruptly. Yes, boss. I nodded. You have no idea. Secretary Fong is pregnant with twins. Aren't I amazing? Mr. Wang laughed. Today's President Wang is obviously in a very good mood. He looks pleased with himself, as if he is about to start a new life. The probability of carrying twins is very low, boss, you are really amazing. I climbed up the ladder, and naturally a compliment was generated. Who knows if the twins are really his? That's right, let me tell you, if it wasn't for Secretary Fong in the new house yesterday afternoon, I would definitely have come with my wife that night. President Wang continued. No wonder Fong Tingting's knees were red when she walked out of the building. What a bitch, always sucking old guys' dicks. I really despise Fong Tingting from the bottom of my heart. This woman even sent me sexy photos last night. She's shameless and has completely forgotten her traditional culture. You couldn't help yourself last night, could you? Let me see your hand. Mr. Wang said. My hand? I spread my hand out behind me. This hand is full of calluses. You're still young. I told you to moderate yourself, so that when you reach my age, you won't have anywhere to cry. President Wang pushed my hand back as if he had seen right through me. Oh. I nodded awkwardly. The car arrived at the company shortly afterwards. I watched President Wang walk into the company, then got out of the car and lit a cigarette. Halfway through the cigarette, Fong Tingting's phone rang. Hello? I answered. Where are you? Fong Tingting asked. I just dropped Mr. Wang off at the office. I answered. Come to my place right now and help me move things. Beep beep beep. The phone had been hung up by Fong Tingting. This woman is getting more and more arrogant every day. Ever since she became Mr. Wang's mistress, it's as if the whole company belongs to her. I got into the car and started the engine. I took off with the accelerator. Fong Tingting rented a house in the old town, which was being renovated, and there were wooden frames everywhere. When I arrived at the designated building, I parked the car and walked in. I went to the door of a security apartment on the 3rd floor and rang the doorbell. As soon as the door opened, I saw Fong Tingting. Where's breakfast? Fong Tingting held out her hand. What breakfast? I frowned. You don't read WeChat, do you? I told you to bring me breakfast. Fong Tingting said coldly. Are you sick? Can't you go buy it yourself? I snapped. Yu Nan, get a grip. I'm going to be the boss soon. Is this how you speak to your boss? Fong Tingting stood tall, her hands on her hips. At this point, I realized that Fong Tingting was wearing a pink nightgown that didn't reach her knees. Her hair was a mess, and without makeup, she wasn't particularly attractive. What are you looking at? Fong Tingting frowned. You have a pretty good figure. I raised the corner of my mouth. I have to say that Fong Tingting has a really good figure. Her long legs are very straight, and even though she got up late, she didn't even wear underwear. Of course. Fong Tingting smiled, and she spun around in front of me. For a moment, I saw Fong Tingting's skirt flutter upwards, revealing a full view of her bottom. Chapter 17 It's no coincidence. Wow. No wonder this woman can have her way with Mr. Wang, she really is a demon. I finally understand that Fong Tingting is not as simple as she seems. She knows exactly what men want, and she is a woman who understands men very well. Do you like it? Fong Tingting finished her turn and looked at me with a smile. I looked away, walked into the living room, and said casually, Are you done packing? I haven't packed yet, so go buy me breakfast, I'm starving. Fong Tingting sat on the sofa in the living room, crossed her legs, and once again, the bottom of her skirt revealed a glimpse of her underwear. What a flirt! I cursed in my heart as I surveyed the house. It was a 2-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment, about 70 to 80 square meters. The rent for this kind of apartment is usually around 2,000 yuan, which is quite expensive compared to the 600 yuan I paid for my single room. Hurry up, I still need to wash my face and brush my teeth, and tidy up. Fong Tingting continued. Let me go buy breakfast? Have you lost your mind? I thought to myself, remembering the past. When I was in college, I often bought breakfast for my ex-girlfriend, but so what, that woman still ran off with the Audi A6. Meituan delivery, can't you order it yourself? I walked to the balcony and lit a cigarette. You. Fong Tingting was furious. You what you, in front of President Wang you are a beauty, in front of me you are nothing. I said. You good Yu Nan, wait until I marry Wang Zong, see how I fix you. Fong Tingting angrily said. Looking at Fong Tingting's exasperated look, I smiled coldly. I obey President Wang because he can pay me a salary. As for Fong Tingting, what's the point of me pleasing her, can she give me a pay rise? When Fong Tingting saw that I was no longer speaking, she picked up her phone and pressed a few buttons before walking into the bathroom. The sound of running water made me sure that Fong Tingting was washing up. Turning my head, I saw some clothes drying on the balcony. One set of bright red lace underwear caught my eye, not because of how sexy the underwear was, but because of its size. It turned out that Fong Tingting's was not small. I held out my palm to compare, and although it was not as big as the boss's, it had the capital to be proud of. After finishing a cigarette, Fong Tingting had already walked out of the bathroom and into the bedroom. I knew she was going to change clothes. I'm not a voyeur, I'm not in the habit of spying on women changing clothes, but Fong Tingting suddenly shouted, "Yu Nan, would you help me collect the clothes on the balcony?" "You won't collect them yourself?" I resisted instinctively. Would it kill you not to contradict me? Where have I offended you? Fong Tingting said. Fine. I gathered the laundry from the balcony. It wasn't that I was compromising with Fong Tingting, but that I wanted to try the feel of the underwear. The fabric was good, quite silky, with some embroidery on it, and I guessed that the underwear must have cost several hundred yuan. When I arrived in Fong Tingting's room, I found her bed covered in clothes, and the wardrobe by the bed was already empty. Here. I handed the clothes to Fong Tingting. Fong Tingting took the clothes and looked at me, then laughed and said, "What, are you going to watch me change? Are you scared?" I said. "What's there to be scared of?" Fong Tingting suddenly lifted her skirt as if she really wanted to take it off in front of me. Shit. I turned my head and walked away. I was really impressed. How dare Fong Tingting be so bold? As I walked out of the bedroom, I regretted it. I realized that Fong Tingting was right. I was really a bit high and mighty. What's the point of being proud when I'm not even going to watch a beautiful woman change? Even a fool knows the truth that you shouldn't miss a good show. Before long, I saw the delivery boy bring in my breakfast, and after I took it, I closed the door. When I saw Fong Tingting again, she had changed into a light blue wrap skirt and put on some makeup, and suddenly she looked beautiful and charming. Makeup and clothing coordination are indeed a woman's trump card. Fong Tingting, who had just scored 6.8 points, now had 8 points, a big improvement, and I'm sure Wang always valued this. Unfortunately, Fong Tingting is only after the money. Without money, how could she possibly bear General Manager Wang's children? I've packed everything and put it in the suitcase. You go downstairs and wait for me in the car. Fong Tingting picked up her breakfast and sat down on the sofa to eat. I nodded and walked a few steps to the bedroom. Sure enough, there were several suitcases here, 2 big and 1 small, and they were a bit heavy. After running back and forth 3 times, when I had put all the luggage in the car, Fong Tingting had already finished eating. She turned the car key, pressed lightly, and got into the Mercedes-Benz not far away. As soon as the car started, I followed Fong Tingting's car. The new house that President Wang bought for Fong Tingting is in Yiping, in the southern suburbs, which I visited yesterday. Arriving at the designated building corridor, I opened the trunk to take out the luggage. 10th floor, 1001, don't go to the wrong door. Fong Tingting carried her bag and walked into the corridor. Seeing Fong Tingting strutting around, I hurriedly took the suitcases to the elevator. As I watched the elevator go up, I felt a little angry. This woman really thinks of me as a laborer. Just as I was waiting for the elevator, there was a sudden ding. The elevator opened, and I saw a familiar figure. Suly. At my most disheveled moment, I actually saw Suly. Suly was carrying a designer handbag, and she was wearing a business uniform. She was a little distracted, but when she saw me, she looked surprised. Yu Nan? Why are you here? Suly asked in surprise. I then realized that I was pretty stupid. When I walked Suly home last night, she told me the number of her building, but I didn't pay attention to the details. I looked embarrassed. No way, you didn't buy a house here, did you? Oh my god, you live here too? This is such a coincidence, isn't it? Suly said hurriedly. You live here? I asked in return. Yes, I live here, I live on the 10th floor, Suly said. Holy shit, Suly actually lives on the same floor as Fong Tingting, how small is the world? Just as I was about to explain something, Suly received a phone call. She frowned and then held down the phone. Let's talk on the phone. Okay. I nodded in agreement. As I watched Suly run out of the building, dusty and tired, I saw an Audi A6 open the passenger door, and Suly get in. It was another Audi A6. It seems that Suly has quite a few spare tires outside, in addition to her ex-boyfriend from yesterday. That's right, Suly is so beautiful, she can't not have suitors. Thinking about these things, I put the suitcases into the elevator one by one. When I arrived on the 10th floor, I met Fong Tingting. Why are you so slow? Fong Tingting crossed her arms. What a woman who talks without thinking. I suppressed my anger and carried the suitcase into the new room. I didn't go upstairs yesterday, but I know that after Wang Zong and Fong Tingting went downstairs, Fong Tingting's knees were red. Today, it's just me and her in the new room. This is a 150 square meter house with very good decoration. I'm jealous from the bottom of my heart that I can live in such a nice house. There was no other way. I could only board at Wang's house. If I didn't board there, I would have to rent a place. I couldn't afford a bathroom here. Thinking about these things, I got a text message on my phone. My salary had arrived, 6,000 yuan, after deducting social security. I got a little over 5,000 yuan. This string of numbers was so shocking that it made me realize how small I was. This is a nice house, isn't it? Fong Tingting laughed. You didn't buy it. I shrugged. It's in my name on the deed. Fong Tingting corrected me. Looking at Fong Tingting's smug look, I wished I could hold her head down and make her kneel. Why don't you come over to my place tonight? Warm up my new place for me? Fong Tingting seemed to read my mind, and she smiled wryly. Chapter 18, it turns out that I am the clown. Great, what time tonight? I stared at Fong Tingting with my eyes fixed. Either we play for real and want to kiss with me? Who am I afraid of? You really came, it seems that you still like me. Fong Tingting smiled. Like, how could I not like you when you were so beautiful? I closed the door and came to Fong Tingting. My actions made Fong Tingting's face flush, and her eyes avoided mine a little. You didn't bully Wang here yesterday, did you? I put my arm around Fong Tingting's waist. A man and a woman alone in a room together, I'll see how long you can be arrogant. Fong Tingting was stunned at first, then suddenly she laughed, giggle. What are you laughing at? I frowned. Do you want to know what Wang and I did here yesterday? Fong Tingting laughed. Yesterday, I saw that your knees were red after you went downstairs. It must have been the same as the time in the grove, right? I said. You. Fong Tingting shook off my hand. But it's also normal, you and Mr. Wang are about to become a couple soon. I walked around Fong Tingting and sat down on the big sofa in the living room. You envy Mr. Wang, don't you? Fong Tingting suddenly followed me as if nothing had happened. Why do I envy Mr. Wang? I asked. You envy him because he is rich, and having money allows him to have beautiful women serve him. Don't you envy him? Fong Tingting said. Well, I envy him. I nodded. It is because Mr. Wang is rich that he can get Fong Tingting and ask her to bear his children. You should know that Mr. Wang is more than 10 years older than Fong Tingting, and only money can bring people together despite the age difference. Do you want to try? Fong Tingting sat down next to me and grabbed my hand. I was shocked. I didn't expect Fong Tingting to be so proactive. Her hands were very white and smooth. I didn't know if she was smooth or not. It's true that a woman like this being owned by a 40-year-old man is a waste of talent, but there's nothing I can do about it. Who let this old man have money? Sure enough, money can do whatever you want. No, I don't have money, but I'm young, and youth is my capital, even if I'm poor. In an instant, it was as if a flood of light had dawned on me, and my thoughts became clear. Hey, are you shy? Fong Tingting laughed. Yesterday you said you would support me, and give me 5,000 yuan a month, is that true? I said hurriedly. I'm not stupid enough to be fooled. Support? Do you really think you're a dish? You're going to make me laugh to death. Fong Tingting let go, and she stood up from the sofa, her expression full of sarcasm. What did you say? My eyes twinkled, and I felt that something was wrong. You still want me to support you? What makes you think you can? Just because you're a sweaty, broken-down chauffeur who is ordered around by people every day? You really think that just because you drive Wan's BMW, you're a catch? Fong Tingting sneered. You. I was furious. You what? Even if you want to be a gigolo, you have to see if you're qualified. With your dark, unattractive appearance, it's no wonder you can't find a girlfriend. Fong Tingting continued. Glaring at Fong Tingting, I was so angry that I wanted to press her against the sofa and ravish her, so that she would know why flowers are so red. But then I calmed down. What was there to be angry about? Did I need to get angry with a woman who sells her body? This kind of woman is servile in the face of money, and for the sake of money she would even kneel and lick the boss's feet. If I were to take this kind of woman seriously, all the years of study I have had would have been for nothing. What, speechless? Look at how arrogant you were, are you sober now? Fong Tingting continued. What am I angry about? The world laughs at the poor but not the prostitute. If I get angry, will I get a pay rise? I said. What did you say? Who are you calling a prostitute? Yu Nan, you make yourself clear. Fong Tingting grabbed me by the collar. Obviously my words had hit her where it hurt. Why are you so agitated? Don't take it personally, okay? I took Fong Tingting's hand off my collar. My father became disabled at a construction site more than 10 years ago. The contractor ran away without paying a penny in compensation. He needs my mother's care at home. I worked part-time during my university years. I even worked as a waitress in a karaoke bar. But I tell you, Yu Nan, all my money is clean. I have never sold my body. Every penny I have is clean. Fong Tingting seemed to be annoyed by me, but gradually, her eyes began to redden. So you're still with President Wang? I asked. I came here for an assistant interview. Who knew he would woo me and take care of me? Fong Tingting's eyes were brimming with tears as she continued. Yes, I know he has a wife, but his wife cannot give him an heir, and he has his own difficulties. Do you think he wants to be with me? I know better than anyone else, but my bargaining chip is the child in my belly. I know you despise me, but I warn you, don't label me with your thoughts. Wang and I are in love. His wife can't bear children, so she shouldn't burden him. If I were his wife, I definitely wouldn't burden him, I would definitely divorce him. Staring at Fong Tingting, I suddenly realized that she had a point. Does she mean that without children, you don't deserve to be married? Reason told me to ask. Of course you can have a marriage without children, but what's the point of having a marriage like that when the man's heart isn't at home? Fong Tingting said. You can guarantee that you will marry Wang Zong, but will Mr. Wang's heart still be with you? I continued. I have children, I have 2 children, why do I care what he does outside? I have a big house to live in, I have a luxury car to drive, I just need to take care of my husband and children, my life can be laid back, why do I care so much? Fong Tingting said. What? I was a little shocked. A woman's greatest success is to live a nourishing, quality life. I have the money to travel everywhere, to Heilongbu, to Tibet, I can even keep a young boyfriend, I can even stop working, I can go back to my parents' home in style, and I can make friends and family look up to me. Fong Tingting continued. Staring at Fong Tingting in disbelief, I realized that this was her true heart's desire. She would never admit her mistakes. In other words, anyone who tried to stop her was blocking her path to wealth and happiness. You deserve it. I said. Yu Nan, do you want to remain unknown and work as a driver for the rest of your life? Take off your shell and get off the BMW. What will you have left? Without a house or a car, what girl would want to follow you? Fong Tingting continued. Fong Tingting's words reminded me of Suly, whom I had just met at the elevator. She was right. Without this shell, what will I have left? If Suly knew that I was just a driver with no house or car here, would she still pay any attention to me? She had just got into a luxury car. Isn't there anything you can say? Fong Tingting said. Looking at Fong Tingting with mixed feelings, I walked towards the door. After helping Fong Tingting move, I should go back. There was no need for me to stay in a place that didn't belong to me. Are you leaving? Fong Tingting's voice sounded behind me. Without turning around, I opened the door and quickly went downstairs. I suddenly realized that I was the clown in this world. It was originally sunny, but at this moment, the sky was covered in dark clouds, and soon it started to rain heavily. Standing in the parking lot, I couldn't help but scream. Ah! I was hysterical, I screamed frantically. A few minutes later, I tremblingly took out a pack of cigarettes and smoked one. This was a white leaf, a far cry from the huazi on the scene. I was only able to smoke this cigarette alone in my room, when I went home for the new year. Yu Nan, what's wrong with you? Are you sick? Fong Tingting suddenly appeared at the end of the corridor, looking at me with mixed feelings. I'm such a loser. I said hoarsely, as large raindrops hit my body, making me even more sober. You'll catch a cold like this, come back quickly. Fong Tingting continued. Looking at Fong Tingting, I suddenly realized that how can someone caught in the rain compare with these rich people? This is the gap between people, isn't it? Chapter 19 There is no avoiding it. I went back to the company. I left a sentence and pulled open the car door and sat in. As the car pulled out of the parking space, I saw Fong Tingting looking a little lonely. For some reason, I felt a little like a man at the end of the world. Back at the company, I let out a small breath. I have finally calmed down. It is hard for the poor to change their fate. Maybe Fong Tingting did it, but she paid a corresponding price in terms of her youth. What about me? I rested my chin in my hands, and gradually, I thought of the boss's wife and Wang. If you can seduce my wife and get her to divorce me, you'll have a fighting chance to live a less hard life for a few decades. Isn't my wife pretty? If you can't do it, find someone else. Wang's words echoed in my head, but then my phone rang. Hello? I picked up the phone. Where are you? Suly said. I'm at the office. Is something wrong? I said indifferently. Fong Tingting's words woke me up. A woman like Suly would never even look at me when I took off my coat. Sorry, Yu Nan, I just had an emergency at the office, that's why I left in such a hurry. Suly said. Frowning, I didn't expect Suly to call and explain all this to me. What did she really want to say? Our supervisor just picked me up at work. Our supervisor is a woman, and we have an urgent sales meeting to attend. Suly continued. Oh. I nodded absently. Do you have some time? It's raining really hard right now, can you come to my company to pick me up after work? I have a high-speed train ticket at 4 p.m., I want to see you before I go on a business trip. Suly said. See me before you go on a business trip? Suly wants to see me? I struggled a little, but just now at the elevator, she looked really beautiful in her professional attire. Let's have lunch together at noon. Do you not want to give me face by having lunch with your old classmate? Suly continued. Okay, send me the address of your company. I reluctantly smiled and agreed. Well, I'll send you a WeChat. Suly said, and hung up the phone. Looking at the address location in the WeChat chat box, I glanced at the car keys in front of me. Just as I was about to go out, Mr. Wang walked in. Boss. I stood up hurriedly. Is it done? Mr. Wang patted me on the shoulder. It's done, and Secretary Fong is still tidying up in the new house, I said. No wonder you didn't answer my call, you were tidying up the new house. Mr. Wang nodded, but suddenly he remembered something. After you eat, go home and get me a USB flash drive. A USB flash drive? I said in surprise. I told you to get the USB flash drive to give you a chance to spend time with my wife. Have you just been sitting here all day? Mr. Wang said hurriedly. Okay. I nodded. Be bold, seize the opportunity and kiss her. I'll give you 1 month, after that, Secretary Fong's belly will be impossible to hide, you know what I mean? Wang continued. I understand, don't worry, Mr. Wang. I promised. Seeing that I had agreed, Mr. Wang didn't say anything else and left the office. It was still raining heavily outside, and I wondered what the boss lady was doing at home alone. She must be very bored, right? Right, Suly. I realized something and hurriedly grabbed my car keys and left the office. According to the address Suly gave me, I knew she worked as a salesperson at a women's clothing company. I called Suly when I arrived at the parking lot of this company. Soon, Suly appeared at the entrance of the company. The car stopped at the entrance, and Suly got in, her cheeks reddening under the gaze of a few colleagues. Is this where you work? I asked. Yes, I've been working here for a year, Suly said, opening her purse to touch up her makeup. Suly is 1.68 meters tall and weighs just over 100 pounds. She is quite tall. I had been quietly watching her when she was studying, and I never thought I would see her again in my life. It's still early, so you can take me home first, and then after dinner you can take me to the high-speed railway station, Suly said. Okay, I said. As soon as I agreed to Suly's request, I felt something was wrong. Suly and Fong Tingting live on the same floor. What if Fong Tingting happens to see me? Will Fong Tingting tell Wang that I'm picking up girls in the company car? It's not that likely, is it? How could they possibly run into each other? No, in the parking lot, my car is so easy to spot, as soon as Fong Tingting goes out, she'll definitely see it. I became anxious and didn't know what to do. Yu Nan, do you also live in Ipin, in the southern suburbs? I saw you carrying several suitcases this morning. Suly saw that I was a bit quiet and started a conversation. I was helping a colleague move house, and his family lives in your community. I answered truthfully. At this point, I didn't want to hide anything from Suly, and I hoped that Suly wouldn't contact me just because I drove a BMW. I thought I could be more honest. Did your colleague buy the house? Suly continued. Yes, I just bought it. I said. So where are you living now? Suly asked, nodding slightly. Suly's issue made me hesitate. I had long since moved out of the rental house and had been staying at Wang's house recently. I'm temporarily living in overseas Chinese town. I said. Overseas Chinese town, that's a villa area. I said, Yu Nan, you're really something. Suly's eyes lit up. That house isn't mine. I hurriedly explained. It's pretty impressive to be able to afford a villa. What kind of work do you do? Suly's interest in me is growing. Our company does construction. I speak vaguely, and the word driver chokes me up. That's great, you're so good at it. Suly smiles, looks at me, and then looks out the car window. It's still raining heavily outside, and I'm driving very slowly. When we pull into the community, Suly says it's better to park in the underground garage. Hearing that there was an underground garage, I was relieved. In that case, it would be more difficult for Fong Tingting to find the car. I got off the car with Suly and we walked into the elevator. I live on the 10th floor. Suly pressed the elevator button. My heart started to beat faster. I felt guilty because not only did Suly live on the 10th floor, but Fong Tingting, who had just moved in, also lived there. It couldn't be a coincidence, could it? How could I run into Fong Tingting when I got out of the elevator? It's raining so heavily outside, so it's impossible for Fong Tingting to go to work. Besides, she's lazy and won't go out to eat. I kept hoping that I wouldn't bump into Fong Tingting when I got out of the elevator, so my mind wasn't on Suly. The elevator dinged and opened, and Suly and I got out. Time seemed to have stopped. I looked warily at Fong Tingting's apartment, and just as I was about to let out a sigh of relief, I saw the door suddenly open and Fong Tingting come out carrying her bag. Shit, she's walking right at me, there's no way to avoid it. I turned around in horror and embraced Suly. Eek. Suly's body trembled and she looked at me in surprise. Fong Tingting walked nonchalantly over, getting closer and closer to Suly and me. In my anxiety, I kissed Suly on the mouth. Chapter 24:2. Suly's eyes were wide open, she looked at me in surprise, but I hugged Suly even tighter. I could clearly feel Suly's heartbeat, her face was red, but gradually, she began to respond, and we kissed together. Damn! When Fong Tingting passed by Suly and me, she seemed to be very disdainful. After a while, she walked into the elevator. I glanced at the elevator, and when I saw the numbers getting smaller and smaller, I let go of Suly. Yu Nan, did you just? Suly blushed. Which one is your apartment? I asked. It's 1005 over here. Suly took out the key from her bag and walked towards her apartment. Looking at Suly's plump figure, I followed behind. I let out a small breath as I walked into Suly's apartment. It was just a close call from being discovered by Fong Tingting. I realized that I was playing with fire. If I continued like this, I would definitely be exposed. Why do you look so pale? Suly touched my forehead. That kiss just now made Suly feel closer to me. Maybe she felt that I really liked her. I of course like Suly, but I am not worthy of her. Suly's ex-boyfriend took out a loan to buy a house, but at least he has a car and a house in the local area. But what about me? I have nothing. I'm fine. I hid my embarrassment and surveyed Suly's house. The rent for this house is 2,500 yuan a month, and I've been living here for 6 months. Suly explained, slipping into a pair of slippers. When she bent over, her sexy buttocks caught my eye. She was tall and had a big personality, so it was understandable that Suly had high standards for men. After all, a beautiful woman has a certain amount of choice. Here. Suly handed me a pair of slippers. Thank you. I took them quickly. In the afternoon I have to go to Tai City on business, and I'll be back on the high-speed train at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Suly walked into the kitchen, as if she was boiling water. Taking off my shoes, I saw a hole in my sock, and my big toe was showing. I'm used to being thrifty, so I never thought about buying a new pair. I simply took off the socks and stuffed them into my pocket. I looked around the house. On the TV wall in the living room was a large photo of Suly. The photo showed the sunset, Suly facing the coastline, beautiful and graceful. Let me show you the house, Suly said, and walked towards the bedroom. Okay. I followed Suly to her room. There was a large soft bed with a double sofa next to it. The bedside table was full of cosmetics, bags of various brands were placed on a special shelf, and the wardrobe was half open with a lot of beautiful clothes inside. If only this house was mine. Suly walked to the balcony. She looked out at the drizzle, which had eased up by now. We are still young, we can definitely buy a house. I walked up to Suly and said slowly, "What did you do after graduating from university? You weren't in the group of classmates either, and we've already met up twice." Suly turned around and said, I have to work, my family's situation is average. I said. I didn't say that I had worked as a laborer in a construction company, nor did I say that I was currently a driver. For some reason, I felt that it would ruin the mood if I said it. My family's situation is also average. My family has one house in Jiangcheng, which is only as big as a 2-bedroom, 1 living room apartment. In the past, my younger brother and I lived in the bedroom, and my parents lived in the living room. Now I live outside, making room for them. Suly said. I see. My eyes drifted a little. I didn't expect Suly to tell me about her family's situation. I always thought that Suly was a city person and her family's conditions must not be bad. It wasn't until today that I realized that Suly also has her own difficulties. Her parents and younger brother live in the family house, so she has to move out. After all, she can't let her parents keep sleeping in the living room, right? Plus, her younger brother has grown up and is dating a girlfriend. The rent here is a bit high, but it's quite comfortable to live here. Next to it is my study. Let me show you. After Suly finished speaking, she walked towards the next room. Following Suly, I arrived at the study. There was a laptop on the desk and many books in the bookshelves, including a few on clothing. After graduating from university, I worked as a print model for a while, taking some photos of women's clothing for sales. Then I met our supervisor and joined the clothing company I'm working for now, Suly said. How are sales? I asked. I hope I can close the deal with the client I'm meeting in Taiyuan tonight. Basically, I only earn 7,000 to 8,000 yuan a month, which is not enough to support your car, Suly said, laughing at herself at the end. Suly laughed to herself at the end of her sentence. What you said, my car is not mine. I said. Huh? Suly frowned, and she looked at me in shock, but then she said, the company being able to give you a car shows that you have the ability. Just let it be. I smiled stiffly. It's true that President Wang gave me the car, but of course the driver needs a car, can't the driver not have a car? Have lunch at my house at noon. Suly said. Do you need any help? I asked. You are a guest, how can I let you help? Suly said, and went to the kitchen to get busy. My impression of Suly had always been from university days, but today I found Suly quite approachable, she didn't give me any uncomfortable feeling. After almost half an hour, the 3 dishes and 1 soup were ready. There weren't many dishes, I was afraid of wasting food if I made too much, so you'll just have to make do with what there is. Suly served me a bowl of rice and handed me the chopsticks. Not bad at all, I cook for myself sometimes. I took the chopsticks. Scrambled eggs with chile, kung pao chicken, hot and sour shredded potatoes, and a tomato and egg soup. These dishes go really well with rice, and before long I had eaten 2 bowls. Going back to your hometown in November? Suly asked, chewing slowly, when she saw me finish eating. Depends. What about you? I asked. My family is here, so I'll go for a reunion dinner on National Day at the most. Suly explained. Upon hearing Suly's words, I nodded slightly. After lunch, I sat down on the sofa and felt a little uneasy. Suly asked me to take her to the high-speed railway station, but it seemed that she was in no hurry. Have some tea. Suly smiled and came to me, handing me a cup of tea. Just as I went to take it, suddenly Suly leaned forward and the tea in her hand spilled out. I was quick to catch it, but not only did the tea spill all over me, Suly also fell on top of me. Warm and soft like jade, being pressed like this by Suly made my heart beat fast. I felt that Suly was also particularly nervous, her big eyes blinked as she looked at me. The image of just kissing Suly outside came to mind, and now, Suly's breathing was very fast, and she slowly closed her eyes, as if waiting for me to give her an answer. Chapter 21 Do you want to lie down for a while? The goddess of the past, the one who once stood above it all, was waiting for me to give her an answer. At this point, I believed no man would refuse Suly. Long eyelashes, delicate face, she had dimples when she smiled, she was so beautiful, I longed to embrace her in my arms and love her dearly. Memories of the past came flooding back, and I thought to myself, if I don't kiss Suly, she'll be very sad, right? Just as I was about to kiss Suly, her phone rang. "Excuse me, I need to take this call." Suly took out her phone and walked to the balcony. As I watched Suly standing there, tall and graceful, I took a deep breath. I was so close to losing my temper. I glanced at my crotch and, embarrassed, crossed my legs, hoping to hide the awkwardness of the moment. Our supervisor told me to wait for her at the high-speed railway station at 3 o'clock, and we will go on a business trip to Taichung together. Suly hung up the phone and explained to me. "Okay, then we will leave for the high-speed railway station at 2:30. I said. "I'm sorry about that, did I get your clothes dirty? Do you want to take a shower?" Suly said apologetically. I then noticed that there were tea stains on my shirt, which Suly had accidentally poured on me just now. "Oops, take your clothes off, I'll wash them for you. This shirt is quite expensive, isn't it?" Suly noticed that she had made me all over, and hurriedly took out a tissue to help me wipe my clothes. "It's fine." I smiled weakly. "Take it off quickly, then take a shower, go," Suly urged. Suly's words left me at a loss. Take a shower? In broad daylight? Go quickly, I'll wash your clothes for you and dry them with a hairdryer. Suly continued. Oh. I agreed, and with some embarrassment, I took off my shirt. Suly took my clothes and walked towards the bathroom. Looking at Suly's back, I stood up from the sofa. Just as I took off my clothes, I saw Suly's nervousness, but she hid it well. Yu Nan, you can take a shower here, and after you're done, you can go to my room and rest for a while. Suly's voice came from the bathroom. When I arrived in the bathroom, I saw Suly washing my clothes in the sink of the wash basin. She was washing them very carefully. The bathrobe and towels are here, and there is shower gel and shampoo there. After Suly finished, she went out and closed the bathroom door. A few seconds later, I heard the sound of the hairdryer in the bedroom. Obviously, Suly was drying my clothes and hanging them on the balcony. My heart was beating fast. I had originally thought that I would just have a simple meal at Suly's house and then see her off to the high-speed train station, but now I was going to take a shower. It was time for a shower. I had been in the rain today. I thought to myself, and I unbuckled my belt. Stepping into the shower, I turned on the water heater. Suly's water was very mild, and I felt as if I was bathing in the warm sunshine. After 10 minutes, I dried my hair and thought about what Suly had said. She told me to rest in the bedroom for a while, saying that I could put on the clothes when they were dry. Dressed in a bathrobe, I went to the bedroom. Are you done? Suly looked at me and asked. I nodded shyly. Sit for a while, I'm going to take a shower. Suly closed the bedroom door and walked into the bathroom. Suly's actions were very natural, so natural that I felt they should be like this. But no, what did she mean? Why was she taking a shower at this time? With the sound of water in the bathroom, my heart beat faster and faster. No way. Is Suly going to confirm our relationship? I vaguely remember what Suly told me this morning. She said she wanted to see me before going on a business trip. Could this be it? I can't decide whether to stand or sit. I wonder if I should just leave, get dressed, and go? It's still raining outside. Since I promised Suly to walk her to the door, how can I chicken out now? When I saw the selfie on Suly's bedside table, I took a deep breath. It was a fitness photo, and in the photo Suly was running on a treadmill. She was sweating, and the photo was a candid shot of her smiling broadly. Looking down, I noticed that Suly's butt was very perky, and the tight gym pants outlined her figure perfectly. As I watched, I turned to look in the bathroom, where the sound of running water continued. Before I knew it, I was sitting on the bed with my bottom. I noticed that Suly's bed was very soft and the quilt smelled very nice. Maybe it would be very warm to sleep on this bed? My thoughts were a million miles away, and Suly from university came to mind. On the first day of school, I was attracted to Suly. It was a sunny day. Suly came out of the girls' dormitory. When she passed by the basketball court, she aroused a cheer and attracted countless stares. Everyone looked at Suly. She was wearing a blue dress and white leather shoes. Suly had a ponytail, which would swing back and forth as she walked. She was holding textbooks in her hands and smiling brightly. Goddess. She's the most beautiful. I give up 10 years of my life if she'd be my girlfriend. Her name is Suly, I think. She introduced herself when she reported as a new student. Isn't she gorgeous? She's the flower of our class, and it's not an exaggeration to say she's the flower of the school. I stood transfixed, watching Suly's back. She had light steps and was kind to everyone. At one point, she seemed to smile at me. The beautiful memories abruptly ended a week later. I was born in the countryside and was teased while eating in the cafeteria. 1,000 yuan was my living expenses for one semester, and I could not spend more than 10 yuan a day on food. I ate steamed buns and pickled vegetables every day. The pickled vegetables at school were free, so I could only save money to buy school supplies and not add more burden to my family. I knew it was not easy for my family to make money. I remember that one noon, while I was eating in the cafeteria, I was mocked by a group of classmates. Suly, the center of attention, was a little surprised, but gradually, she also laughed. From that moment on, I realized that Suly and I were not from the same world. I started to work part-time and started to earn money. Gradually, my life got better. I stopped eating only steamed buns, and I started to have rice with meat and noodles. I could eat the things I liked. From that time on, I also had my first girlfriend. Suly has always been high above me in my heart. Although she and I have no interaction and have not spoken a few words in the 3 years of university, I have been silently paying attention to her. Suddenly, the bathroom door opened. Instantly, I was pulled back to reality. Suly was wrapped in a bath towel, her face was very red, she was a little afraid to look at me, she pulled the curtains in the room. My world stopped spinning, I watched Suly step closer, watched her lift the corner of the quilt and slowly lie down. My heart was in turmoil. I didn't know what to do, and I didn't even dare to look at her. I could vaguely see Suly covering herself with the quilt, and the white bath towel was taken out. She was wearing nothing. My breathing began to become heavy, and my lower abdomen became hot. Do you want to lie down for a while? Her voice was very soft and gentle. I don't know how I laid down. After hesitating for a few seconds, I put the bathrobe on my body to the side. Chapter 22 Why are you so fast? The two of us were covered by a quilt, and Suly and I were lying together like this. I looked at the ceiling, and I heard Suly's breathing, which was quite steady. Trying to remain as calm as possible, I slowly turned my head to look at Suly. Suly's profile was very beautiful, her nose was very straight, and her eyelashes were also very long. Gradually, I smelled the fragrance on Suly's body. It was a light fragrance that filled my brain's nerves. The heavier I breathed, the more I believed that if I embraced Suly now, she would not resist. Suddenly, I noticed that Suly's body had shifted towards me, and her breathing was closer to me. My heart was in my throat, and I noticed that my arm seemed to have touched Suly. It was as if it was telepathic, and I was just about to roll over when the doorbell rang. I sat up in surprise, my face showing my surprise. Who could it be at a time like this? Could it be Suly's ex-boyfriend? I didn't order any deliveries or takeaways, what's going on? Suly wrapped herself in a towel a little unhappily and got out of bed. I watched Suly walk towards the living room, breathing heavily. I was so close to getting what I wanted. Is it right for Suly and I to do this kind of thing? I don't have a car or an apartment, my salary isn't high, can I give Suly happiness? I cheated on Suly. I'm not what Suly thinks I am. She'll be really angry when she finds out the truth. I don't want to cheat on Suly. I remember what Suly said that day in the underground garage. Are you sick? Does buying a house on credit count? Your new house is only 80 square meters. My mother said my dowry is 580,000 yuan. You told me your family's dowry could only be 200,000 yuan. I said, why didn't you say so earlier? Why did you delay me? Look at you, driving a broken Volkswagen worth 100,000 yuan. I'm ashamed of you. My best friend's boyfriend drives an Audi A6. Do you know what an Audi A6 is? See, my classmate drives a BMW. Now you know how incompetent you are, right? Unconsciously, my face was burning hot. I realized that Suly's words scolding the man were the same as scolding me, because I was worse than that man. That man at least has a car and an apartment, and is at least a local. But me? I'm penniless, and here I am, dreaming of sleeping with Suly? A toad trying to eat swan meat, whimsical. Yu Nan, have you gone crazy? You still want to get something for nothing? Just you? In addition to this voice in my head, there was another voice. Yu Nan, what are you afraid of? The barefooted are not afraid of the shod. Suly offered herself to you, why don't you take her? You didn't force her, she contacted you on her own initiative, why waste such a good opportunity? This kind of woman is a snob, you must sleep with her to show her who's boss, and teach her a lesson. No woman will lie down on the bed the first time she brings a man home. Do you think Suly is an innocent fairy? Do you believe that if she were with a different man in a luxury car, she would do the same? Who are you? I'm the new neighbor, Fong Tingting. What's up? My power's gone out. I was wondering if yours has too. A string of words, and I tensed up, my mind's jumbled thoughts vanishing. A few seconds later. My power's fine. Oh, do you know the property management number? When I heard the living room door finally close with a thud, I saw Suly walk into the room. Who is it? I asked deliberately. The new neighbor next door, her power went out, I gave her the property's phone number. Suly said. Oh. I nodded. We set off at 2:30, there's still an hour left. Suly got under the covers and took off the towel from her body again. There's still an hour? Suly seemed to be reminding me to hurry up. Yu Nan. Suly suddenly held my hand from under the covers. Looking at Suly's affectionate expression, I rolled my throat. I have been single for several years, and President Wang is right, it is not good to keep using my hands, I can't keep doing this. Now a ready-made beautiful woman is throwing herself at me, if I don't act, then I am a fool. Success or failure depends on this one move, let's get it first. Just as I made a move, my phone suddenly rang. Shit. My face changed, and even Suly, who had high hopes for me, frowned and looked at me in surprise. I picked up my phone and saw that it was Fong Tingting calling. This woman is crazy, what does she want from me at this time? I pressed the phone down and put the phone aside. Why didn't you answer the phone? Suly noticed my actions and asked suspiciously. It's a colleague from work, it shouldn't be anything. I forced a smile. Seeing me say that, Suly smiled and put her hand on my chest. My heart was beating fast, and I grasped Suly's hand. Suly's hands were soft and smooth, and my heart beat faster and faster. Suddenly, my phone rang again. Damn it! I was about to swear, but my self-control told me that I couldn't do that in front of Suly. Hello? I answered the phone somewhat impatiently. How dare you hang up on me? Are you sick? Hearing Fong Tingting's exasperated voice, I hurriedly kept my distance from Suly. What is it? I asked softly. My power has gone out, you have to come and help me, I warn you, you have to come, or I'll tell Mr. Wang that you tried to molest me. Suly's tone was very threatening at the end. I was about to lose my temper, but when I saw Suly's gaze, I said, okay, I'll come now. The phone beeped. Fong Tingting had hung up, and I looked at Suly apologetically. Is there something at the office you need to go back to? Suly asked. I nodded awkwardly. Then go quickly. I'll go to the high-speed railway station by myself later, so I won't trouble you, Suly said. Damn it. Fong Tingting, I'll fight you to the death. You fucking ruined my good thing. This is my goddess from college. Have you finished? You actually played dirty with me. I was burning with anger, but on the surface, I said, I'll go to the company and see if I have time, I'll come and pick you up. Okay. Suly smiled. Donning a bathrobe, Suly handed me the shirt on the balcony before I even got out of bed. Looking at Suly's sexy figure wrapped in a towel, my heart was bleeding. I was one step away from getting Suly, but because of Fong Tingting's interference, I had to temporarily withdraw, which would be the biggest regret of my life. I'll wait for your news. Suly gently put her toes up and kissed me on the side of my face. I nodded in agreement. I put on my clothes and left Suly's house, pretending to walk to the elevator. Because Suly was at the door watching me leave, I had to press the elevator. Within 3 seconds of the elevator going down, I pressed 10th floor again. When I got out of the elevator again, I saw Suly's door closed. Relieved, I went to Fong Tingting's house next door and rang the doorbell. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Who is it? With an impatient voice, Fong Tingting opened the door. Are you sick? Can't you find the property management office when the power goes out? I rushed into the living room angrily. How did you get here so fast? Fong Tingting looked at me in surprise. Chapter 23 Crazy. I froze for a moment, my face turning red. If Fong Tingting knew that I had just been in the next room, in the arms of another woman, what would she think? You've been speeding, haven't you? I dare you to mess with me again. Fong Tingting suddenly burst out laughing. Seeing Fong Tingting gloating, I was about to explode. The property management company's phone number was unreachable, and who knew if the number the flirtatious fox had given me was correct? Fong Tingting pursed her lips after closing the door. What scratching fox? I frowned. Next door, there's a woman in my next door taking a bath in broad daylight. Fong Tingting hurriedly said. Next door? She was talking about Suly. This woman is really annoying. When I went out at noon, I saw her kissing a man at the elevator. Fong Tingting was talking and suddenly looked at me. Hey, what are you wearing today that looks so much like that guy? What do you mean? White shirt and black trousers, there are loads of them around. I immediately defended myself. Wow, this Fong Tingting is really observant, I almost blew my cover. True, how could you possibly get that woman, she's so pretty. Fong Tingting shrugged her shoulders and crossed her legs on the sofa. You said your power was cut and you couldn't find the property management? I walked up to Fong Tingting. Yes, that's why I'm asking you to help me. Fong Tingting said. Why didn't you ask Mr. Wang? I'm not your man, I said unhappily. I did, but he said he was busy and asked you to help me. Fong Tingting continued. He said that? I frowned. Of course, help me check it out. Fong Tingting said immediately. Seeing that it was Mr. Wang's command, of course I would not slack off. Turning on the living room light, I found that it was indeed not on. Gradually, I surveyed the surroundings. Suddenly, I saw a kettle on the TV stand, which happened to be plugged in. Walking up to the TV stand, I exploded. Fong Tingting, are you sick? The water is sputtering, why don't you unplug it? I yelled. What are you yelling about? Fong Tingting came up to me and squatted down to check. She was wearing a low-necked dress and deliberately squatted down to show me. Who knows how many men she has used this trick on? I forgot I was boiling water. I was just tidying up and wanted to make a cup of coffee. Fong Tingting stood up and said with some embarrassment. That's fine. I unplugged the kettle and turned to the electric box. I pushed the switch in the electric box upwards, and the lights in the living room immediately lit up. Is it ready? Fong Tingting asked in surprise. It's ready. I spoke impatiently and took out my mobile phone to check the time. It was 1:45 p.m., 45 minutes before 2:30 p.m. There was still enough time to go to Suly's house next door. She probably won't get dressed so quickly, will she? She must have put it on before leaving. You're quite something. Fong Tingting flicked the switch a few times and ran into a bedroom. I'll go first, then. I walked towards the door. Wait, the light in the master bedroom is out. Can you help me look? Fong Tingting came running over, her body swaying. I was a little distracted, and my eyes had difficulty moving away from Fong Tingting as I looked at the bedroom. Hurry up and help me check it. Fong Tingting took my hand and dragged me towards the bedroom. Following Fong Tingting, I arrived at the door of the bedroom and pressed the switch. It's not on, is it? You have to help me check it, otherwise what am I going to do at night? Fong Tingting said. I walked angrily into the bedroom and saw a 2-meter wide Simmons bed. This is the new bedroom of Mr. Wang and Fong Tingting, and this bed may become the wedding bed. Taking off my shoes, I stepped on the bed. I am 1.83 meters tall, and I can just reach the lampshade. Turning on the mobile phone light, I shone it at the light bulb. What do you think? Fong Tingting asked. You see, the filament in the light bulb has burnt out. I pointed at the light bulb. Hearing what I said, Fong Tingting threw off her slippers and stood next to me. See? I pointed. How could this happen? This is a new house, and all the household items are new. Fong Tingting wondered. I think it was caused by a power short circuit when you just boiled the water and the water popped out, and then this light happened to be on, and the voltage became unstable and it burned out. I explained. Damn, the quality is really poor, so what should we do? Fong Tingting asked anxiously. I'll take this light bulb off and you can just go to the hardware store and buy a new one and install it. I said. Then you go and buy one and install it for me. Fong Tingting said anxiously. Damn it, Fong Tingting, you're a lazybones, why do you keep troubling me? I glanced at my phone, there were still 40 minutes to go before 2:30. If we kept dragging our feet like this, we'd have to wait until Suly got back from her business trip. We can't let this opportunity slip away. I was too tired to argue with Fong Tingting anymore, I had to get rid of her as quickly as possible. I quickly unscrewed the light bulb, and just as I turned around, Fong Tingting suddenly leaned back and embraced me. Ah! Fong Tingting exclaimed. I held the light bulb in one hand and my mobile phone in the other, staring blankly at Fong Tingting as she fell backwards onto the bed, hugging me. In that instant, I was on top of Fong Tingting. Oh no, this woman is pregnant. I instinctively bent down, fearing that if I fell to the ground, it would be the end. Fortunately, Fong Tingting instinctively sat up. With both hands propped up on the bed, I looked at Fong Tingting beneath me, and for a moment, I became nervous. Fong Tingting's eyes were wide open. After a few seconds, she suddenly kissed me on the mouth. Are you sick? I hurriedly rolled over and got out of bed, angrily shouting. Fong Tingting was stunned, and then she smiled, seemingly amused. It can't be your first kiss, can it? What first kiss? I've been in love before. I corrected her. I wasn't even nervous, so why are you? Fong Tingting laughed. I'm warning you, Fong Tingting, you're a pregnant woman now. Do you know what that means? I said. What's wrong with being pregnant? Can't pregnant women kiss? Fong Tingting tilted her head and looked at me curiously. You're such a moron. If I weigh down on you, your baby won't survive. Do you understand? I continued. Ha? Fong Tingting touched her stomach and then looked at the bed. You're crazy. I rolled my eyes. You're the one who's crazy, acting like a scaredy cat. I'm only 2 months pregnant, okay? The ultrasound showed that the baby is only 2.5 centimeters long. Do you know what 2.5 centimeters means? It's the size of a peanut. Fong Tingting crossed her arms and looked very knowledgeable. No, it seems like she understood. So a 2-month-old baby is that small? Another strange piece of knowledge has been added to my repertoire. For a bachelor like me, I guess I won't know this for many years. I see. I let out a sigh of relief. You scared me. Fong Tingting licked her lips and suddenly laughed, but it felt pretty good kissing you. I was nervous just now. Aren't you and President Wang nervous? I blushed and hurriedly said. Pa, go buy me a light bulb. Fong Tingting immediately said. Glaring at Fong Tingting, I opened the door and just as I was about to go out, I saw the door next door open and Suly walked out pushing a suitcase. Why are you still here? Fong Tingting said hurriedly. I nervously closed the door, wondering. Didn't she say she was waiting for news from me? Why was Suly leaving so early? Yu Nan, you're hiding by the door playing secret agent. Fong Tingting laughed. Shut up. I yelled, wondering if Suly, who was waiting for the elevator outside, could hear me. How dare you yell at me? You. Seeing that Fong Tingting continued to yell my name, I grabbed her head and kissed her sharp lips. Chapter 24, Playing the Victim. I kept kissing Fong Tingting without letting go for a moment. When I heard the elevator ding outside, I suddenly noticed that Fong Tingting had stuck out her tongue. Shit. I pushed Fong Tingting away. Why did you push me? Fong Tingting frowned. What did you do? I took 2 steps back. Fong Tingting looked at me in disbelief, as if she were looking at an idiot. A few seconds later. You're fucking crazy, you're the one who should be kissing, not the other way around. What do you take me for? I'm not going to waste any more time with you. I opened the door and rushed out into the hallway. I went to the window in the hallway and looked down. I saw the Audi that had picked up Suly in the morning. A middle-aged man opened the trunk and helped Suly put her luggage in. How dare you trick me? I gritted my teeth and watched Suly get into the man's passenger seat and drive off. You can imagine the anger I felt. I thought I had met true love and that I could get the school beauty queen, but I never thought I was the fool. Suly, how dare you trick me? I went back to the elevator and took it downstairs. Are you still at home? I sent Suly a WeChat message. It was almost 10 seconds. Yes, but I called a taxi, I'm leaving soon. Seeing Suly's reply, I continued, coming back tomorrow? Well, the high-speed train tomorrow morning should arrive in Jiangcheng at 12 noon. At 12 noon, that's when I'm off work. If I don't finish today, I'll just pick up where I left off tomorrow. Suly, you want to play with me? Then I, Yu Nan, will play along. I'll see who can outlast who. Did you miss me? It's a pity today, I wanted you to keep me company. Suly continued. We can meet tomorrow, I'll pick you up at the high-speed railway station. I asked. Okay, that's a deal. Suly agreed. Putting the phone in my pocket, I walked towards the entrance of the residential area. I bought a light bulb of the same model at the hardware store and returned to Fang Tingting's house. As soon as I entered the door, there was a loud pop, and Fang Tingting slapped me without warning. What are you doing? I yelled angrily. Do you think I'm your plaything? You can kiss me if you want, or not if you don't want to. Fang Tingting blared at me. You. I was at a loss for words. If Fang Tingting wasn't pregnant, I would have slapped her so hard that she would have felt the heat. You what? Go change the light bulb and get out of here as soon as possible. Fang Tingting continued. You just wait. I glared at Fang Tingting and walked into the bedroom. After changing the light bulb, I left Fang Tingting's house without looking back. After starting the car in the underground garage, I received a call from Mr. Wang. Hello, boss? I picked up the phone. Secretary Fang said there was a power outage at home. Have you fixed it? Mr. Wang asked. It's fixed, I just got out. I said. I can't get away today, you haven't been to my house yet, have you? Mr. Wang continued. I'm going now. I said. The most important task today is to go back to the villa and get the USB drive, as Mr. Wang instructed. The reason for getting the USB drive is a pretext, the real reason is to get close to the boss's wife. The boss has given me a month, and this month is very important to me. My wife should be at home taking an afternoon nap at this time. This is a very good opportunity, it's up to you to seize it, the boss reminded me. I nodded. Women are emotional creatures. Your life story, your childhood, do you know what it means to play up your misery? You have to be miserable enough to make women feel sympathy and care about you, the boss continued. Okay. I forced a smile. After all, Mr. Wang is an old hand at this, and he can think of anything. He wants me to sell my misery, but how miserable am I really? When I was a kid, my family was poor, and I had to borrow money for school fees. After graduating from university, my girlfriend ran off, I had no background, I was desperate, so I became a construction laborer and I even broke my head? Am I miserable? Apart from being poor, am I really miserable enough? I even began to doubt myself. I don't know how I'm going to face the boss lady later, and how I'm going to sell my misery to her. The rain was getting lighter, and I drove into the residential area, applying the brakes hard. I took out some anti-fatigue eye drops from the glove compartment and put a few drops in my eyes. Feeling a bit teary, I drove into the villa. My movements attracted the boss's attention, and she walked out onto the balcony. Didn't Boss Wang say that the boss's wife had the habit of taking afternoon naps? Why was she so alert? Why have you come back? The boss's wife called out. Pretending not to hear, I rushed into the hall and ran upstairs to Wang's study. Opening the door to the study, I saw the designated USB flash drive on the desk. Why have you suddenly returned? Behind me was the sound of the proprietress, who had obviously followed me. I closed my eyes and 2 tears flowed out, which I wiped away halfway with my raised arm. What's wrong with you, you? The proprietress walked up to me and looked at me in surprise. I'm fine, Mr. Wang told me to go home and get the USB stick, saying it would be useful when we have dinner with the client later. I sadly turned my head. Why are you crying? Did my husband scold you? The boss lady grabbed my hand and asked with concern. Sure enough, playing the victim can arouse a woman's natural instincts. But how do I explain this? No, the boss didn't scold me. I raised my hand and wiped away the other half of the tears. You're crying and saying it's fine, is there a problem at home and you need money? What's the problem? The proprietress grabbed my hand. Her concern for me made me really want to cry. She was so kind, such a good woman, and Wang actually wanted to abandon her. That animal, that scumbag, doesn't his heart ache? I'm not a good liar. I stutter and blush when I lie. I don't have any acting skills, and I look really awkward when I lie. Hurry up and tell me, you're killing me with suspense. The bosses said anxiously. Bosses. I finally couldn't hold back any longer, and I embraced the bosses. What's going on? The bosses patted my back, comforting me. Oh my god, I just hugged the bosses like that? I actually hugged the bosses openly and honestly. I never dared to do this before, not even last night when I managed to get close to Boss Wang with a lot of care. But today, I did it all on my own. Gradually, I noticed that boss lady was only wearing a nightdress. She was really taking a nap, and she wasn't even wearing underwear. My heart was pounding so hard, I could feel boss lady's softness. She was hugging me so tightly. What's wrong with you? Can you tell me? Maybe I can help you, said the boss's wife. What should I do? What should I do? What should I make up? How should I play the victim? I was desperate. I knew that my next line was very important, and that success or failure would depend on it. Chapter 25, A Miracle Out of Nothing. What on earth had happened? The boss's wife patted my back. I could feel her breathing, her voice was right next to my ear, we were pressed close together, and without realizing it, I had a reaction. I felt a burning in my lower abdomen, but I had to restrain myself. Just as I was thinking of how to make up a story, the boss suddenly let out a few and then hurriedly broke free of me and took 2 steps back. You. The boss pointed at me in a panic. I looked down and instantly blushed. Shit. What the hell, how could I have a reaction in this situation? I cursed myself for being so useless, and wished I could find a hole to crawl into. I bent over and quickly shoved the USB drive into my pocket. The boss's gaze became complicated, car or house, and that my family couldn't even come up with 500,000 yuan in bride price, and that she had long wanted to break up with me. I grieved. That's outrageous, how could there be such a woman, the proprietress said angrily. Then she blocked me on WeChat. I said. You take relationships too seriously. Don't be sad. The boss lady sighed, took my hand and patted my back. Looking at the boss lady comforting me, I felt a little guilty. I didn't think she would believe what I said. This kind of woman doesn't deserve love, This kind of woman isn't worth it. You will definitely meet a good woman who loves you, the boss lady said. I nodded emphatically. Releasing my hand, the proprietress sat back down on the sofa. She reminisced, back when I was with your boss, he had nothing. At that time, he followed a construction team, and later he became a contractor. It was still me who helped him borrow money from relatives and friends to pay his salary. I didn't leave him when he was at his lowest point. I supported his career all the way until now. So, when looking for a woman, find one who can share your joys and sorrows, and who can work hard together with you. You're still young, you have a bright future, you can't stay in the same place your whole life. I didn't expect the boss's wife to tell me her story with the boss. It turns out that she started from scratch with the boss. She is the boss's hardworking wife. Such a good woman is facing being abandoned by the boss. Why is the world like this? You should find a girlfriend. Why are you always? The boss's wife stopped in the middle of her sentence and looked at my crotch. I was very embarrassed. This is the second time. I did the same thing last time when I was fixing the water heater in the bathroom. I remember the bosses was very angry that day. Do you see other women behaving like this? The bosses asked. I shook my head quickly when she asked me this. Then why do you always see me behaving like this? The bosses continued. I didn't expect the bosses to ask me this kind of issue. Maybe she has no one to talk to at home all year round, so she simply chatted with me today. Because you are very beautiful, especially beautiful. I blushed and said. Really? The boss asked in surprise. You're mature and elegant, you dress well, and you have a great figure and beautiful skin. I said hurriedly. I'm not very good at praising women, I don't have any fancy words to embellish you with, and I admit that I'm a bit of a Philistine when it comes to praising people. I'm a bit of a klutz with my words, that's my weakness. But I didn't expect the boss to blush when she heard what I said. Do you really think so? The boss stood up, her eyes sparkling. Well. I nodded. Thank you, for your kind words. The boss lady smiled. I didn't flatter you, it's the truth. Boss lady, you are the most beautiful woman I've ever seen, and also the kindest. I said hurriedly. Staring at me, the boss lady suddenly burst out laughing. After a moment of shaking, she said, You should say things like that to your future girlfriend, you can't say things like that to me. Why? I asked hurriedly. Because I have a husband, and if he finds out that you said this about me, he won't be happy, the boss lady said. Oh. I nodded. Losing love is not a bad thing, and it's not worth getting sad over that kind of woman. Don't let it affect your work, the boss lady continued. Can you keep it a secret for me then? I don't want my boss to know, I said awkwardly. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone, the boss lady said. I nodded in agreement. When I left, the boss lady told me to drive safely, and I soon returned to the company. I walked towards Wang's office, and just as I knocked twice, Wang told me to wait a moment, and it was only after a few dozen seconds that the door opened. Zhao Feng saw me and smiled awkwardly before leaving Wang's office. Zhao Feng, the company's accountant, was in her early 30s, with a sweet face and a plump figure. She was reportedly divorced and single, and had a 7-year-old child studying in her hometown. Don't come to my office without my order in the future, Wang said coldly. I looked at General Manager Wang, who was sitting on the sofa, and said, Sorry, General Manager Wang. How was it? General Manager Wang asked. This is a USB flash drive. I put the USB flash drive in front of General Manager Wang. I asked him how the trip was. General Manager Wang's tone was a little cold, as if I had made him angry. Strange, I just came to the office to find him, why is he so angry? I began to recall the scene that just happened. I remember that just now, when Zhao Feng left General Manager Wang's office, her hair was a little messy, and there seemed to be a strand of hair hanging from the corner of her mouth. Holy shit! Could it be that Wang and Zhao Feng are having an affair? I was shocked. In the company, apart from Feng Tingting, Zhao Feng was the only one who was responsible for the appearance. Feng Tingting was young and pretty, while Zhao Feng was mature and charming. I'm asking you a question, why are you so quiet? Wang gave me a kick. Oh, just now, the boss's wife hugged me, I said in a shocked voice, leaning close to Wang's ear. What? Wang stood up in vain and looked at me incredulously. Chapter 26 A Great Temptation. It's true, I said hastily. Knowing my wife as I do, she would never hug another man but me. How did you manage it? Wang Zong's eyes fixed on me. I glanced outside the office and whispered, You told me on the phone to sell my misery, didn't you? So you sold your misery in front of my wife? Wang Zong said with interest. I nodded bashfully. You're good, you're a quick learner, just a little nudge and you're bright as a button. Mr. Wang patted me on the shoulder and took out a Huazi cigarette from his cigarette case and offered it to me. I took it in both hands and smiled awkwardly. Everything is difficult at the beginning, and you've taken a very radical step. In that case, I believe that within a month, you can win over my wife. Mr. Wang lit the cigarette and exhaled a cloud of smoke. I nodded. I have a dinner meeting with Mr. Zhang today. Normally, I would have arranged for Secretary Feng to accompany me at a scene like this, but she is pregnant, so I asked Zhao Feng to fill in. Mr. Wang's words took a sharp turn. I would never believe that Mr. Wang would let a finance staff member accompany him to a dinner without giving Zhao Feng a reward, because that is not Zhao Feng's responsibility. That is what I just discussed with Zhao Feng. Mr. Wang continued. Okay, boss, I said. The dinner is at 6:30 p.m. at the Juncheng Hotel. I must be in the private dining room at 6 p.m. This is a big deal tonight. If we close the deal, this year's task will be completed. If you can seduce my wife and let me catch you in the act, I will give you 500,000 yuan. At the end of his sentence, Mr. Wang stubbed out his cigarette and looked at me with a very sharp gaze. 500,000 yuan. My God, that's 500,000 yuan. I've been working for 10 years and I still haven't saved up 500,000 yuan. My breathing began to become heavy. I knew that Mr. Wang was my benefactor. And I will also give you a monthly raise of 2,000 yuan. Mr. Wang's mouth curled up. I will definitely not disappoint the boss. I felt like I had been pumped up with adrenaline, standing tall and straight. If you don't do it, I won't use you again. Mr. Wang continued. Don't worry, boss, I'm sure I can do it. I give you my word. Faced with the temptation of a huge sum of money, I would be a fool to refuse. Remember to come to the door at 5:30 to pick me up in Jiaofeng. Mr. Wang patted me on the shoulder. Back in my office, I slammed the door and jumped in place. Holy cow, this is 500,000 yuan. With this money, I can buy a 100 square meter house in my hometown county, and I can pay the full price. After buying the house, I'll still have some savings left over, so I can take out a loan to buy a car. In that case, I'll have a house and a car. I got excited at once, but gradually, I frowned. The figure of the boss's wife appeared in my mind. If the boss catches me and the boss's wife red-handed, then in terms of the divorce, the boss will definitely be the beneficiary, and he will live a good life with Fong Tingting. But what about the boss's wife? How sad will she be? The one at fault for the infidelity within marriage is the boss's wife, who has no idea that the whole thing was carefully planned by the boss. And me? Am I the most despicable person? How should I face the boss's wife? Will she be particularly disappointed if she finds out about this? My heart started racing. On the one hand was money, on the other was humanity. Suddenly, I became indecisive. Just as I was thinking about these things, my boss's wife sent me a WeChat message. You, remember to give the boss the hangover medicine later, don't let him drink too much. Okay, don't worry, boss's wife. I responded. The boss's wife, who knew nothing, was still concerned about Mr. Wang, while Mr. Wang was thinking about making a lot of money and flying off with another woman. The wife of the trough is thus abandoned, and I really feel sorry for the boss's wife. I believe that if the boss's wife knew that Mr. Wang was always like this, she would definitely initiate a divorce with Mr. Wang. It was approaching 5:30 p.m., and I picked up Mr. Wang and Zhao Feng and rushed to the designated restaurant. Zhao Feng usually dresses modestly and appropriately, but tonight she seemed to have dressed up carefully. She was wearing a black leather skirt, a pair of stockings from Parisian fashion house, a halter top that showed off her charms, and her waves of curls falling over her right shoulder. Even while sitting in the car, she was very professionally fixing her makeup. Mr. Zhang is a big leader, you must accompany him well tonight. Don't worry, boss, I'll do my best. Xiao Yu, where's the hangover medicine the boss's wife gave you? I hurriedly gave the hangover remedy to Mr. Wang. Looking through the rearview mirror, I saw that Mr. Wang and Zhao Feng had already taken a pill. The car arrived at the hotel entrance, and I hurriedly opened the back door. Wait for my call. Mr. Wang and Zhao Feng got out of the car and reminded me. Okay, Mr. Wang. I nodded and agreed, parking the car in the parking lot not far away. I have been following Mr. Wang for some time now, and I know that his dinner parties last 2 to 3 hours, and if he goes karaoke with clients, it will go until midnight. As I had nothing to do, I opened the car door and planned to go nearby to find something to eat. As soon as I got out of the car, I saw a Mini parked in the parking space next to mine. Yu Nan? A fashionable woman wearing sunglasses slammed the car door and looked at me in surprise. Who are you? I was puzzled. The woman was wearing a brown wrap skirt, black high heels, and carrying an expensive handbag. I can meet you here, old classmate. Don't you recognize me? The woman took off her sunglasses and revealed a familiar face. Wang Yan? I said in surprise. You remember me? Wang Yan looked me up and down, then looked at the car keys in my hand. You've changed a lot, I said. Last time I looked at Suly's friend's circle, I saw a photo of Wang Yan and Suly in a restaurant together. I guessed whether Wang Yan would also be in this city, but I didn't expect the world to be so small. Have I changed a lot? Wang Yan asked confidently as she twirled around in front of me. I remember that in college, Wang Yan was a rather introverted and quiet girl. She couldn't fit into Suly and their circle because Suly and their friends loved to dress up and were also very pretty. Time has changed, and Wang Yan has changed a lot. Not only is she tall, but it seems like she has had work done on her face. I remember that Wang Yan's nose wasn't very straight and her breasts weren't this big, but now she is sexy and cute, fashionable and Western. Is this your car? Wang Yan looked at me with interest. I pressed the car key, and the headlights of the car flashed. Wow, this car is worth more than 1,000,000 yuan, Yu Nan, you have really changed a lot, Wang Yan praised. That's about it. I smiled stiffly. The car isn't even mine, what's there to be proud of? But the car really is a man's calling card, I admit that. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Why don't we eat together? Wang Yan made an invitation. That's not a good idea, will it bother you? I asked hurriedly. I happened to be planning to eat nearby, and Wang Yan's invitation came at the perfect time. I have a VIP card here, which gives me a discount, Wang Yan said with a smile. I was a little surprised to hear about the VIP card, but thinking about the discount, I wondered how much money the two of us could eat. Okay, I nodded. Seeing that I had agreed, Wang Yan turned on the car key and walked with me through the revolving doors of the hotel. Welcome. 8 reception ladies in uniform welcomed me in cheongsams as I walked through the revolving doors of the hotel. I straighten my back as they bow. Oh, Ms. Wang, please come in. The lobby manager greets Wang Yan politely as he sees her. Wang Yan nodded, and she led me towards the elevator. What exactly did Wang Yan do? Why was the lobby manager of the hotel so polite to her? I had a question in my mind. Later, she will drink some wine with me, and if there is nothing else, she will stay here. Wang Yan crossed her arms, and as soon as the elevator door opened, she took the lead and walked in. I glanced at Wang Yan's perky buttocks, which were wrapped in a hip-hugging skirt, and I followed a few steps behind. Chapter 27 Her Purpose. What a coincidence, I can meet you here. Wang Yan pressed the floor and turned to look at me. She is very accommodating and has a straight figure. This Wang Yan is really different from the one I remember. I remember that Wang Yan's family is also from the countryside and is in similar conditions to my family, but it's only been a few years, so why has she changed so much? The Mini in the parking lot is the top model, which costs more than 300,000 yuan. What kind of work does she do that is so profitable? What kind of business do you run in Zhangcheng? Wang Yan asked first. Construction. I spat out the 2 words and looked at the numbers on the elevator's LCD screen unnaturally. Are we going to the sightseeing restaurant on the top floor? You really are different now. Wang Yan said. And you? I asked in return. I work for a financial company and this is where I receive clients. Wang Yan said casually. Oh. I nodded. Ding. As soon as the elevator doors opened, Wang Yan got out first, and the waiter, seeing Wang Yan, hurried over to greet her and seat us at a window table. As I watched Wang Yan skillfully flip through the menu, I looked out the window. The Jiangcheng Hotel is one of the few landmark buildings here, and the observation restaurant on the 42nd floor offers a view of the entire nightscape of Jiangcheng. Although I've seen it often on videos, this is the first time I've come here to eat. What would you like to eat? Wang Yan showed me the menu. I was shocked when I saw the price, 388 for a steak. What kind of steak is so expensive? This really isn't the place for me. It seems that apart from the steak, nothing else is cheap. Gradually, I noticed that there was fried rice with eggs on the menu, priced at 78. Let's have the fried rice with eggs, I said. Ah. Wang Yan was taken aback, and then she said, that's right, I guess you're tired of eating all the delicious food in the mountains and the sea, so something light would be nice. What you zone? I'm just a worker. I said hurriedly. Yu Nan, you're being subtle, there's no need to be like this with me. Wang Yan smiled, and continued, I'll add a steak for you, the steak here is good, and then we can drink some red wine together? No wine, I don't drink. I hurriedly declined. Okay, how about the steak medium rare? The steak here is very tender. Wang Yan laughed. I nodded in agreement. After ordering, Wang Yan took out her phone and took a few selfies, then suddenly the camera was pointed at me. Hey, what are you doing? I said, panicking. It's rare for old classmates to meet, let me take a photo of you, what are you nervous about? Are you afraid I'll post it in the class group? Wang Yan laughed. Try not to post it, I said. Keep a low profile, okay, got it. Wang Yan took a sip of tea, then opened her purse and took out a business card, here, my business card. I took it and glanced at it. Dingsheng Investment and Financial Management Company, Financial Consultant, Wang Yan. Where's your business card? Wang Yan asked, looking at me. I don't have a business card, I said. That's right, who would normally carry a business card with them when they go out? Wang Yan shrugged and continued, "Old classmate, you should give me your WeChat account, right?" "Oh." I quickly took out my phone. We added each other on WeChat, and before long, the waiter brought the food. I awkwardly picked up the knife and fork, looked at Wang Yan, and started cutting. "What kind of beef is this? Why is it bloody when I cut it? Is this really worth 388 yuan?" I muttered to myself, but on the surface I cut it and pushed it into my mouth. Suly is also in Zhangcheng. She lives in Yiping, in the southern suburbs. She's amazing, buying a house in Yiping. Wang Yan ate and chatted. "Suly's house isn't rented, is it? How did it get to Wang Yan's mouth that it was bought?" "No, Suly told me that she rents it, and she said that the rent is 2,500 yuan. What about you?" I asked. "How can I afford a house? It's only been a little over 2 years since we graduated from college. Do you think I make over 1,000,000 yuan a year?" Wang Yan shrugged, but then she suddenly looked at me and said, "By the way, Yu Nan, where are you living now?" "Me?" I said in surprise. "Yes, where are you living now?" Wang Yan continued. "I live in overseas Chinese town." I said. "Damn, you live in a villa?" I said, "Yu Nan, you're so quiet and unassuming, but you're making a fortune." Wang Yan exclaimed in surprise. "No, the house is rented." I said awkwardly. "It's pretty amazing to be able to afford a villa, okay? Driving a luxury car and living in a villa, if my classmates knew, they would be so envious." Wang Yan laughed. "It's okay." I continued eating. On the surface, I did have a good life, driving a luxury car and living in a villa, but they belonged to someone else. Wang Yan can eat a lot. After she finished eating, she ordered some fruit, while I finished the steak and fried rice with eggs and stood up. "I already paid." Wang Yan laughed. "This is embarrassing." I said awkwardly. I was going to pay the bill, but I never thought Wang Yan had already paid. "I have a VIP card." Wang Yan wiped her mouth and smiled as she picked up her bag. "How about it, let's go to my place and hang out." "Your place?" I asked. "I have a long-term lease on a room in this hotel. Sometimes when I'm tired of entertaining clients, I can go and rest for a while. Do you want to go for a visit?" Wang Yan said. "That's not a good idea." I said. "What's not good about it?" "Yu Nan, you're not going to meet your girlfriend here tonight, are you? Did you open a room here too?" Wang Yan looked at me with a smile that was half smirk. "That's not going to happen." I shook my head. "I guess it's because my car is parked in the parking lot here that Wang Yan is suspicious?" "That's it, let's go," Wang Yan said, walking towards the restaurant. Wang Yan walked with a breeze, and the moment her skirt floated up, her long, white legs were on full display, attracting a lot of attention. Some of the men and women eating nearby would point and laugh, as if they disapproved of Wang Yan's attire. We got into the elevator with Wang Yan, and soon after, we arrived on the 38th floor of the hotel. When Wang Yan swiped the door open, I looked inside and was a little surprised. I have never stayed in a 5-star hotel before. The decor is luxurious, with large floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the city, and the big, soft bed looks really comfortable. But the room is a bit messy. I can see that there are lots of snacks on the coffee table in front of the sofa, and even some wine. I tidied up a bit. Wang Yan took off her high heels and put on a pair of pink slippers. "Do you live here all the time?" I asked curiously. "Sometimes, when I'm tired from work, I stay here," Wang Yan said. Hearing Wang Yan's words, I nodded, and my curiosity about Wang Yan's work increased. "Our company recently launched a product with a very high rate of return. If you want to try your hand at it, you can invest 500,000 yuan and make 200,000 yuan in 3 months, Wang Yan said while tidying up. "Invest 500,000 yuan and make 200,000 yuan? I frowned. "I have a client who invested 5 million and made 7 million in 3 months. Wang Yan continued, pouring me a cup of tea. I took the tea and looked at Wang Yan. Wang Yan bent over with her back to me, tidying up. She looked sexy, but her intentions were clear. 500,000? How could I possibly have that kind of money? Even if I did, I wouldn't be able to buy any financial products. Come, let me tell you about our products." Wang Yan took my hand and sat down on the sofa. Looking at Wang Yan's big white legs under her skirt, I looked up. Through the neckline, I saw the deep cleavage. Chapter 28 Race Against Time. This is the content of our product, you can take a look first. Wang crossed one leg and professionally handed me a product brochure. I flipped through it and saw that it was a project about some kind of fund, and a lot of the things introduced in it were marked with numbers. Hongjing Fund? I asked. Yes, our product is a collaboration with a listed group company in Gangcheng. This company has a market value of tens of billions of dollars, and we have the backing of the Gangshan Bank. Do you know the Gangshan Bank? Wang laughed. I don't know, I said. That's right, after all, you work in construction, how would you know so much about financial companies? As Wang talked, her hand rested on my thigh. While I pretended to listen to Wang endless chatter, my eyes were fixed on her thighs and cleavage. Unconsciously, I felt a reaction. I glanced at the soft bed and rolled my throat. Will I get tired sitting? Wang suddenly stopped talking, blinked her big eyes, and just looked at me. It's okay. I withdrew my gaze and forced a smile. Lie down for a while. Wang stood up from the sofa, she made the bed, leaving me with a sexy back. I really wanted to embrace Wang willowy waist and lift up her skirt. I forced myself to endure the discomfort, with all kinds of messy thoughts running through my head. You must be tired after a busy day, right? Wang flipped up the corner of the quilt and sat on one side. Seeing Wang as if she were going to serve me, I walked up to her with a strange feeling. I hesitated whether to lie on the bed or not, when suddenly Wang knelt down on one knee and grabbed my calf. What? You? I was taken aback. I'm just giving you your slippers, what are you nervous about? Wang laughed. My heart was beating fast, and when Wang took off my shoes, she suddenly froze. Eek! I winced and awkwardly tried to escape immediately. Your socks are pretty funny, aren't they? Wang laughed, holding my foot. Shit! Why didn't I think of the fact that I was still wearing these holy socks? Suly, I passed one hurdle, but I didn't expect to fall here. Your feet stink a bit. You must be tired from running around the construction site, right? Wang took advantage of the situation to help me take off my socks, and then she walked over to the bathroom. Looking at the holy socks discarded on the side, I didn't know what to do next. Suddenly, I heard the sound of water in the bathroom, and then Wang appeared in front of me with a foot bath tray. No way? Is she going to wash my feet? I looked at Wang in disbelief as she placed the foot bath in front of me and then carefully lowered my feet into it. How is it? Is the water temperature about right? Wang asked. It's about right, I said, embarrassed. You guys in construction work on building sites are probably pretty tired, so soaking your feet at night will make you feel better, Wang said as she washed my feet. As I watched Wang kneel down to serve me, I said, embarrassed, I'll do it myself. You do it yourself? Wang looked at me in surprise. I nodded. Okay, then I'll go take a shower. Wang put the towel aside and walked straight towards the bathroom. Take a shower? How is Wang going to take a shower? I looked at Wang go into the bathroom, and then looked at the foot washing basin on the floor. My goodness, what on earth is Wang trying to do? Looking at the bathroom again, I noticed that it was made of glass walls. Although the glass was frosted, I could vaguely see Wang taking off her skirt, and then it seemed like she took off her underwear as well. My breathing became heavier and heavier, and I remembered being at Suly's house in the afternoon. After a while, I noticed that Wang had turned on the shower, and she had already started washing. Yu Nan, you should soak for a while longer. It's much more comfortable. While taking a shower, Wang didn't forget to remind me. Okay. I agreed, feeling the water temperature. After you finish soaking your feet, you should take a shower too, Wang continued. I should take a shower too? Did I hear that right? At this point, I was sure that I could sleep with Wang with ease. My goodness, Suly in the afternoon, and now Wang. Are these beautiful women, who I would never dare to think about on a normal day, throwing themselves at me? What merit do I have, Yu Nan, that I can have them? I thought about these things, and my thoughts were a million miles away. After about 20 minutes, Wang walked up to me wearing a pink nightgown. I had already dried my feet, and I watched as she took away the footbath tray and threw my torn socks into the trash can. I'll put these socks in your shoes. Wang put a pair of new socks in my shoes. Looking at Wang's delicate profile, I noticed that she wasn't wearing any underwear. Go take a shower. Wang Yan's cheeks were flushed, and she handed me a pair of slippers. Looking at Wang Yan's pretty face, I was at a loss for a moment, and I was a little hesitant to speak. Hurry up and go, don't dawdle, take a nice hot shower. Wang Yan smiled, helped me put on my slippers, and pushed me towards the bathroom. Almost pushed into the bathroom by Wang Yan, she closed the bathroom door and started blow-drying her hair outside. Stunned, I stood in the bathroom and looked at the mirror on the sink. The me in the mirror looked awkward and even a little apprehensive. I raised my hand to check the time, and it was exactly 7:30 p.m. Wang's drinking party had started at 6:30 p.m., and according to schedule, it would end in 2 hours at the earliest, which would be 8:30 p.m. Taking a shower for 10 minutes left 50 minutes with Wang Yan, which was a bit tight but still enough time. Taking a deep breath at the sight of myself in the mirror, I shifted my gaze slightly and saw the underwear Wang Yan had taken off. It was a set of purple lingerie, very sexy, and the cups were not small. Never mind, I have to take a shower when I go back. I took off my shirt and unfastened my belt. I walked into the shower and started to rinse. After almost 10 minutes, I finished showering, wrapped myself in a bath towel, and carefully walked to the room. I saw that the lights in the room had dimmed quite a bit. Wang Yan turned on the lamp on the nightstand, and the TV was on, playing a variety show. This way. Wang Yan saw me and patted the pillow next to her. Wang Yan seemed to be giving me a sense of ease, telling me not to be constrained, but my heart was pounding. Step by step, I walked to the edge of the bed, took off my shoes, and got under the quilt. As soon as I sat next to Wang Yan, she put her arm around me and switched the channel. Trying to keep my breathing as steady as possible, I glanced at Wang Yan secretly and saw that she was leaning very naturally against my shoulder, still looking at the TV screen. I coughed discreetly, cleared my throat, and glanced at my phone. It was 7:50 p.m., 40 minutes before 8:30. 40 minutes was not a lot of time, but it should be enough. Wang Yan was being so proactive, but would she regret it? As I thought this, I took the initiative to hold Wang Yan's hand. The moment I did, I felt Wang Yan's body tremble slightly, and then she suddenly turned around and embraced me. Chapter 29 The Fox's Tale. I was so nervous that I almost couldn't breathe, and I forced myself to resist the urge, but in the next second, Wang Yan kissed me on the mouth. My body twitched, and I was caught off guard by Wang Yan's initiative. Why was Wang Yan so proactive, and why would she have sex with an old classmate she had just met? My mind went blank. Gradually, it seemed like I understood something. Wang Yan was not the kind of woman who would just sleep with anyone, unless the man had some kind of value to her. As soon as she walked into the room, she recommended their company's financial products to me. She was so enthusiastic because she wanted me to buy the products. So, Wang Yan's goal was to get cash out of my hands. Driving a BMW and living in a villa, this is the impression I gave Wang Yan. She thought I was a big fish. An instant epiphany made me come to my senses. Wang Yan was very proactive, and she kissed very intensely. Her initiative made my lower abdomen even more fiery. Yu Nan. Wang Yan shouted my name, pushed me onto the bed, and threw the towel off me. Feeling Wang Yan's movements, I embraced her. My movements were a little clumsy, and I knew that it was all a mirage. When Wang Yan found out my real situation, she didn't even bother to look at me. Not only Wang Yan, but also Suly, they are all women on high, they will always look down on the people at the bottom, and only rich people can attract them. I suddenly became a little angry, and my hand slipped into Wang Yan's nightgown. Eek! Wang Yan let out a soft groan, she swayed her waist, as if my actions had ignited her. How long has it been? Wang Yan lay on top of me, blowing air in my ear. It's been a long time, I said. The next second, Wang Yan got under the covers. I didn't know what she was going to do, but then I felt my body shake, and I almost sat up. It felt like the whole world was spinning for me, and after a few minutes, I couldn't help but let out a cry. After the storm came a little peace. I looked at Wang Yan as she threw a few tissue paper balls into the trash can, and I turned my head away very awkwardly. Want a smoke? Wang Yan wiped the corner of her mouth and handed me a cigarette. You smoke too? I took the cigarette and looked at Wang Yan in surprise. I smoke when I'm stressed at work. It's not easy to make money in our line of work, unlike you guys who can make money for half a year or even a year with just one project. Wang Yan lit my cigarette for me. She got off the bed, sat on the sofa, and crossed her legs. You're doing pretty well, and that car of yours is not bad, I said. I bought it secondhand for just over 100,000 yuan. Wang Yan laughed. Oh. I looked confused. What do you think? Why not buy one of our company's products and invest 500,000 yuan to test the water? Wang Yan laughed. The fox's tail had indeed shown itself again. Wang Yan's goal was very clear. No matter what she did, her ultimate goal was to get money out of me. If I really had money, then I would really invest in what Wang Yan had just shown me, although I would think that 500,000 yuan was a bit much, and perhaps 100,000 to 200,000 yuan would be acceptable. The issue was that I didn't have any money, so where would I get the money to buy any financial products? Let me think about it. I forced a smile. What's there to think about? I haven't even met my sales target for this month, and I'm counting on this deal. Wang Yan stubbed out her cigarette and came over to me with a coquettish look on her face, taking my arm in her hands. I looked embarrassed. Please, help me. Wang Yan pouted her lips, and she climbed into bed again, leaning against my chest. Looking at Wang Yan's lovelorn expression, my thoughts whirled. I had taken advantage of Wang Yan quite a bit just now, not only eating dinner, but also having her serve me. In theory, I really should pay a little, but unfortunately I am a poor man. The 5,000 yuan salary I received today is not even enough to pay Wang Yan a small fraction of what she is worth. Let me think about it. I said. What's there to think about? Yu Nan, don't think about it. Wang Yan's jade hands rested on my thighs, and her flirtatious appearance made my heart beat faster again. I recently took on a project, and the initial costs will be relatively high. I really don't have much extra money on hand. I said. Not even 100 or 2,000? Wang Yan frowned. Wang Yan's confusion made me feel awkward. If I said that my entire fortune, when added together, was only a few tens of thousands of dollars, I wondered how she would feel. There is, but it's more external debt that I haven't recovered yet, I said. External debt? Wang Yan frowned. Many of the final payments for the projects that Wang was in charge of have not been settled. Third parties are like this, they all advance funds to do the work, and not many of the final payments can be settled. I remember Wang mentioning to me in passing that there is still more than 3 million in debt that hasn't been recovered. Right. I nodded. Looking at me thoughtfully, Wang Yan continued, roughly how much is the foreign debt? More than 3 million, I said. More than 3 million? Wang Yan exclaimed in surprise. Yes. I nodded. Go and demand it, why don't you? This is more than 3 million, you could buy a big house in Jiangcheng with it. Wang Yan said immediately. It's hard to demand it, it's hard for us third-party construction companies to do it in the first place. I said. As if she could see my difficulties, Wang Yan rolled her eyes and then said, when you have time, let's go together and collect the money, and get this money back. Huh? I was stunned. What do you mean, huh? Are you going to keep this much money forever? This is your money. Wang Yan continued. Oh. I nodded. Yu Nan, you're amazing, I never thought you had more than 3 million outside. Wang Yan hugged me and kissed me on the mouth again. Just now, Wang Yan and I did not have sex, but we did have a superficial interaction. But now, judging from the trend, it seems that we are about to taste the forbidden fruit. Just as Wang Yan was about to take off her nightgown, my phone rang. I glanced at the screen and my heart skipped a beat. Who is it? Wang Yan put her nightgown aside and looked at me in surprise. The infinite spring light did not make me hesitate. I made a gesture to silence myself and answered the phone. Where are you? Wang Yan asked. I'm at the hotel, I said. Come to the door and pick me up. Wang continued. Okay. As soon as I hung up, I hurriedly got out of bed and dressed. What's the rush? Wang Yan covered her chest and looked at me in surprise. The client is at the hotel, I have to go down, I said. Hearing my words, Wang Yan hurriedly brought me my leather shoes, and she took out the socks from the shoes and put them on for me. Thank you, I said. What are you talking about? Wang Yan smiled. Well. Nodding slightly, I walked to the door. Good luck. Wang Yan opened the door and kissed me on the cheek. Okay. I nodded in agreement and walked out the door. Time suddenly stopped, and I saw Zhao Feng being embraced by a man's waist. She was holding a room card in her hand, looking for the room number. Are we there yet? The man kissed Zhao Feng's side face, looking lewd. Almost. Zhao Fang responded awkwardly, her gaze fixed on mine. Chapter 30. It's up to you. Zhao Fang and that Mr. Zhang? I looked at Zhao Fang in surprise. Zhao Fang suddenly turned her head, as if she was afraid of being recognized, and quickly swiped the room opposite. I watched Zhao Fang and Mr. Zhang walk into the room, and hurriedly walked towards the elevator. After getting in the elevator, I saw Mr. Wang in front of the hotel a few minutes later. Why did you just come out? Mr. Wang was a little displeased. I was just in the bathroom, I said awkwardly. Go and get the car. Wang said. Promising Wang, I ran to the parking lot and drove the car to the entrance of the hotel. Opening the back door, my hand rested on the top of the door. Seeing Wang get in the car, I closed the back door and sat back in the driver's seat. Why does it always rain in this damn weather? Wang said indifferently. It's been raining for the past 2 days. I said. Go home. Wang commanded. Where's Zhao Fang? I pretended to ask. Zhao Fang and Mr. Zhang are in the hotel room right now. I just saw them, but I still want to ask you, Mr. Wang. She took a taxi home, said Mr. Wang. Sure enough, Mr. Wang doesn't want outsiders to know about the project. Oh. I nodded and stepped on the gas. While driving, I looked at Mr. Wang in the rearview mirror. Mr. Wang's face was red, he had drunk quite a bit, and Zhao Fang and that Mr. Zhang just now also seemed to have drunk quite a bit. Zhao Fang's face was flushed from drinking, and she looked very sexy. I knew that after tonight, the deal would definitely be closed. My wife didn't look for me today, so she must be interested in you, Wang said. Huh? I was a little surprised. When a woman starts to reduce her contact with a man, it means that she is most likely moving in a new direction, Wang explained. Is that a thing? I asked. You'll understand in the future, Wang continued. Nodding slightly, it seemed like I remembered something. Right, Mr. Wang, you said last time that the company still had more than 3 million in debt that hadn't been recovered. Is that right? I asked. Why do you suddenly ask this? Mr. Wang was surprised. Why wasn't it recovered? I was curious. It's not that easy. Many are bad debts or dead debts. Just like today's Mr. Zhang, he handed over the project to us, and in the end, there is a high probability that some payment will be delayed. Mr. Wang said. Then aren't we losing money? I asked anxiously. There is profit to be made, but some companies are shameless and delay payment for our work even for very small projects. Wang continued. I see. I seem to understand. What? You want to help me collect the debt? Wang laughed. In the past, I would have preferred to avoid trouble, and if even Wang couldn't collect it, there was no way I could. But today, when Wang Yan mentioned it, I suddenly felt that there might be a chance for me. 3 million is no small sum. If you really recover it, President Wang might reward me. I was just curious. I said. If you can recover it, I can take 30% of it as a reward. President Wang laughed. 30%? I was surprised. 30% of 3 million is 900,000, which is a lot of money. If I add the 500,000 for seducing the boss's wife, it means I can have more than 1 million in a short time. Debt collection is not simple. Even the debt collection agency can't handle it, so do you think an ordinary person can? Mr. Wang continued. I nodded. I'm going to Ningxing tomorrow. You can drop me off at the airport at 9 a.m. Mr. Wang's words took a sudden turn. Going to Ningxing? I said in surprise. Yes, I won't be back until the night after tomorrow. Mr. Wang continued. I glanced at Mr. Wang and didn't say anything more. When the car arrived at the villa, I saw the proprietress come out to greet us. Honey, you haven't drunk too much, have you? The boss's wife asked, concerned. Well, the project was agreed today, and I'm flying to Ningxing tomorrow, so I won't be back until the day after tomorrow, Mr. Wang said. Why do you suddenly have to go to Ningxing? The boss's wife asked, surprised. The new project needs funding, so I have to go there in person, Lin, and hope to borrow some money, Mr. Wang said. On hearing this, the boss's wife nodded, but then it seemed as if she had thought of something. Is you going? He doesn't need to go, said Wang. Oh. The proprietress looked at me, as if she were thinking about something, but then quickly she brought Wang a cup of tea to sober up. After I had escorted Wang home, I went upstairs. At home, I would not be a third wheel for Wang and the proprietress, and on the surface I had to keep my distance. When I arrived in my room, I had just sat down when I saw that Wang Yan had sent me a WeChat message. Yu Nan, I'm so bored. How did it go with the client? Wang Yan's message was accompanied by a selfie, with a face mask on her face, clearly alone in the room. I didn't reply to Wang Yan's message directly, but put my phone aside and walked towards the bathroom. After a quick wash, when I returned to the room again, President Wang was already there. I won't be home for the next 2 days, so I'll be watching your performance. President Wang said. Yes, President Wang. I nodded. Get closer to my wife and create some opportunities. President Wang said. Don't worry, Mr. Wang. I said. My wife is conservative in character, so it will be quite difficult for you to get close to her, but as long as you are sincere, there is no chance. I hope that when I return the day after tomorrow, you will have good news to tell me. Mr. Wang continued. Okay. I nodded. Get an early night tonight and drive me to the airport in the morning. Mr. Wang finally reminded me and left my room. Tomorrow, Mr. Wang will be away, which means that I will be with the boss. And since I don't need to go to work on the weekend, this is indeed a good opportunity. But how should I approach the boss? Should I play the sad part again? I thought to myself for almost 20 minutes, when I heard a knock on the door. I opened the door and saw the boss. The boss looked like she had just taken a shower. She was wearing a rather conservative set of loungewear. Obviously she didn't feel comfortable wearing a nightgown in front of me. The boss's wife. I smiled. Is your boss going to Ningxing alone? The boss's wife asked. Yes, why? I said. The boss's wife smiled unnaturally and said, Has Finance Zhao been getting close to your boss lately? Finance Zhao? It's fine, they rarely spend time together. I frowned and said hastily. Zhao Fang is divorced and single, relatively pretty, and closer in age to President Wang. Could it be that the boss's wife is afraid that Zhao Fang and President Wang are getting together? That's why she came to ask me today? The boss nodded and suddenly said, That's right, you're still young, so don't get your hopes up. Huh? I was taken aback. Did the boss find out? Why was she saying this to me? You're still young, so it's normal to have strong reactions, but you must restrain yourself. The boss blushed as she finished speaking. Staring at the boss, I noticed that she wasn't wearing any underwear. Although she was wearing conservative home clothes, she could not hide her impressive figure, especially her plump and perky buttocks. Every time I saw them, I longed to hug and press myself against them. What are you looking at? The boss frowned. With difficulty, I averted my gaze from the boss's body and said, Nothing. Chapter 31 The Terrible Woman. I looked down and my face turned red. This is unacceptable, why did you do that again? I watched the boss leave and then closed the door behind her. I noticed an issue. The boss seemed to care a lot about my reaction. Could it be that she is very empty? Thinking about it, in recent months, President Wang has been with Fang Tingting, and today I even ran into Zhao Fang in President Wang's office. It can be said that President Wang not only has Fang Tingting, but also has an affair with Zhao Fang. There are only 2 beautiful women in the company, and they are both related to Mr. Wang. Although the boss's wife suspects Zhao Fang a little, she is not at all on her guard against Fang Tingting. After all, Fang Tingting is only in her early 20s, and in the boss's wife's opinion, how could such a young and pretty girl be having an affair with Mr. Wang? As for Zhao Fang, it seems that the suspicion is a bit too great. Lying on the bed, I switched between a few TV channels out of boredom. Near 11 o'clock in the evening, Wang Yan's phone rang. Hello? I picked up the phone. Are you still busy? Wang Yan asked. I'm home, I just took a shower. I said. Why does it feel like Wang Yan is being a bit too controlling? Is she going to blame me for what happened today? How did it go with the client? Wang Yan asked. It was fine, why aren't you asleep yet? I asked. Tomorrow is the weekend, it's fine to sleep late. Wang Yan laughed. Oh. I expressed my understanding. Do you want to come over to my place? Wang Yan asked. My heart started racing at the sound of Wang Yan's voice. I could still vaguely see the image of Wang Yan in the room. If it weren't for that phone call from Wang Yan, I think Wang Yan and I would have already confirmed our relationship by now. It's too late, I've been pretty tired the past 2 days. I declined. If I'm not staying at Wang Yan's place, then I might as well stay at Wang Yan's place, but the situation doesn't allow it. Then you get some rest. Wang Yan seemed a little disappointed. Well, you get some rest too. I hung up the phone. I turned off the light and rolled over, falling asleep. The next morning, I saw the boss's wife preparing a suitcase for the boss. After breakfast, I left the villa with the boss. Along the way, the boss kept coaxing Fong Tingting, who seemed to be warning the boss not to mess around when they got to Ningcheng. Women are so annoying. The boss hung up the phone and said impatiently. I glanced at the boss and didn't say anything. You're at home with my wife today, what are your plans? Asked Mr. Wang. When we get home, I'll ask my wife if she wants to go out for a walk, I said. My wife hasn't gone out for a long time, it's good if you take her to the park for a stroll. She likes taking photos, you can take some photos for her to strengthen your relationship. Said Mr. Wang. I nodded. Remember to be close, relationships are cultivated, don't be like an idiot. Mr. Wang continued. Promising Mr. Wang, I saw him off to the airport. Just as I was about to return, my phone rang. Upon seeing the caller, I frowned. Zhao Fong, why is she calling me so early in the morning? Zhao Fong never contacts me, so did I run into her and Mr. Zhang in a hotel room? Hello? I picked up the phone. Xiao Yu, where are you? Zhao Fong asked. I just dropped the boss off at the airport. Is there something wrong, Zhao Jie? I said. Why were you there yesterday? What is that woman to you? Zhao Fong continued. What woman? Which woman? I frowned. The woman you were with. I saw you come out of her room. Zhao Fong continued. Do you know that woman? I frowned. How about you come over to my place now? Zhao Fong said. Looking at the time, I said, okay. Soon, Zhao Fong sent me her location. Driving towards Zhao Fong's home, I was very puzzled, wondering if Zhao Fong knew Wang Yan. Is the world really that small? Zhao Fong lived in an old residential area. The car arrived at the designated building, and I parked and walked into the building. After ringing the doorbell twice, I met Zhao Fong. Zhao Fong's hair was damp, and she was wrapped in a white bathrobe. When she saw me, she handed me a pair of slippers. Zhao Fong and I rarely interacted at the company, and this was the first time I had come to her home. The house was not big, with one room and one living room, but it was nicely decorated. Come in and sit down. Zhao Fong smiled. I looked at Zhao Fong doubtfully, wondering if this woman was not avoiding suspicion. Why was she taking a shower when I came to her house? Zhao, why are you taking a shower in the morning? I asked, putting on my slippers. I have my reasons for what happened last night. Zhao Fong closed the door and said slowly. You have a reason for having sex with Mr. Zhang? I looked at Zhao Fong in surprise, hoping to see a hint of a flaw in her expression. This project is very important to the boss. If it succeeds, our company will meet this year's target. Zhao Fong gestured for me to sit on the sofa in the living room and poured me a cup of tea. So the boss asked you to serve drinks? I asked. Secretary Fong is on the same side as the boss, so I had to take over. Zhao Fong smiled helplessly. You don't have to agree, if you don't want to, I said. President Wang will give me 100,000 yuan for this project, do you think I have a reason to refuse? Zhao Fong said. 100,000 yuan? I looked at Zhao Fong in surprise. No one would know about this, how did I know I would bump into you? Zhao Fong said helplessly. This, I smiled bitterly. My daughter needs to go to school back home, my parents are not very capable, if I don't make money, no one will. Zhao Fong continued. I understand, don't worry, Zhao Jia, I won't tell anyone. I promised. The rumors are going around the company like wildfire, and some even say that the boss and I are having an affair. If this gets back to the boss's wife, I'll definitely be fired. Zhao Fong continued. This I hesitated, because I realized that things were not as simple as they seemed. Secretary Fong also wants to get rid of me. She feels threatened by me. You should know about the relationship between Secretary Fong and the boss, right? Zhao Fong continued. You know about it too? I asked. The boss's wife is about to take over, and everyone in the company knows about it. She already thinks of herself as the boss's wife, acting bossy every day. Zhao Feng continued. So what do you think, Zhao? I asked. I don't want to lose this job, so if I have to, I'll meet with the boss's wife. Zhao Feng said. You want to meet with the boss's wife? I stood up in vain. I never expected Zhao Feng to want to meet with the boss's wife. Did she plan to tell the boss's wife that Wang and Fang Tingting were having an affair? Did she want to use the boss's wife to get rid of Fang Tingting as the other woman? These are the photos I arranged for the private investigator to take. Zhao Feng suddenly took out an envelope and took out a stack of photos from it. Picking up a photo, I saw President Wang and Fang Tingting buying jewelry in a jewelry store, with Fang Tingting holding President Wang's arm. I felt like I was sitting on pins and needles. I suddenly realized that this company was very deep, and everyone was not simple. No matter who it is, as long as they infringe on my interests, I won't let any of them go. Zhao Feng's expression suddenly turned cold. Chapter 32. None of them are pushovers. Feng, if you snitch on the boss's wife, the boss will definitely fire you. I said hurriedly. President Wang told me to seduce the boss's wife. He said he would give me 500,000 yuan. If Zhao Feng snitches on the boss's wife, not only will President Wang be finished, but I will lose my benefits too. I said, unless I have no choice, otherwise I will not betray the boss. Zhao Feng said. Looking at Zhao Feng with mixed feelings, my thoughts raced, thinking about Zhao Feng's relationship with Fang Tingting and her relationship with President Wang. The money that I spent with President Zhang yesterday has not been paid to me yet. He said that he would pay me after the contract was signed and the project started. Zhao Feng continued. Are you talking about the 100,000 yuan? I asked. Yes. Zhao Feng nodded. Taking a deep breath, I picked up the glass and took a drink. You are an outsider, the one with the least to gain, but I want you to help me. Zhao Feng continued. Me help you? I frowned. I know you have been staying at President Wang's house for the past 2 days, and you have had plenty of opportunities to get close to the boss's wife. Zhao Feng said. My hair stood on end. Was this Zhao Feng a scout? How did she know that I had moved into President Wang's house? Why are you living in Mr. Wang's house? I really can't figure out how a chauffeur like you could be living in Mr. Wang's house. Zhao Feng looked at me suspiciously. I read a house that's quite far from Mr. Wang's house, and it's inconvenient for me to pick Mr. Wang up for work and on business trips, so Mr. Wang asked me to live in his house. I was a little speechless, but I still explained. Is that so? Zhao Feng narrowed her eyes, as if she was trying to ascertain the truth of my words. Yes, that's it. I nodded. So what's your relationship with Wang Yan? Why is this woman staying with you? Zhao Feng continued. You know Wang Yan? I stared. Oh my god, Zhao Feng knows Wang Yan. What kind of woman is she? She's just the company's accountant. How does she know so much? No, why did she say that Wang Yan is a woman? Could it be that she was cheated by Wang Yan? If it wasn't for this woman, I wouldn't have been able to divorce my ex-husband. Zhao Feng gritted her teeth. Staring at Zhao Feng, I remembered last night at the entrance to the hotel room, Zhao Feng was afraid of being recognized. I was even more certain that she was avoiding not me, but Wang Yan. Wang Yan didn't see Zhao Feng, she was standing in the room at that time. This woman can't be your girlfriend, can she? Zhao Feng asked. No, she's my college classmate, I said. You don't make money easily, don't get close to this woman, she's a viper. Zhao Feng reminded me. I smiled awkwardly. This woman must have treated you to dinner. She's good in bed, isn't she? Zhao Feng smiled wryly, and then continued, even her university classmates are being taken advantage of, this woman is really devious. My face turned red and then white. After learning that Wang Yan was a liar, I suddenly discovered that she was a dangerous person. As for Zhao Feng, from the tone of her voice, I could tell that she had also divorced her ex-husband because of Wang Yan. Just how much magic does Wang Yan have to make Zhao Feng's family fall apart? Could it be that Zhao Feng's ex-husband's money was all cheated by Wang Yan? Zhao Jia, did your ex-husband's money get cheated by her? I asked tentatively. Forget about the past. The team behind her is very powerful. Once the money reaches their company, it is simply impossible to get it back. I am looking for you today to remind you not to get close to this woman and to form an alliance with you. Zhao Feng sighed and continued. What do you mean? I asked. If President Wang doesn't give me this money and goes back on his word, then I will have a falling out with him. Zhao Feng paused after saying this, and then continued, at that time, you will help me get close to the boss's wife and tell her the whole truth. I have evidence of the boss's infidelity during the marriage, and at that time we can ask the boss's wife for a favor, and it will be fine if we don't work at this company in the future. Watching Zhao Feng scheming, I was silent. Was the matter really as simple as Feng thought? Did Wang really go back on his word and refuse to give Feng the 100,000 yuan? Feng had slept with Zhang and the project had been negotiated, so did Wang really need to do that? It was Feng Tingting who, once she married Wang, might really be able to get rid of the competition and fire Feng. In the end, Feng was only thinking about how to protect herself, but what about me? What good would it do me? Why did I agree to ally with Feng? Zhao Feng is using me as a pawn. I stared at Zhao Feng with burning eyes. Gradually, I noticed that Zhao Feng had a very plump figure. She was curvy, tall and straight, and looked very moist for a woman in her early 30s. Xiao Yu, do you think Wang Yan is more attractive or me? Zhao Feng sat down next to me. Huh? I looked at Zhao Feng in surprise. Wang Yan's face has been done up, and so have her breasts. What do you like about her? Zhao Feng continued. This I don't know how to answer. Although Wang Yan is quite pretty, Zhao Feng is not wrong. I am all natural, and apart from the age thing, I should not be worse than Wang Yan, right? Zhao Feng leaned closer to me, her mouth exuding fragrance. Up close, I could see a hint of a sexy cleavage through the neckline of my bathrobe. I have to say, Zhao Feng is indeed very accommodating. Putting aside her age and divorce status, Wang Yan is indeed slightly inferior. Attractive, and I believed that if I wanted to, it would not be an issue to push her over. But if I had a relationship with her, then she and I would be tied to the same boat. As soon as I thought about this issue, I said, okay, I'll wait for you at the exit. As soon as I hung up the phone, I said, Zhao Jia, I have to go back first. Are you in such a hurry? Do you have anything else to do? Zhao Feng frowned. I guess Zhao Feng was thinking that she had even taken a shower, but still couldn't keep me. Well, I still have some things to do, I said. Seeing that I had things to do, Zhao Feng said, you remember to keep it a secret. If I hear any rumors in the company that I slept with Mr. Zhang before letting Mr. Wang take over the project, then. Don't worry, I won't say anything, I promised. Hearing my promise, Zhao Feng let out a sigh of relief and put away the file folder. Leaving Zhao Feng's house, I rushed to the high-speed railway station in Jiangcheng. Along the way, I reflected on the events of last night and today, and felt relieved when I realized there were no issues. Half an hour later, the car arrived at the high-speed railway station. After parking in the underground parking garage, I went to the exit. After about 20 minutes, I met Suly. Suly was pushing a suitcase, and when she saw me, she hurried over to me. Today, Suly was wearing a white miniskirt with a small black cardigan, looking graceful and attractive. Her plump, white legs attracted everyone's attention. Yu Nan. Suly came up to me and took my hand. Aren't you on a business trip with your supervisor? Why didn't I see her with you? I asked. I knew Suly was lying to me, but I pretended not to know. Yesterday, I learned from Wang Yan that Suly said she bought her house, but told me she rented it. Our supervisor said she would be here for another day, so I came back first. Suly explained. I took Suly's suitcase. I took Suly to the parking garage, put her luggage away, and got into the car with her. Before I could fasten my seatbelt, Suly embraced me. I missed you. Suly suddenly kissed me on the mouth. Is this woman having an affair and feeling guilty? As I thought this, I began to respond to Suly and kissed her passionately. At this point, I chose to play along. Since you're cheating on me, I'll cheat on you too. I'm going to see what you can get from me. After a few minutes, Suly touched my belt. You. I looked at Suly in surprise. Don't drive yet. Suly blushed and smiled. Once she started the car, I didn't know how I got to Suly's house, but I knew it was a particularly unforgettable journey. Is this the life of the rich? I suddenly discovered that the world of the rich is so full of color. When I felt like flying high in the sky, Suly would still bring me down safely. The piles of paper in the storage compartment were so eye-catching. When I got out of the car, Suly still stuck out her tongue at me and gave me a playful expression. This expression almost made me unable to resist giving her a deep impression. But reason prevailed over impulse. The car pulled up at Suly's building entrance. I unloaded the luggage and said to Suly, "I'm not going up today. Won't you come over to my place? I want to spend the whole day with you." Suly pouted in disappointment. "I have to go to the construction site today and meet with the client. I can't delay any longer," I said. Suly expressed her understanding when she heard me say that. She kissed me on the cheek, took the luggage and waved goodbye to me. Exhaling heavily, I got into the car and hit the accelerator. As I was about to drive out of the residential area, I saw a familiar figure. I didn't expect Fong Tingting to appear in front of me. Looking through the rearview mirror, I saw Suly already walking into the building. Slowing down, I saw Fong Tingting walking up and standing in front of the car window. "Why are you here?" Suly looked puzzled, but then she suddenly said, "Is it President Wang? Is he asking you to spy on me?" "What nonsense! Who do you think you are? Why would I spy on you?" I looked away slightly, because if Fong Tingting found out that I was having an affair with her next-door neighbor, it would be bad. If I was seen out with a girl in Mr. Wang's car, and Fong Tingting told him about it, I would definitely be in trouble. "Then why were you in my neighborhood?" Fong Tingting continued. I was at a loss for words. I didn't know how to explain it. "You can't say it, can you? It was Mr. Wang who told you to spy on me, wasn't it? He's afraid that I'll find a lover while he's away on business, isn't he?" Fong Tingting sneered. "What are you talking about? Mr. Wang never told me to spy on you," I said hurriedly. "Then why are you here?" Fong Tingting pursued. Damn, this woman is so difficult to deal with. What should I explain? Looking at Fong Tingting in her little leather skirt, I blushed a little and said, "I just dropped off President Wang at the airport, and on the way back, I suddenly felt like stopping by to see you. But then I thought better of it when I got here, so I left." "You came to see me?" Fong Tingting's eyes widened. "Is there an issue?" I said insincerely. Fong Tingting froze for a moment, then she laughed and said, "Yu Nan, are you falling in love with me? Yesterday you even kissed me. If it weren't for the relationship between you and Mr. Wang, you'd want me to be your girlfriend, right?" "No way," I said immediately. "Don't pretend, I know you well. You do want to. I said you have the heart of a thief but not the guts." Fong Tingting puffed out her chest at the end of her sentence. "Think whatever you want." I rolled my eyes. "Since you're here, why don't you come to my place for a visit?" Fong Tingting laughed. "No need, what if Mr. Wang finds out?" I said awkwardly. "There is only one important thing right now, and that is to go home and keep the boss's wife company. No matter what I do, I must know what is important and what is not. Are you sure you don't want to come to my place?" Fong Tingting tilted her head. I nodded. "Suit yourself. You're such a coward. I'll tell you, because of your cowardly personality, you'll lose a lot." Fong Tingting left with a remark and stomped off. As I watched Fong Tingting's departing back, my gaze lingered for a moment on her perky buttocks, before I finally hit the accelerator. I rushed all the way to Wang's villa. When I arrived, I met the proprietress. "Xiao Yu, you're back?" The proprietress was wearing an apron, so it was obvious that she was tidying up in the morning. A glance at the bedding and sheets drying on the balcony confirmed this for me. What a virtuous woman. I sighed inwardly, but still spoke up. "Well, the boss has arrived at the airport. Come in and rest for a while." The proprietress walked into the hall. Looking at the proprietress's plump figure, I followed a few steps. When I arrived in the hall, the proprietress handed me a bottle of mineral water and then said, "Xiao Yu, you go to the hotel to sleep tonight." "Ah?" I looked at the proprietress in surprise. "Your boss is on a business trip, and you say that it's okay for us to live together as a man and a woman?" "I'm afraid your boss will think wrong thoughts," the proprietress said. My heart was bleeding. I never thought that the proprietress would be so conservative as to refuse to share a room with me. Just as I was about to compromise, there was suddenly a loud clap of thunder. Rumble. Ah! The proprietress's face changed dramatically, and she screamed as she hugged me. The sudden change made my heart twitch, and I instinctively hugged the proprietress back. Rumble. There was another loud clap of thunder, and the proprietress hugged me even tighter. "Want me to go? It seems that even God is not on your side." Chapter 34 My heart flutters, boss. The weather forecast said that there would be thunderstorms all day. I was cuddling boss and feeling very happy. Ah? Thunderstorms all day? Boss opened her eyes wide. Look, it was fine just now, but now it's gray and gloomy. I pointed to the sky outside. It was covered in dark clouds, and there were flashes of lightning and rumbles of thunder in the distance. What should we do? Why is it raining so heavily? The proprietress exclaimed in alarm. Don't be afraid, I'm here. I hugged the proprietress. At times like these, I feel an ever-growing desire to protect her, and I can't wait to cuddle up with her at night. You? The proprietress let go of me and looked me up and down. Yes, you don't need to be afraid of thunder when I'm here. What if there's thunder at night and you're alone? I continued. You, don't be silly, I'm afraid of thunder, but we must keep our distance. The boss's face flushed, but she still said with restraint. Just as I was about to agree with the boss, a sudden flash of lightning was followed by a loud clap of thunder. Ka-chow! Ah! The boss screamed, and once again, she hugged me tightly. I opened my arms and embraced the boss's willow waist, so that we were close together in the most comfortable position. Today, the boss's wife was wearing a pair of white yoga pants, and her plump, long legs had long been imprinted in my mind. Although she was wearing an apron, she was only wearing a sports tank top underneath. The morning was the boss's wife's yoga time, and she had just finished cleaning up. At this point, she should be doing yoga. Don't be afraid, boss's wife, I'll always be here, I reassured her, blowing air in her ear. The boss's wife nodded, burying her head deeper in my arms. Promise. The boss's wife promised, which means I don't need to stay at a hotel tonight. I must be careful and guard the boss's wife at all times, and take advantage of any opportunity that arises. I continued, thinking to myself, boss's wife, you go practice yoga, I'll cook lunch today. You can cook? The boss's wife looked up at me in surprise. I've been able to cook since I was little, and children from poor families have to be independent. I laughed. Hearing this, the boss lady laughed and said, I can't tell. I never thought you could cook. I promise I won't let you down, I said. Then let me show you what's in the fridge, the boss lady said, and we parted ways. She led me into the kitchen. I looked at her sexy, curvy but as I watched her move. These ingredients are all fresh, this is seafood, and the condiments are over here. It was as if I had entered the boss lady's professional domain. As she introduced herself to me, I gradually discovered that the boss lady had many shining points. The boss's wife may not be able to help Mr. Wang in business, but at home, she is the head of the household. Do you understand? The boss's wife asked a few minutes later. I nodded emphatically. Cook less rice, cook new rice in the evening, I don't like leftovers, it must be fresh for every meal. The boss's wife finally reminded me. Promising the boss's wife handed me the apron on her body and finally walked up the stairs. I smiled with satisfaction as I watched the boss's back as she left. Thank you, God, for letting me stay. I really wouldn't know what to do without you. In order to make a good impression on the boss, I used everything I had learned in my life to show off my knife skills and carving, and to pursue perfection. There was only one chance, and I had to show the boss that I was no simple cook. I had to impress her. Even if I couldn't arrange the food, I would watch videos. As time passed, one dish after another was served. Steamed sea bass, beef with potatoes, stir-fried broccoli, I carved carrot flowers for the plating, and even the borscht I made my own. Everything was done. I glanced at the red wine in the wine cabinet and the 2 stem glasses. If the boss lady was tipsy, would it be easier for me to get her? Yes, God, if there was a little more lightning and thunder, the boss lady would be tipsy and fall into my arms, and I would kiss her. If she refused, I would say I had drunk too much. That's it, that's how I'll take over the boss's wife, step by step, and tear down her defenses. Gradually, I laughed. I took a bottle of open red wine from the wine cooler, and we carefully placed the 2 stem glasses on the table. Feeling that there were no issues, I walked up the stairs. When I was about to reach the top, I slowed down and carefully walked to the door of the boss's wife's room. Rolling my throat, I glanced inside. At this glance, I was completely stunned. Oh my God! What did I see? I saw the boss lady doing the splits. She looked so sexy on the yoga mat, and even the glimpse of her underwear under her skirt was unmistakable. Damn it! I was so shocked that I almost went cross-eyed. She was so beautiful. Why is there such a beautiful woman in this world? If I could have her, I would be willing to sell my blood to support her. No, if I get the boss lady, my family's ancestral grave will probably start smoking, right? You? The bosses looked at me with some surprise. Bosses, dinner is ready. I smiled awkwardly and scratched the back of my head. You go down first, I'll take a shower and come down. The bosses smiled. I then noticed that the bosses was already sweating profusely. She had just finished practicing yoga and was covered in sweat. Okay. I agreed. I watched the boss lady take out the clothes she wanted to change into from the closet and hurried downstairs. Peeking at the boss lady taking a shower is immoral. If something like this happened, then if the boss lady found out, she would definitely kick me out of the house. I'm not a sneak peeker, but what if the boss lady asked me to watch? How could the boss lady let me watch? With a question mark in my heart, I racked my brains in the hall. After thinking about it, my eyes lit up. Turning to look at the water tank not far away, I had a plan. With lightning speed, I went to the kitchen, opened the small door of the water tank, and closed the valve that was already open. Ha ha! That's it, the boss's wife will definitely call me if there's no water in the middle of her shower. Thinking about this, I sat on the sofa and crossed my legs. Time passed slowly, almost 10 minutes. You. It was the boss's wife's voice, and it sounded anxious. I quickly went upstairs and ran into the boss's wife's room. What's wrong, boss? I shouted. Can you help me? Why is there no water? The boss's voice came from the bathroom. Hearing this, I took a step forward, and my feet almost slipped on the bathroom floor. The air froze, and what came into view was the proprietress, wrapped in a bath towel, her face red, her damp hair hanging down over her shoulders. Her smooth, white arms made my heart beat faster, and her long, creamy legs provoked my heart even more. She was so beautiful it took my breath away. This was the proprietress who had my heart racing. Chapter 35 Self-directed and self-performed. Is there no more water? I walked over to the sink with some confusion, my eyes lingering on the boss's wife. I was taking a nice shower when suddenly the water ran out. Can you help me take a look? The boss's wife looked a little aggrieved. Anyone would be upset if the water suddenly ran out in the middle of a shower. The boss's wife had been very patient. Let me take a look, I said, and hurriedly turned on the faucet. As expected, there was no water at all after the tap was turned on. That's strange, why did the water suddenly stop? The proprietress continued. I frowned when I turned off the tap. Seeing the proprietress's anxious expression made me feel good. This was the first time I had seen the proprietress wrapped in a towel, and she looked really sexy. Just as I was thinking about what to do next, the thunder rumbled again outside. Rumbling. Ah! The bossess was so scared that she hugged me tightly, her face full of panic. Hugged like this by the bosses, I quietly tore off the bath towel from the bosses, hoping that the bath towel would fall off when the bosses and I separated. Don't be afraid, I'm here for you, I said gently. The bosses forced a smile, and from her expression I could tell that the bosses had let her guard down. If it weren't for the thunder, the bosses would not have hugged me, and she seemed to have realized that it wasn't a good idea for us to be hugging each other. Sorry. The bosses let go of my hand. At that moment, the bath towel on the proprietress slipped off her body. Ah! As the towel was about to fall to the ground, the proprietress quickly grabbed it to cover her chest. For a split second, I witnessed the proprietress's perfect figure. It was so big and perky. I was stunned. I never expected the proprietress to be so attractive. My heartbeat reached its peak, and my breathing became much heavier. I almost felt the urge to embrace the boss and taste her sweetness, but the next second, I restrained myself. I checked to see what the problem was. As I spoke, I bent down to check the water pipe under the sink. Should I call the property management company? The boss saw that I was not moved by her dropped towel and let out a small breath. I'll go downstairs and take a look first, I said. Okay, the boss nodded in agreement. She was still coated in shower gel and had foam in her hair, and she had to rinse it off as soon as possible. I came to help the boss solve the issue, and I knew this very well, even though I was the one who caused the problem. I went downstairs to the water tank, opened the valve, and then quickly went back upstairs. When I was almost back upstairs, I deliberately slowed down my pace and did not go into the boss's room. Wow! There was a sound of water in the bathroom, and I knew that there was water. You! There is water in the bathroom! The boss shouted in the bathroom. I deliberately did not respond to the boss's wife, and I waited with a sneer. After a few minutes, I noticed that the boss's wife was not looking for me anymore. She turned off the tap of the sink and then walked into the shower. The next second I heard the sound of water dripping, and I was sure that the boss's wife had already started taking a shower. The boss's wife only needed to rinse for 10 minutes before the shower was over, and at this time, it was up to me to time it right. After about 5 minutes, I felt that the time was almost right, and I finally cautiously walked up to the bathroom door. "Have you got the water?" I shouted, opening the bathroom door and pretending to be out of breath. "Ah!" The boss lady was still in the shower, and she was so scared that she slipped and lost her footing. "Boss lady!" I saw this and took a big step forward. "You can't die, boss lady, I can't let you land on your head!" I screamed in my heart, quickly going to catch the boss lady. Just as the boss lady was about to fall to the ground, I caught her and placed my palms on her chest. At the same time, the boss and I both fell to the ground, but the boss fell on top of me, while I fell harder. The pain in my back didn't make me scream, but the touch was unforgettable. Oh my god, it was incredible! Ah! The boss seemed to have noticed me, and she broke free from me and stood up, and I saw a field of pure white. "Get out!" The boss turned her back to me and stood shivering in the corner of the shower. Oh! I quickly stood up and left, deliberately closing the bathroom door behind me. I let out a heavy breath. Although my heart was still beating fast, everything that had just happened had already been branded in my mind. I quickly went downstairs, knowing the right way to act. The intimate contact I had just had with the boss lady must have scared her, but she should know that I didn't do it on purpose. I just wanted to know if there was any water coming, which caused the accident. And after the accident, I protected the boss lady. I made a mistake while protecting her, but I believe she will forgive me. I began to wait at the table in the lobby. After about 10 minutes, when I heard her footsteps, I hurried to the stairs. She had already changed into a conservative outfit, her hair had just been blow-dried and was hanging to the side, and she blushed as soon as she saw my face. "I'm sorry, boss, I didn't mean it, I didn't know the water was coming, I thought," I said, trembling with fear. The landlady slowed her pace, looked at me and didn't say a word. Realizing that something was wrong, I plopped down on the floor and knelt before the landlady. What are you doing?" The landlady's face changed when she saw me kneel. "Landlady, I beg you not to tell the boss. This job is very important to me. I really didn't mean to do it. I'm wrong," I said anxiously. "Get up, don't do this." The landlady hurriedly came forward to help me. "Please don't tell the boss, okay? I really didn't mean it." I continued. I know you didn't mean it, get up quickly," the boss said. Hearing the boss's words, I finally got up from the ground. "Thank you, boss." I stood up gratefully. As long as the boss is willing to forgive me and knows that I didn't mean it, then I can carry on with my plan. President Wang told me about women's overflowing compassion, and this trick really worked. "Didn't you hear me shouting for you just now, telling you the water was ready?" the landlady asked. "I didn't hear you, the kitchen hood was a bit noisy," I said awkwardly. On hearing this, the landlady glanced over at the table not far away, and suddenly she let out a soft exclamation and came over to the table. "You made this?" the landlady asked. I nodded nervously. "You really can cook, you're amazing." The landlady beamed. "I'll go get the food," I said hurriedly. "There's wine in glasses, why do you need to get the food?" The proprietress looked at me with a smile that was half smirk. I was a little confused. I didn't understand the proprietress anymore. "I'm afraid you're not happy," I said. "I haven't drunk wine for a long time." The proprietress picked up the wine and poured herself a glass, then poured one for me as well. "Your boss is always entertaining, I'm always alone, so who would drink with me?" the proprietress continued. "Then I'll drink a little with you?" I asked tentatively. "Well, we can't waste these dishes," the boss lady said. "Boss lady, sit down." I pulled a chair with great joy, showing off my gentlemanly image. Chapter 36 I think I like you. "Well." The boss lady agreed and sat down. "Try it." I said enthusiastically. What had just happened was over, and the boss lady and I needed to re-establish our relationship. Of course, I believed that just then, I had become closer to the boss lady. If you want to get a woman, you have to step by step to touch her bottom line. Only by approaching her just right can you get her step by step. President Wang taught me this, and I have taken it to heart. I can't let President Wang down, and I can't just sit around and do nothing. Wow, I didn't realize that you cooked such delicious food. The boss's wife praised as she picked up a piece of fish. Boss's wife, you can eat more if you like it, I said. You can also carve flowers. This carrot is really nicely carved, the boss's wife continued. I glanced at the scratch on my right middle finger and inwardly groaned. I imitated the carving video and got hurt and bled a little, although the wound healed quickly. I think this arrangement looks pretty good, I said. Here, let's have a toast. The boss lady picked up her wine glass. Seeing the boss lady's actions, I quickly picked up my wine glass. Watching the boss lady gulp it down, I couldn't help but wonder. I didn't expect the boss lady to have such a good drinking capacity. This glass of wine has at least 2 liang, but she gulped it down in one go. Of course I couldn't lag behind, so I downed the same glass of wine. This broccoli is delicious too. Is this borscht? The proprietress ate with relish, as if the food I cooked was really delicious. Yes, this is the way we cook it back home. I nodded. Let me try. The proprietress scooped up a mouthful of the soup and her eyes lit up as she swallowed. Wow, your cooking really is good. It's not bad. I smiled, and my eyes lingered on the boss's chest for a moment. The feeling from earlier was still fresh in my mind, and if time could stop, I would definitely take my time. When was the last time you went back to your hometown? Gradually, the boss and I started chatting, and I told her everything I knew. After half an hour or so, I saw the boss blushing, and she was clearly tipsy. As for me, I felt a little dizzy too. Xiao Yu, don't bother, I'll clean up. The proprietress took her last sip and began to clean up. I'll do it, you rest a bit, proprietress. I busily picked up the bowls and chopsticks. Just as I picked up the bowls and chopsticks, the proprietress happened to be picking up the bowls and chopsticks on my side, and her hand touched mine. Eek! The proprietress's hand flinched and her face turned even redder. I'll do it, I said shyly. The proprietress nodded and simply let me clean up. I was quick and efficient, and after putting the dishes away, I started to wipe down the table. Any girl who marries you will be very lucky, the boss's wife said with a smile. Why do you say that? I asked, surprised. You can cook and clean, and you're good looking, the boss's wife said. I knew that the boss's wife might have just said that casually, but it made my heart feel like it had been covered in honey. It fully demonstrated that the boss's wife had a better and better impression of me. Just as I finished cleaning up, my phone vibrated. Seeing it was a message from manager Wang, I walked over to check it. How's it going? Are you still with my wife? She hasn't thrown you out, has she? I responded quickly. Originally, the boss wanted me to stay in a hotel, but she said you'd be unhappy if I stayed with you, and said she wanted to draw a line between us. What did you do? Manager Wang responded quickly. Then there was a thunderstorm, and the boss was scared, so she hugged me. I said. Well, it seems even the heavens are helping you. Let me tell you, my wife is terrified of thunderstorms. You'd better stand guard outside her door tonight. If it thunders in the middle of the night, you protect her. She'll definitely be very scared when it thunders, and that's when you'll get your chance. As I read the message Wang had sent me, my stomach grew hot. But when I saw the proprietress sitting demurely on the sofa, I realized that Wang was despicable, thinking about me sleeping with his wife. How could a man like that exist in the world? I just checked the weather in Jiangcheng, and there will be thunderstorms all day today. You have plenty of opportunities, you must get as close to her as possible. Wang Zong continued. I see. I responded, and slipped my phone into my pocket. Who are you chatting with? The boss's wife asked. My ex-girlfriend added me on WeChat. I said. No one is looking for me. If I don't say that, I can't think of how to explain it. Didn't you break up with her? Why is she looking for you? The boss's wife frowned. Sure enough, women are a curious species. As soon as I mentioned my ex-girlfriend, she became very sensitive. She wanted to get back together with me, saying that she had broken up with that old man. I forced a smile. You can't be confused. There's only one betrayal and countless numbers of betrayals. Your ex-girlfriend has already betrayed you, so you can't agree to get back together with her. The boss stood up, as if reminding me from the experience of someone who has been there before. Seeing that the boss was very concerned about me, I told her that I have a girlfriend. What did she say? The proprietress looked at me in surprise. She asked me to send her a photo, and said that my new girlfriend must be uglier than her. I continued. Then what? The proprietress asked anxiously. Don't be angry when I tell you. I smiled stiffly, a little afraid to answer. Why should I be angry? You can tell me, the proprietress said. I sent her a photo of you, I said, looking apprehensive. You sent my photo? I said, how could you send my photo? Where did you get my photo? The boss's expression was displeased. I saved a photo from your circle of friends and sent it to her, and then she blocked me, I said. She blocked you again? The boss frowned. I guess she looked at your photo and felt that you were much better looking than her, so she got upset and blocked me. I scratched the back of my head. There's a method to flattery, and there's a knack to praising someone for their beauty. The method I used today was the contrast method, which set off the boss's good looks and belittled my ex-girlfriend. With this contrast and belittlement, I brought my flattery skills to the fullest. Nonsense, you can't post my photos anymore, delete my photos quickly. The boss pretended to be angry, but I could tell she was secretly delighted. Okay, I said with some reluctance. I hope you can forget what happened in the bathroom and pretend it never happened. The boss lady said coldly, crossing her arms. What happened in the bathroom? I frowned. Don't pretend to be innocent, you can't be that forgetful. The boss lady continued. But I was about to say something, but then stopped. But what? The boss lady frowned. But I think I like you. I blurted out the words, looking at the boss lady very innocently. Chapter 37 Impulse is the devil. What did you say? The proprietress looked at me in surprise. I like you. I was a little afraid to look at the proprietress, but I said it anyway. I finally spoke my mind, a sentence I had been holding back for a long time. As long as the proprietress agrees, I will be with her for the rest of my life and never be apart. How can you like me? You can't like me, do you know that? The proprietress was a little flustered, her face very red. I know you're married, but I just like you. I said stubbornly. You're still young, you're only 23, you have a great youth, I'm already in my 30s, we're not suitable for each other. The boss panicked. I know it's impossible, but I still have to say it. Do you know what my husband will think if he finds out? Do you know the consequences? You're his driver, but you like his wife, and you're living in our house, do you think that's appropriate? You went to university, didn't you? You know. The boss lady couldn't calm down, and she started lecturing me. As I watched the boss lady reason with me earnestly, I couldn't help but embrace her. At this point, I had to fulfill the mission that Mr. Wang had given me. What are you doing? The boss lady resisted with a face of horror. I like you. I kissed the boss lady on the mouth and hugged her tightly. No. The boss's wife resisted fiercely, but I redoubled my efforts and stuck out my tongue. Just as I was about to taste the boss's wife's sweetness, suddenly my tongue felt a sharp pain, and I let out a cry of awe as the boss's wife pushed me away. You bastard! The boss's wife slapped me right in the face. The slap made my face burn with pain, and I suddenly came to my senses. Drinking really makes you lose your temper. I almost pushed the bossess onto the sofa to grab her ample breasts. How could you do this to me? The bossess glared at me and turned to go up the stairs. Stunned, I looked at the bosses. My heart was filled with mixed emotions. I suddenly realized that I was wrong. Yes, I was wrong, and very wrong. I do like the bosses, but how could I force myself to like her in this way? The bosses was right to slap me. She had awakened me. Wiping the corner of my mouth, I remembered the laughter and joy at dinner just now, but in the end, I messed it up. The boss lady had been drinking, but she hadn't lost her mind, but I had, and lost my own. What should I do? Will the boss lady throw my luggage down and tell me to get out? I was anxious, and I didn't know how long I had been standing there. With heavy steps, I walked up the stairs step by step. At this point, I had to apologize to the proprietress and tell her that I didn't mean it just now, that I was impulsive, that I was crazy, and that I had lost my mind after drinking too much. When I reached the door to the proprietress's room, I found that it was closed tightly. It seemed that the proprietress was very angry with me and wanted to be alone for a while. Sighing, just as I was about to go back to my room, I saw a surveillance camera in the gap at the top of the door. Why is there a camera, and why is it installed in the house? What on earth is Boss Wang up to? Could it be that Boss Wang is monitoring the entire villa? As soon as I thought this, I hurried downstairs to the lobby. Pretending to wander around the lobby, I didn't notice any cameras in the lobby, which meant that Boss Wang was monitoring the second-floor corridor, and perhaps also the boss's wife's room. No, the boss's wife must have been monitored by Boss Wang, she just didn't know it. Back in my room, I found a camera behind the chandelier. My heart lurched. I never imagined that Wang would be monitoring me as well. That day, I jumped from balcony to balcony. Did Wang know about that too? And when I watched a little porn in my room, did he find out about that too? So that morning, he said he wanted to see my right hand? I suddenly realized that I no longer had any privacy. I was completely under Wang's control. Just as I was thinking about all this, my phone rang. Hello? I picked up the phone. Are you home? Wang Yan said. Of course I'm home in this rain. I responded. I'm just near overseas Chinese town, would you like me to come over? Wang Yan laughed. Ha? I turned pale and hurried to the balcony to check the weather. It was still raining outside, but Wang Yan actually wanted to come to my house. I have someone at home. I said. So I can't come? You're not hiding a beauty at home, are you? Wang Yan laughed. There's no beauty, I just don't want to disturb others. I said awkwardly. Why don't you come out? If you don't, I'll just come in. Wang Yan laughed. As soon as I heard Wang Yan say she was going to come in, I hurriedly said, okay, I'll see you at the entrance to the community. After hanging up the phone, I left the villa. A few minutes later, I arrived at the entrance to the community. Wang Yan's car seemed to have been waiting for a long time, and she hurriedly lowered the window when she saw me. Yu Nan. Wang Yan waved at me. Why are you here? I walked up to her. I happened to be here having dinner with friends, and then I thought you lived here, so I came to see you. Wang Yan laughed. There's nothing to see. I glanced at Wang Yan's attire and hurriedly said. Today Wang Yan was wearing an orange yoga pant paired with a white sports bra. Her plump and full figure made me a little uneasy. Suly is also at home, why don't you come with me to Suly's house and have a chat? It's rare to see an old classmate. Wang Yan laughed. It's raining heavily, there's no need to bother her, right? As I spoke, I glanced at Wang Yan's crotch. I've already called her, she's waiting at home, let's go, surprise her, she doesn't know you're coming too. Wang Yan laughed. No, I'm not going. I said. Didn't you say it was fine to stay at home? Is there some secret you're hiding? Or are you afraid to see Suly? Wang Yan said. I have no secrets, why would I be afraid? I hurriedly defended myself. I told her yesterday that I ran into you at the hotel. Wang Yan laughed. What did she say? I asked anxiously. She was surprised. It seems she didn't know you were in Jiangcheng. Wang Yan said. I see. I let out a sigh of relief. Go ahead, meet up with your old classmates and chat. I'll tell you, her house is pretty nice. I'll buy one when I have money too. Wang Yan opened the passenger door. I looked at the apartment complex behind me. I was a little hesitant, but when I saw how Wang Yan was dressed, I got into the car. That's right, we're old classmates, why be so formal? Wang Yan took the initiative to fasten my seatbelt, and she seemed to deliberately press against my chest. Looking at Wang Yan's delicate profile, I remembered a scene in the hotel room last night. At the thought of this, my lower abdomen became hot. Chapter 38 Why haven't you come yet? No, I just saw Suly this morning. Wait, I suddenly remembered that I have something to do, so I won't go. I said hurriedly. What's your business? We agreed, didn't we? Wang Yan frowned. I really have something to do, something very important. I said again. Okay, you're a strange one. Wang Yan said helplessly. I got out of the car and watched Wang Yan drive away, feeling relieved. I almost let this woman Wang Yan lead me by the nose. The way this woman was dressed just now made me feel uneasy, and I almost fell for it. What a demon woman, how can you go out dressed like that? If it weren't for something that happened with the boss just now, I would have impulsively taken Wang Yan. I don't know what the boss is doing alone in her room, I'd better go back and check. Thinking about this, I walked into the residential area, and after a few minutes, I arrived at my room. Where have you been? The boss walked in as soon as I entered the room. I went out for a walk. I said awkwardly. It was raining heavily, why did you go out for a walk? The boss looked at me doubtfully. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that just now, it was my fault. I said. The room was equipped with a surveillance camera by Mr. Wang, and I knew that Mr. Wang knew everything that happened here. Do you usually drink? The boss asked. No, I have been working as a driver for Mr. Wang, I don't know how to drink. I said. You shouldn't drink if you can't handle it, and you must never drink at home again. The boss's wife warned. I understand. I said apologetically. I've just thought it over, and you can't stay at home tonight. I want to be alone. The boss's wife continued. At this, my heart sank. It seems I've messed up after all, and I've made the boss's wife wary of me. Pack 2 sets of clothes, and you can sleep out tonight. You can only come in when my husband gets back. The boss's wife's tone was full of strong commands. Looking at the boss, I could only agree. Packing 2 clothes, when I walked out of the room, I found that the door to the boss's room was still closed. It seemed that she was determined not to let me live at home. I still overestimated myself. Imagination is beautiful, reality is cruel. What, I can get the boss in a drunken state? Bullshit, bullshit. She just bit my tongue. The boss is faithful in her relationships. If she didn't feel sorry for me, she would have told Mr. Wang to fire me a long time ago. Yu Nan, you should be happy. You're lucky they didn't fire you. I checked into a hotel at the entrance to the residential area and went into a daze. As dinner approached, I ate at a nearby fast food restaurant, and at that time, Suly's phone rang. Hello? I picked up the phone. Yu Nan, what are you doing? Are you done yet? Suly said. I'm at home. I'm done. Why? I asked. Just this afternoon, Wang Yan came to my house. She talked about you, saying that she saw you at the Jiangcheng Hotel last night, and that she saw you again at Overseas Chinese Town today. She asked you to come to my house with her, but you refused. Is that right? Suly said. Yes, I said. You really met with Wang Yan? Did she say anything else to you? Suly asked. Nothing much, just that she wanted to buy a house like yours, and that was about it. I thought about it for a while, and then I said. I deliberately said that I bought the house myself. I had no idea that she took me seriously. She kept bragging to me that she could earn tens of thousands of yuan a month, and that she could earn hundreds of thousands of yuan with a single deal when times were good. Who would believe that? Suly explained. Okay, I guess she wants to save face. I said. I miss you. Can you come over to my place? I'm bored out of my mind here alone, Suly said plaintively. I hesitated. The boss had already kicked me out and told me to stay in a hotel, and I couldn't carry out the plan that Wang had arranged for me. Now I was practically a layabout. In fact, I could go to Suly's place, and I could even sleep with a beautiful woman. But now, I was a little panicked. Suly and Wang Yan were both lying to each other, one saying that she had bought a house, the other saying that she earned hundreds of thousands of yuan a month. They are both in the same boat, but there is not much difference between them. On the contrary, they both take me for a rich man. It's not that easy to be a rich man. One lie requires countless lies to cover it up, and that's too hard. Anyway, tomorrow is Sunday, you don't have any evening engagements, do you? Suly continued. Well, okay. After thinking about it, I finally agreed. So when will you come? Suly said excitedly. I'll come over later. I said. Okay, I'll wait for you. Suly said, and hung up the phone. I lay on the bed, thinking about what was going to happen tonight. If I really went to Suly's house, then I would definitely sleep with Suly tonight. At that time, I would definitely be unable to resist in the face of the delicious Suly, and once that happened, a lot of things would grow. Just as I was thinking about these things, President Wang's phone call came in. "Have you been thrown out?" asked Mr. Wang. "How did you know?" I turned pale, but then I thought about it and understood. Since Mr. Wang was monitoring me, he would check the surveillance footage even if he was busy. "Didn't you say my wife let you stay? How come you got thrown out again?" asked Mr. Wang. "It was going well. I even cooked a few dishes myself and had a drink with the boss's wife," I said. "Then what happened?" Mr. Wang was curious. I then told Mr. Wang the whole story. "Ha, you really have some nerve, you actually dared to kiss my wife while drunk. My wife should have slapped you, she could have called the police." Mr. Wang laughed heartily. "Ha?" I was shocked. "Luckily my wife has a good heart, she knows you're not easy." Mr. Wang continued. "What should I do now?" I asked anxiously. "What do you mean, what should you do?" "I haven't finished asking yet," Mr. Wang said. "Tell me, boss." I said. "When you were kissing my wife just now, did you stick your tongue in her mouth?" "Did my wife stick her tongue in your mouth?" Boss Wang seemed to be very concerned about the kissing incident. "I did, but my wife didn't. She bit my tongue and then slapped me," I said bitterly. "Ha ha 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 ha." Boss Wang laughed heartily, gloating. "Laugh it up, you old bastard. If you laugh again, I'll really screw your wife." I thought to myself, vowing revenge. I said, "Yu Nan, you have the heart of a thief but not the guts. I really didn't think you would dare kiss my wife. Don't worry, I will reimburse you for staying outside tonight, including your meals." Mr. Wang laughed. "Thank you, Mr. Wang." I pretended to be grateful. "That's all for now. I will arrive in Jiangcheng at 4 p.m. tomorrow. You can pick me up then," Mr. Wang concluded. Promising Mr. Wang, I hung up the phone. Sure enough, a few minutes later Mr. Wang sent me a 500 renminbi red envelope. "Yu Nan, why haven't you come yet?" "I've already finished showering." I clicked on the voice message Suly sent me, and my heart started pounding again. Chapter 39 Fulfilling a Dream. "I'll come right now," I responded. Kisses." Seeing that Suly had replied so quickly, I packed up and left the hotel. Hailing a taxi on the roadside, I rushed to Suly's apartment complex. I didn't drive tonight, and I couldn't drive because I had been drinking. Of course, I had been kicked out by the boss's wife today, so I couldn't drive Wang's car, and it would be bad if Wang's car was parked in Suly's community. It would be easy for Fong Tingting to find out. Arriving at the entrance of the community, I got out of the taxi and looked back and forth. Fong Tingting's Mercedes-Benz C was in the parking space, and I was sure Fong Tingting was at home. Fong Tingting wouldn't go out in the heavy rain, so I shouldn't run into her. Thinking about these things, I walked into the hallway and pressed the elevator button. It only took a few seconds, and the elevator dinged and opened. As the elevator opened, I deliberately covered my face with my hands, afraid of any unexpected events. Seeing that the person who got out of the elevator was not Fong Tingting, I let out a sigh of relief and got in. Soon, I arrived on the 10th floor. I glanced at Fong Tingting's door and pressed the doorbell for Suly. "Here she comes." As soon as the door opened, I saw Suly. Suly was wearing a bright red nightgown, with her hair falling over her shoulders. Her appearance made my heart beat faster. "This is the woman I'm going to sleep with tonight? Am I going to be the groom tonight? This is the woman that other people have to pay 580,000 yuan in bride price to get, but tonight she took the initiative to invite me to her house." With these thoughts in my mind, I walked in the door. "Quickly change your shoes." Suly closed the door and handed me a pair of slippers. I changed into the slippers and walked into the living room. "Just now, Wang Yan said that you live in OCT, that you play low-key, that you can obviously afford a villa, but you told her that you rent it, and that you still live with someone else, and she also said that you have several million in debt that you haven't collected." Suly took my arm and very naturally led me to sit on the sofa in the living room. "I did tell her that," I said. "Why didn't you tell me about all this?" I almost got jealous. Suly pouted. She was trying to sell me their company's financial products, and I said I didn't have any money. Then she pressed me for an explanation, so I explained a bit. I explained. Really? Suly blinked her eyes wide, then laughed. It seems that you don't want to buy her products, and she still asked me to buy them? She kept calling me a little rich girl, but I don't have any money. I wouldn't buy them even if I had the money. It's mainly because she was exaggerating their products, and I don't think they're necessary. I said. Yes, that's it. She's unreliable. Suly said, and peeled an orange for me, dividing it into two halves and stuffing them into my mouth. Looking at Suly, I noticed that she wasn't wearing any underwear. Why don't you take a shower first? Suly asked. Isn't that a bit early? I said awkwardly. After you're done, we can go to your room and watch a show together. There's a really good one on recently. Suly pulled me up, her cheeks flushed. Looking at Suly's long, pale legs under her skirt, I rolled my throat secretly. Do I look good? Suly asked, seemingly noticing my gaze. You look good, I said. I slept after you dropped me off this morning. I was really tired yesterday, Suly laughed. You were tired yesterday? Were you tired from fooling around with that guy? Could it be that the man in the Audi was her supervisor? I pondered this in my heart, but on the surface I still smiled and said, Are you still tired now? I've recovered now, so we can stay up late tonight, Suly said. We can stay up late? Does that mean we can go crazy tonight? I glanced at Suly's graceful figure and looked in the direction of the bathroom. After you take a shower, I'll wash your clothes so you can wear them in the morning, Suly continued. Okay. I unbuttoned my shirt. Do you think Wang has changed a lot? Suly asked suddenly as she helped me take off my shirt. It seems different from when we were at university. Her face is more three-dimensional, I commented. She had plastic surgery, and it seems she spent quite a lot of money. She had her nose done and her chin shaved. Suly continued. No wonder she looks better than before. I said thoughtfully. I'm not getting plastic surgery. Natural is good. Otherwise, if I go out one day and accidentally break my nose, that would be bad. Suly laughed. Suly was the belle of the class when she was at university. She was exceptionally good-looking. Wang from back in school was no match for her, but Wang now is very fashionable, and has changed a lot from before. You've always been good-looking, you don't need plastic surgery. As I spoke, I unbuckled my belt. Suly smiled, took off my pants, and said, That's enough, go take a shower. As I walked towards the bathroom, I suddenly realized that Suly was quite virtuous. When I got to the bathroom, I closed the door and saw Suly's clothes in the laundry basket next to the sink. Except for the clothes she was wearing when I picked her up in the morning, they were a set of sexy lingerie. Without looking again, as if I had never seen a woman before, I walked into the shower and started showering. After about 10 minutes, I walked out and blow-dried my hair. Are you done? Suly called from the doorway. I'm done. I wrapped myself in a towel and opened the door. Suly walked in, looked me up and down, then picked up the laundry basket. I'll go wash the clothes, you go to bed quickly, don't catch a cold. Okay, I agreed. Looking at Suly's plump figure wrapped in her nightgown, I knew that I was destined to stay up all night. When I entered the room, I could smell a fragrance. The curtains were drawn, and there was only one light on. It was a bedside lamp, emitting a pink glow, and the whole room gave off a romantic and warm feeling. Gradually, I noticed a box of little hills on the bedside table on the other side. I picked it up and looked at it. I found that there were 5 in the box. Suly had overestimated me, but then again, with my physique, it wasn't really an issue. A few minutes later, Suly walked into the room. I've already washed and hung up all the laundry on the balcony. Suly closed the door and quickly got under the covers, sitting next to me. Up close, I could smell the faint fragrance on Suly's body. Her face was flushed, and I knew she was just as nervous as I was. What was that drama you were talking about? I broke the ice. If I push Suly as soon as she gets into bed, will I look like I'm eating too fast? In my opinion, there's still one night left, so it's better to take things slowly. I miss you. Suly suddenly hugged me. Hugged by Suly like this, I finally couldn't hold back any longer, and I rolled over and kissed her on the mouth. Oops. Suly hugged me tightly, and in the next second, we were kissing passionately together. This is my goddess from school days, she was the class flower of our class. A woman like this, if I can get her, wouldn't that fulfill my student dreams? Chapter 40 Do you miss me? I was so nervous that I trembled a little when I kissed Suly as Suly took the initiative and removed the towel from me. Yu Nan, I miss you. Suly blinked her big eyes and looked at me like that. Just as I was about to take the next step, there was a doorbell. Suly, open the door. Suly, I know you're home. This voice was rather harsh, and my face changed when I heard it. My mom. Suly said hurriedly. Your mom? I looked at Suly in disbelief. Why is Suly's mom here? Hide quickly, if my mom sees you, it'll be bad, Suly said immediately. But my clothes aren't even dry yet. I said hurriedly. Suly anxiously threw me a bath towel. Hide in the bathroom and don't come out. Oh. I wrapped myself in the towel and hurriedly ran into the bathroom. Suly, open the door, what are you doing? Coming. After about 10 seconds, I heard the living room door open, and Suly's mother obviously came in. Why are you so slow to open the door? I can't hold it in any longer. Suly's mother said, and the sound of footsteps got closer and closer to me. Shit. I walked into the shower in a panic and pulled the shower curtain closed. I wrapped a towel around myself without wearing anything, because it would be terrible if Suly's mother saw me. I didn't even dare to breathe, and I swear this was the most nervous moment of my life. As soon as the bathroom door opened, I heard Suly's mother lift the toilet lid, and then a few seconds later, there was a loud crackling sound. Pinching my nose, my heart was in my throat. Put the grapes in the fridge and the bacon on the balcony, Suly's mother said. I know. Suly promised. After a few minutes, I heard the sound of water, which meant that Suly's mother had finished going to the bathroom. But the smell in the bathroom was still very unpleasant. Mom, why didn't you tell me you were coming? I just came to see if there was a man in your house, because you wouldn't go on a blind date when I told you to. I don't like blind dates, and what kind of people did you introduce me to? What kind of people? Is the one you're seeing that good? He can't even afford a bride price. I'm telling you, the one your aunt introduced you to is good. He's 40, works as a leader in a public institution, and his family has a 120 square meter wedding house in Jiangcheng. His parents both work in public institutions, have stable jobs, a car and a house. You're going on a blind date with me tomorrow. I said, Mom, you're 40, and you're introducing me to someone? I'm only 23. At least it's better than the one you were talking about. You're married, so I can use your dowry to help your younger brother find a wife. Why give my dowry to my younger brother? I heard the continuous stream of words and understood the whole situation. It seems that Suly's mother is eager to marry Suly off and then use Suly's dowry to help Suly's younger brother get married. The voice came from the living room. I knew I had to make a plan, at least to put on some clothes. Quietly leaving the bathroom, I walked to Suly's room and took my clothes from the balcony and put them on. The clothes were a little damp and cool on my body, but I didn't care. After dressing, I slipped out of the room and hid in the bathroom again. Why are there a pair of men's leather shoes at the door? Do you have a man hiding in the house? Where? Those are Chen Bo's shoes. I broke up with him, he didn't take his shoes. I'll go check the room. Just a few seconds later, I heard Suly's mother enter the room. Oh dear, Mom, what are you doing? There's no man in my house. Suly's voice sounded a little anxious. I hurriedly slipped out of the bathroom, went to the living room, put on my leather shoes and opened the door. I let out a sigh of relief as soon as the door closed. I was so close just now, so close to being discovered by Suly's mother. When I got to the elevator, before I could press the button, the elevator door opened. Yu Nan? Fong Tingting was holding an umbrella in one hand and a bag of fruit in the other. Her eyes were wide with disbelief. Where have you been? I thought quickly. I just bought fruit from the fruit shop at the entrance of the community. Why are you here? Fong Tingting asked. I don't know how to explain. Why did you come to my house at this late hour? Fong Tingting frowned. I was worried about you. It's a thunderstorm today, and I was afraid you would be scared when it thunders at night. I said hurriedly. Do you think I'll believe that? Did Manager Wang ask you to spy on me? Fong Tingting surveyed me. No way. I said. Explain yourself. Fong Tingting took my hand and dragged me towards her house. When we arrived at Fong Tingting's house, she slammed the door and said, Why are you here? If you don't give me an explanation, you can just wait to be fired by Mr. Wang. Do you really want me to say it? I asked. Stop being so indecisive, Fong Tingting said. Okay, I admit that I like you. I came to your house tonight to give you a surprise, but I didn't expect you to be out. I shrugged. Then why didn't you tell me in advance? Fong Tingting asked. I told you it was a surprise, so how could I tell you in advance? I continued. Why are you acting so strange? You came over this morning, and you wouldn't even stay for a while, and now you're here again? Fong Tingting looked at me as if she were judging the truth of my words. I regretted it, I actually wanted to come over to your house. I said. Really? Fong Tingting asked. I nodded embarrassedly. Seeing my expression, Fong Tingting laughed, giggle, and she put the fruit in her hand on the dining table and said, sit down. I sat down on the sofa in the living room, and I noticed that Fong Tingting was wearing a yoga outfit and had spread a yoga mat on the floor in front of the TV cabinet. It seemed that Fong Tingting had just done yoga at home, and then she wanted some fruit, so she went out and bought some durian and pineapple. You've got some nerve, sneaking into my house while Mr. Wang is out on business. Fong Tingting sat down on the sofa opposite me and smiled. So I'll go? I looked away. Come here and then leave? And then go back later and regret it? Fong Tingting laughed. So what should I do? I asked. Do you miss me? Fong Tingting asked. A little, I said. It's a pity I'm pregnant, otherwise, Fong Tingting paused. Otherwise what? I asked. Otherwise it would be nice to eat you behind Wang's back. Fong Tingting laughed. Looking at Fong Tingting's sexy lips, I remembered that day in the woods. Just thinking about that scene made me a little aroused. Why are you so wet? You went out without an umbrella? Fong Tingting asked, scratching at my clothes in surprise. I went out in a hurry, I said. Take your clothes off, you'll catch a cold. Fong Tingting took the initiative to unbutton my shirt, and up close, I suddenly put my arms around her. You're so naughty. Fong Tingting's cheeks flushed, and her breathing quickened.